Ladies and gentlemen, friends, family, enemies, all welcome in. We got ZP on the left today, DDK on the right. I'm right smack dab in the middle of this show, and we have the night shift coming your way, which means that we're watching Deadlock and ZP. We're going to be watching a lot of it. We got to start the show, though, with an update on where we're at in the world of Deadlock. Give me the news. What's the meta picks? What are we liking right now? What have you learned from your games?
What I've learned coming in here is that it's going to be a day for Rising from the Dead. Victor has been coming in big behind the scenes, going up and up on the draft priority list. More Victor, still the same amount of Infernus, and a lot more Doorman is, I think, where we're heading to today, at least on the EU side of things.
Victor Doorman, did not think we'd be saying that today, DDK. What are you fired up to see as we always kick things off with EU?
I'm fired up to see some frags. I'm also here for the pocket jokes. I like the shenanigans. That's actually really why I'm here. I don't actually care about Deadlock. The game sucks. But Puckett, oh my god, I just love being in the box next to you. In fact, normally you'd be on the far left, but I requested to have you next to me in the middle.
I feel warmer. I don't know if it's the Cali sun. Something's glowing inside of me right now. Before we get too into the weeds on that, let's talk about the format for the night, because as we mentioned, it's EU first, then NA, and this weekend we've got some huge prize pools up for grabs. We'll tell you about that in just a moment. But focusing in on tonight, Abraham's Lotos taking on Buff Enjoyers, who of course are reigning champions. They'll wait to play the winner of our challenger matchup. Then NA features Melee Creeps, the Unks, a new squad, and Sneaky Golem. ZP, who are the Unks?
Oh, the Unks, that'd be Deathy's team put together for the Trolly tournament happening this very weekend, where, by the way, signups close tonight for NA at midnight. Make sure you get your sign up in if you're looking to play. But yeah, we got Deathy's return, the competitive Deadlock here tonight, along with some familiar names that maybe you haven't seen in a while in comp. Players like Gibbs and Wander are going to be showing up too. And, while on paper Melee Creeps may have the edge, the Unks, there's enough talent there to surprise.
DDK looking clean today. Damn, says Alp47. You're not wrong, Alp. Let's take a look here at what we've got in store beyond the format. ZP mentioned there's a big tournament coming up. And before we mention the Patreons, let's just jump into it, DDK. Trolly has our back, Deadlock community. They are investing heavier than any other brand has up to this point. Intel has been here consistently, but if you're looking for a single prize pool, Trolly is bringing 10K to North America and 10K to Europe. What should the people at home know, Dan?
Well, this is going to be the competition of all competitions. As far as Deadlock is concerned, we haven't seen anything this sizable, and we are, of course, happy to be able to treat both regions, both North America and Europe, getting some love here. So there's going to be a lot of teams in contention. And I got to say, Puckett, we've been around, and ZP, we've all been around esports for a really long time. And in the early days, it's tournaments like this that are accessible to everybody, where everyone can make a team, everyone can make a run, that I think are truly special. And we're kind of always will be referring back to, we'll be thinking nostalgically on tournaments like this, in years to come. So super excited to be a part of this, and for Trolly to bring the love to Deadlock in the early phases before even in beta.
It's kind of awesome as well. If you think back to the early days of League of Legends, these open tournaments, you would play future legends in that title. This could be your opportunity to play the best of the best, to touch Deadlock. ZP, how do I get in on it, though? Because NA is up against the gun. You got to get involved right now. How long do I have? Where do I go?
Yeah, we got the sign up links in chat. There's a few helpful commands in there. I think it may be !Trolly, but something along those lines. It'll get you over to the challenge website where we're doing all the signups. And yeah, those signups for NA close tonight, because we got to do seeding. We got to let people know what their matchups are tomorrow. And then the qualifier day goes on Friday. And then all the broadcasts begin starting on Saturday. Group stage play into the final playoffs on Sunday. It's going to be a great weekend of Deadlock.
Axiot Effect wants to know, is Average Jonas going to be playing in the tournament? DDK, do you think we can play with him? You think he'd let us be in his 5-stack?
Have you spied his name, ZP? I know you're kind of doing all the player stuff. Have you seen his name about?
I haven't looked.
Do we have any lineups incoming?
I haven't looked closely at the EU end because I have been swamped making sure NA runs smoothly here this weekend. But I can take a look, see if Jonas has snuck on in. Look, it would make sense. I mean, we got Deathy in for NA, so why wouldn't Jonas hop on in for EU?
Biggest streamers might as well collect some of the $20,000 prize pool brought to you by Trolly. Big thanks to them. But it's not just the big brands that we got to show love to. We got to show love to the OG supporters of the night shift. This was before there was any prize pool. You guys were contributing, and the Patreons have backed our people behind the scenes and in front of the camera since day number one. ZP, tell me about the Patreons. We started with what, a $2 minimum, but most people have been chiming in with the $5 night shift resident roll.
Yeah, and this is just another way of showing support to the program, helping us keep the shows running and going on from there. And, a lot of people, we kind of did a question, is like going, hey, what extra content would you like for the Patreon? And a lot of people just simply responded with, hey, we're just happy to support the show. But, of course, one thing you do get right here and now, if you are a member of the Patreon, is on the post show, we do the graveyard shift where we grab a member of the community, stay for a little bit longer, and talk Deadlock in the scene. We've had some really, really good conversations. Also, intermittently, we do fun things, like we did an impromptu game night where we might be doing another one down the line. Just looking for ways to give back, and also you get your name on broadcast, as you see right here.
Facts, our $100 supporter, a night shift executive. Last week, we had enjoyed dropping over 100 subs on the channel. The support has been through the roof. Thank you all, no matter where you're at, whether it's Twitch, TikTok, or YouTube. We love having you here on the night shift. With all the plugs done, let's talk about the game, shall we? Last week, our pick Prio featured some big returns as some regulars were back into the mix. Some of the names we had seen quite frequently are starting to disappear, and ZP, you expect this meta to continue changing. Before we get into Shift 10, though, what did we learn in Shift number 9, DDK?
Well, we learned that things started to change in terms of priority, as we can kind of see here. Obviously, Haze actually had been picked quite a lot, kind of shifting back down. And this is something I think in EU was more maybe popular than we saw in North America. And Billy also, I think, losing some priority. Ivy as well, I think, was one of the bigger ones for me, where we didn't see near as much Ivy, ZP.
No, and Ivy got hit with the nerf, not quite as attractive as a gun carry, but also people in terms of carries realized actually Infernus pretty good. Let's keep picking the fire guy. Also, the most ridiculous thing to me is that Kelvin was pretty high up over and over again over the last few weeks, but last week was the first week that Kelvin was full on perma banned, and even going back out. Yeah, going back over the last year, it's really rare to see Hero hit such a level of power that every team is deciding we are going to ban him if we are the second pick because we don't want to deal with the Kelvin under any circumstances. It's actually kind of unprecedented, and if you're a Kelvin player, usually means nerfs may be coming.
Want to give a shout out to our regulars in the chat. You know it, you love it. The priorities will continue. We'll post them every single week. Meg said I look like Pitbull. We had Sketchy saying I look like a white rapper for a Christian group. What do you think ZP looks like, though? I'm saying an actor in Hollywood. Damn, this guy's cleaned up today. Here we go. We got to talk about our teams, though, DDK, and I would love to start with our EU rosters today. Taking on the Abrahams is Lotos, and Abrahams, of course, have been making it to the finals over and over again. Lotos has been trying to get in their way. This week, they bring in a new face. What are you excited to see from the squad this week, Dan?
I think so. Lotos, for me, they've characteristically always brought themselves into a draft with a plan, and sometimes those plans can be kind of crazy. But the thing is that there's always a plan, a strategy that you can get to see unfold on the server, and you can often see that they have the skill to actually execute and like hold into the early game, into the mid game, and actually try to manage to pull off what they intended. So oftentimes we see, for example, like heavy use of like Mo and just like really heavy invades and very harass-based approaches to the game in their drafts. But week to week it does tend to change. So for me, Lotos, even though they're not a team that we usually see in we never see in the finals, they're always super entertaining to watch because they really change the dynamics of how the game is played, or at least how we're used to seeing it played here at Night Shift.
I want to give a big shout out to Enjoy dropping another 10 gifted. We had 99 lives matching it with a 10 gifted, which means I could potentially afford a gold chain to go with the gold rim glasses, ladies and gentlemen. We got to talk about the competition on the night, though. The Abrahams come in with stiffer squad than ever before. ABL is out for revenge. There has been some bad blood at the end of game, some trash talk. ZP, does ABL get his revenge tonight? And if so, what character is he playing?
It's a possibility, and I mean, the key for ABL is that ABL is pretty darn versatile. I think there's a world where maybe we see ABL Yamato coming back into play tonight, as Yamato, I think, has been climbing back up in EU priority. But, you know, for Abrahams, I feel like this next period of 2 weeks is where they're really going to have to dig deep and try and find another level, because there is a tradition right now in EU Deadlock where anytime there's a big tournament that comes around, Buff Enjoyers ends up winning it, and no one has really been able to stop them in the bigger prize pool tournaments, where even though Buff Enjoyers will get taken the task here on Night Shift or other smaller scale tournaments, we're still looking for the EU team to dethrone Buff Enjoyers when it comes to these bigger prize pool tournaments. So, you know, for Abrahams, they are the top candidate to potentially upset that streak for Buff Enjoyers in the coming weeks.
They are the threat. Can they get it done, though, is the question. Their bans have been questionable. We'll see what's happening here, DDK. As we jump into the first game, we got to remind people that we do it differently here on Project Night Shift. We don't just play 6-on-6 or 5v5. Sometimes we get down and dirty with a little Mo and Krill 1v1.
Oh, yeah. But you'll also notice that the Mo and Krill, they've cleaned up for this act as well. Woo. And we got our custom Night Shift skins on there. So, okay, who's who? That's the first question. All right. So, okay, Together's on the orange. Okay, that's a good start. And what? God, they're just going at it. This is going to be a quick one. No messing around. Pocket, we don't like to waste.
It's coming down to the haymakers. Nice
Lotos.
parry finish. Well done. Lotos is going to have the advantage. Now, you said last week that the second team, the ban, basically had to waste it on Kelvin every single time. So this is kind of a big week opportunity for Lotos. They're coming out of the gates with the first ban. What do they do here, ZP? What's the threat outside of Kelvin?
Outside Kelvin, I mean, I think this is where you go to idea of like maybe you take out something like an Infernus, right? Where Infernus has very often been picked super early if you're in the first two picks here. But okay, this is interesting for Lotos. They could have picked the Kelvin if Abrahams didn't ban it, but they decide they don't want Abrahams to get it under any circumstances, but they also signaled they had no intention of playing it. So the first pick team first banning Kelvin is a little unconventional at the moment.
And maybe they missed the trick. We'll see what Abrahams get to choose, though. Victor comes out. So this ZP was saying off camera, he's like trying to give me the intel. He's like, Dan, everyone's playing Victor right now. Victor's coming up huge at the moment. So immediate ban is preventing Lotos for being able to first pick that.
Can you clarify the lore? Is Victor any kind of vampire? Or is he just simply like a zombie who's come back to life?
I believe he's an homage to Frankenstein. You're kind of getting a lot of the old school horror movie
like a skinny
tropes. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, and in fact, I think I forget. I think like the prototype. There's still like a character in game that calls Victor Frank. I think it's Hayes in regards to it. So it kind of goes the idea is that in development may have been called Frank or something along those lines, because those voice lines are still in and around. But Lotos, they go with the first pick, Mina. The only thing about this is that it gives up Paradox and it probably gives up Infernus in turn. So you are giving up a lot of power if you secure the Mina first.
Paradox 100% pick ban rate. They have been involved 42% of the time in our first rounds. Dan, what is it about this character? Why does everyone want Paradox on their team, and what do you pair with it?
I think it's because you have to look at the history too. Holiday was usually in place of Paradox in terms of priority for that role. Paradox is very consistent, gun damage, and has insane initiation. Very safe way to kind of get picks at any stage of the game, and has a lot of utility to provide some good support for for just setup essentially. So synergizes super well, and we get Infernus there as the next pick, CP, which has been a pretty high value carry of late.
Yeah, and I mean, in response, you go with the Pocket, where Pocket has also been in the top 3 pretty reliably. But once you get past this is where it starts getting a little bit more interesting. Smart money would say maybe it's going to be a Doorman coming in. Doorman has been super highly prioritized recently in some of the EU scrims that we're aware of. And if not that, then maybe you start wondering about things like Calico. But Yamato getting picked early, this is a little bit interesting. And, it's kind of mentioned Yamato has been on the rise and now rising even further.
Yeah.
YouTube is over there arguing how to pronounce Yamato. Is it Yamato? Is it Yamato? Yamato. Pocket Yamato, and most importantly, Mina, who I think Dan should cosplay as for our Halloween show. What do you think, Dan? You down to do high socks?
Well, the problem is I already committed to something else, so.
Oh, okay.
So too bad.
We'd have to crowdfund a Mina costume, is what I'm hearing here, chat. Let's get back to the draft as Calico, the female with the cats, is back in action. What's her lore, ZP? Like she just turns into a cat and moves faster or harder to hit? What's her deal?
I haven't looked at the lore page in game for Calico's full backstory, but I can say on the gameplay brass tacks that Calico's just gotten buff after buff in recent times and just is really, really strong at applying mobile map pressure here at the moment, and does so in a pretty profound way in the early to mid game. Really hard to pin down, really good at overly diving, and as a result, all these buffs have stacked up to the point where EU has finally said, "Yeah, actually, we're totally fine prioritizing Calico early in the draft."
So Together isn't going to be playing Shiv. It looks like they're getting rid of the big dogs. What's happening here, DDK?
Yeah, it's interesting. Shiv actually rose in priority. We didn't talk about this outside of not even being paired with Kelvin as a frontliner. And Yamato, Pocket, Mina, these are a lot of heavy damage heroes here. And I think that Lotos would definitely need to look for a frontliner. But at this point, what do you have left? Mo, Billy is kind of all that's left. So what's been higher on the priority would be Abrams, Victor, and Shiv, all of which have been banned. Interestingly, Abrahams is going to go Doorman, which I think has risen in priority a lot, which will give Lotos their kind of pick of that frontliner here, I would expect.
It's about to get sticky.
But okay, Viscous, that's also a pretty strong pickup. Nice.
We love the sticky call out.
Yeah, as I'm looking at here, I'm expecting Paige to come in here in the next few picks. Paige has really risen in prio. People have come to sort of appreciate what she's bringing in the laning phase, have gotten better about doing laning phase with her, and also just kind of realizing, wait, her kit is generally pretty strong. Rallying charge is actually super good. And okay, Lotos, they pick up the holiday later in the draft. They want at least something for playmaking power because they miss on Paradox. But in return, I expect now Abrahams is going to pick up, I would say it's going to be Paige +1. It could even be a Drifter.
I was going to say, so walk me through this. Most time I see two frontliners, right? Lotos has Yamato as a frontliner. What do we have for Abrahams?
Yeah, for Abrahams right now, I mean, Calico's kind of a quasi frontliner / pressure. I mean, she's a little bit less frontliner now than she used to be. In theory, they could pick up something that's a little bit more frontline here. But also, we have gone through phases in Deadlock where teams just kind of go, no, don't need it. You still got a Billy here on board, but from everything I've been hearing is that with the buff to rebuttal, teams have just been not valuing Billy and Abrams as much just because of melee resistance and ability to get parries. But the Mo and Krill comes out, so it is a little bit more frontline, but it's very skirmishy, especially in the early and mid game.
Mirage is locked in. Mo and Krill comes through. Final pick, Dan. What do you expect?
Yeah, I think it does feel like a Billy, but as CP said, maybe there's arguments to go away from that. And Lotos have never been afraid to not be conventional here. And getting Ivy's, who we talked about, has definitely lost pick priority, but previously was a first pick. Obviously, something else coming in, but Ivy is still a strong hero that can really, play very strong into the late game as well. So I don't know, it's gonna be interesting here. I'm definitely feeling Abrahams. I feel like they came up a little bit better, but I definitely feel like there's a lot of potential here for Lotos. I think especially with Viscous, Yamato, Pocket, Mina, there's a lot of capacity for good late game scaling, I think, for both teams.
Yeah, as I look at here, I think the problem I have for Lotos is that they're very heavily invested in having the Yamato having a really good game, whereas by comparison, there's
you gotta win early, right?
Yeah, but also they're not necessarily massively better early in this situation either, whereas Abrahams has some win conditions that are horrifying. I mean, a well-farmed Infernus right now can easily take over the game, and you have Mirage who, while a little bit weaker in carry potential, is also kind of right up there. But once ultimates come online, the pressure you're going to be able to have between Paradox and Mo is pretty unreal, especially with Calico. So to me, the flow for Abrahams early in the mid-game to getting farm into Infernus and Doorman, Infernus and Mirage is actually really quite nice.
True or false, DDK? Infernus was designed after the great Michael Jackson.
I respect the attempt there, the impression.
I couldn't get high enough.
You know what?
No.
I mean, I can see it. I can certainly see it. But I got to say, the thing that strikes me the most about these rosters is that the setup for Abraham seems stronger. Between Paradox, Doorman, Emo, and Krill, I feel like you have a lot more tools than for Lotos, where I feel like you're super reliant on Holiday to really facilitate or set up, into the mid game. So ZP, for me, I feel like that's where the game truly is. Giving Lotos a big
I'll let you guys
disadvantage.
talk about the nerd stuff over the game. In the meantime, Milk God 6000 says DDK equals sexiest caster. Thank you, Milk God 6000, for being over on youtube.com/@Deadlock Night Shift. We're jumping into shift number 10. DDK, ZP on the mic for your commentary. And of course, we have been live now with Deadlock for over a year. 2 different brands. It's the same old crew behind the scenes and in front of the camera for the most part. You guys let me join for the last 9 episodes. ZP, what is the coolest part of your job right now? Because every week it is becoming more complicated.
I mean, the coolest part is just seeing how things change every week, where, being around in esports for a long period of time, I've covered a bunch of games where things just don't change that often. You get stuck in a meta for a long time. You cannot do a patch in Deadlock and still get a completely different meta the next week. And to me, that's just awesome.
Challenge for DDK, fit a Yo My Toe, and instead of Yamato, it's time to game Abraham's Lotos. Who's moving on to the championship match? Only one can do it. CB, take it away.
All right, Dan, we're heading on into it, and we'll see what's on board here for both of these teams. Realistically, I think for Lotos, there's ways just on mechanical skill they can have a good laning phase and go from there, but I think it's just the phase that's going to come in when ults come into play, where the pressure against Lotos is going to be unreal. I'm kind of looking at here and thinking that, your Mina lane actually has to go wild and, get a bit ahead, and, they need at least one of these lanes to go well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they can make that happen. Again, as I mentioned earlier, I do feel like Lotos generally, I've never really felt like I've seen them come out of a draft phase without a plan that they can execute that looks like it's somewhat put together. But I do agree. I feel like Abraham's did come out the better in sort of all of the categories for the most part. And I'm curious what Quit's going to be able to do on the pocket. I think that's going to be pretty key. Obviously, Rayash on the Holiday also quite key, having a good game in terms of just the setup to enable Lotos to get off to a good start. But we'll have to see. In terms of these lanes, ZP, what's the best case for Lotos, just off of a quick glance?
Actually, as I look at it, I do like the viscous pocket lane. The burst damage that you're going to be getting there is a little bit ridiculous. And as good as Calico is in the early game nowadays, there is a world where you're just able to burst down the Calico in the wrong spot and go from there. Get Mo low enough that Mo doesn't feel comfortable enough to go in for Scorns. Even going for Scorn is kind of tricky when you have a pocket that can dive in the briefcase and potentially get puddle punched at the same time. So I kind of do like the left lane right now for Lotos.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how they manage to play it off. Calico on that lane as well as the Mo is somewhat of a scary prospect, both pretty beefy and difficult to deal with on a lane typically. But yeah, like you say, that burst damage should be good to deal with it. Calico has definitely been, if you haven't been around for a couple of weeks, like CP said, the game changes quite rapidly. Calico's really come back into full force with some of the changes that have come about. And we heard, I believe it was Hydration on the winner's interview last week. He actually picked Calico as sort of the no-brain pick. If you want to just carry right now in your matchmaking games, just pick Calico was his answer.
Yeah, Calico's just kind of statted in a ridiculous fashion at the moment. Also, when I look at lanes, I kind of feel like the Mina Ivy lane is kind of in a rough spot. There's more outright pressure that's going to be coming in from Mirage Paradox here, and I don't know if Ivy's going to be able to necessarily help Mina apply. Like you're seeing right now in terms of the poke, that Mina's gotten poked down so much that being aggressive with love bites and getting in on a rake is easier said than done. And realistically, she's just getting massively pressured and down here, Dan. Can't get away.
Yeah, that's quite painful there. Ivy coming on through, but Sai is really weak as well. And yeah, this is kind of ridiculous. Ivy has, in theory, such good wave clear, but the pressure game here is really, really nice. And you got that Mystic Regeneration on Mirage, on Saf very quickly. And that should always be your first item, because every time you pop the Jin mark, you can put it on 2 heroes, and then suddenly you're getting really crazy sustain on the lane. It's actually so strong. So Yeah, looking really good there for Abrahams in that mid lane.
You know, in terms of pressure, Lotos does have a reasonable amount of burst on the right side between the Yamato Holiday. I think, like, you know, people may have overreacted a bit to the Holiday nerfs that, you know, happened a while back. I think Holiday is still pretty scary in lane, especially if you have, like, any semblance of barrel accuracy, which players at this level all are going to have. So, the problem for Lotos, though, is that once ultimates come to play, and once the first Guardian or two goes down, the rotations and surviving the rotations that Abrahams is going to be able to do, that's going to be where things get, I think, quite difficult for Lotos.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. It's going to be very, very tough. So, okay, we did get some pushing from the Calico Mo of Abrahams here. We saw up until this point, Quilts and Coffeen on the pocket, Viscous be doing quite a good job in creating that pressure, but now suddenly they're a little bit lower. And that tankiness, there's a dive coming on through, looking for the finish together. Is he going to be able to find this into the burrow? And look how low this Guardian is already. This is a 4.5-minute Guardian take there for Pyro. That's actually such a big win there early for Lotos. And that's going to unlock Yamato and Holiday.
Yeah, I think what's likely to happen there is that Rayek is going to take the opportunity to go middle soon, short things up a little bit. But also, as we look at this Calico lane, the fact that ABL forced Pocket to buy extra regen early really shows like the amount of pressure that's been coming in. ABL again gets the parry on the Guardian, dives in, finds Coffin, and may not be stopping there.
Yeah, huge pressure. Trying to keep into the action here, Quilts. But you can start to see now that that tower's going to go down pretty fast for Abrahams, and that's going to be an important equalizer given how fast Abrahams lost their own Guardian on the right side lane. So far, you know, in this early game, it feels somewhat even, and I mean, it's going to be super fun to see the initiation dynamics as now some of these heroes will be unlocked to move around the map a little bit more, ZP, because that's where Lotos kind of need to do a lot of work.
Yeah, I mean, also the swap here where Holiday basically wins right lane for Lotos and immediately becomes okay, let's shore up mid, swaps with Ivy, who, you know, gets a bit of a breather. Also taking a look at the build coming out here for Holiday, you know, it's a Mystic Shot, extra burst build, so, you know, it's basically focused on barrels and trying to be efficient between like Crack Shot and Mystic Shot.
Sounds like we got a Holiday player amongst us.
I may or may not have been grinding a lot of Holiday in recent time, I'll be honest.
Holiday enjoyer. Okay, well, there's Ivy trying to get some farm up and recover a little bit from that rougher mid lane. And a lot of attention here. 3 versus 3, actually, for both sides in mids. And looking to take down this Guardian. Lotos might just lose this. Big pressure. That Guardian will certainly go down. Is there any cost, though, to come of that from Abrahams' side? Or do they manage to escape this situation? A quick swap there back into relative safety as the fight continues. And Lotos look like they might be in trouble here. Mina, very weak. So very weak. Gets finished off by Doorman. In comes Saint for that. And it's going to be ultimately a pretty good look here for Abrahams in the mid lane.
Also kind of rough for Lotos. I mean, Kakarzo, who has now just shortened their name down to Arzo, as it were. When you have that rough of an early game of Mina, it's difficult to actually get things rolling from there on out. Mina, more so than most characters, is kind of reliant to be a lane bully, get ahead from that, and use that to sort of, you know, power things going on. So Mina falling behind, it's not the greatest omen for Arzo having a great mid-game and beyond on the character.
Wow, look at the pressure coming in here very quickly from Satan on the Doorman, looking to snipe this tower in the midst of 2 opponents. There's just the Baroness Hotel for one, trying to get through the door. That was like a 1-3-3 crazy escapade just to take down the tower there. Very interesting effort, and it's going to be Abrahams looking to try to respond here to try to help out Saint, although he's long gone. But not too much more to make of this. I think getting the Guardian was really all that was necessary, and you'll see ABL now falling back, able to farm up after getting some health restored at the fountain. And in the meantime, it seems like the action is more towards that right side lane where Jamsight is going to go down on that Infernus.
Yeah, you look at the overall game state here now, Dan. For Abrahams, they're actually pretty happy with things. They were the first to lose a Guardian, but now have equalized and then some. Still have 2 Guardians up of their own, have taken down all, or rather 2 of the 3 remaining Guardians here. Lotos just hanging on to the last one here on the right-hand side, and ABL over into the double vault room, able to punish Sai.
Yeah, this is not how this was supposed to go, ZP. There were 3 players there from Lotos looking for the invade, and somehow they've managed to, despite having greater numbers, fail in that area, and now at the same time they're losing the right side Guardian. So things going from bad to worse fairly quickly in the last minute for Lotos. As we see right now, ABL, starting to have a pretty nice game here on the Calico. They've managed to find Pyro there. The flying strike goes forwards. There is a shadow form to try to escape this situation, but it's a 1v3, and I don't know if it's going to be able to get away from this. Still looking to juke using the jump pad there, and it seems like it will be all right because Viscus comes online as well. And so,
the chase down! He got the zipline knock. ABL chases down, finds Pyro. Pyro, I think, genuinely thought, okay, I hit jump pad, I am gone. You don't expect the other player to just be wild enough to chase down in that situation. It doesn't happen all that often, but ABL, they had the bloodlust, Dan.
Yeah, and I was looking at the map and I'm like, okay, Viscus is going to be there. The cube is actually going to be fine, but Viscus for the situation didn't need the attention of the cube, and here comes the potential punish. But is ABL going to be able to get more out of this situation? Looking for the movement, for the jukes there, the wall bounces, the mantle sliding, anything that is available to try to get out of there, but he is eventually punished. But you know what, CP, that was all worth it. Even if it's like a net loss in some respects, I don't know if it was, but if it was, the spiritual win was there.
Yeah, I think Pyro coming back though, getting her revenge kill. This is sort of a okay. This is why you don't deep dive that much. However, action still happening. This time on the left. 3 here for Abrahams, more for Lotos. As you see, Pyro 16 HP in a dream. Looking to get out, going for the jump pad, and this time not going to hit the jump pad, and no extensive chase down required.
Yeah, so much action here for both sides, around these jungle positions. And it looks like Abrahams, though, overall are coming out ahead here, because if we take stock on the overall soul exchange, it is an 8k lead at 10 minutes here for Abrahams, and that's something going to not be feeling too good for Lotos. So they're going to be looking to lose more here. Is it Rayak or Rayash, ZP? How do you say Rayak?
I'm gonna go with Rayak. I don't know if we've ever gotten the word of God response in there, but forget this. Into the subway we go. Infernus, a little bit of dashing, concussive combustion, looking for Kakarzo, finds it. And this is where things have gotten really ugly for Lotos, is that you look at the map position. Abrahams still have 2 Guardians of their own. Lotos down all Guardians, and Abrahams has mentioned in the draft, they're just running a comp that's way better at skirmishing at this point in the game with ultimates, and they're using it to just continually invade here, Dan.
Yeah, and it's actually going so incredibly well. Saint getting someone trapped in the Baroness Hotel, and that's just going to be another setup piece. We talked about the setup pieces, there's so much of it, and Shadowform comes out to try to create the escape there, and it will actually enable Pyro to get out of there. But just like you said, CP, we might be seeing a comeback urn that's being run by Abrahams into enemy territory at the 10-minute urn. You never really see this. It's very rare to see a team be so confident to go for this.
Yeah, if anything, you control it, delay it so it doesn't get turned in by the other team. But no, in this case, they're just full going for it. Meanwhile, Lotos trying to trade maybe a Guardian for it at the same time. But the melee continuing here over on the urn turn-in. And Abrahams picking up the urn, getting the turn-in, and things are just going from bad to worse so far for Lotos.
Yeah, that is like the single worst omen for your game. If the 10-minute urn is getting turned in on your side of the map, that's not a good look. 12k difference though, so it is somewhat stabilized at that 12k. That's kind of where it's been the last couple of minutes. So we'll see if Lotos are able to find their way back in at all. There is a 1v1 for Pyro, but in fact maybe not too much of a 1v1 here, because look at how healthy Saf is. So Pyro is going to be able to escape using the jump pad. And Lotos back into their own jungle, trying to collect as much as they can at this time. 2.5 minutes until the next bridge buffs, and urn will spawn. And I think, ZP, there's a world where if Lotos can kind of just get all the farm on their side of the map right now and just keep the waves somewhat even, there's a world where they can have a good team fight to make this more of a battle.
Yeah, I think to that point, the question for Lotos is, what does a pick look like? For Abrahams, it's pretty obvious where, between Swap, between Mo, even some of the setups that you have as Doorman, you have multiple options to open up a pick. Whereas for Lotos, realistically, you're looking to Rayak to land a lasso, land a setup this holiday, and you don't have a bunch of other good options, or ideally maybe just a good affliction from Cult. But right now, seeing Sai under a bit of pressure here, Dan, looking to shake it, and may just do that, but Abraham's continuing to be very aggressive in the Lotos' territory.
Yeah, unrelenting pressure is what we see from the European teams. It's one of the reasons why this region is so exciting to watch. And the fight, it presses forward there. No quarter given by Abrahams as they push on forwards. Taz able to take down Coffee, so that's a Viscous able to get taken out. And that's no cubes, no save now available for Lotos as we get a decent affliction catching a couple players. But is it too little too late at this time in the fight? It is now just a question of can you escape, and Jamside is just completely demolishing Quilt. So
well, yeah, the problem there, that's 11k affliction versus a now 20k Infernus. That's one of the worst feelings as a pocket player though, where you get the affliction and the other person is just like, I don't care, your frogs do nothing to me, and they still just run you down anyways. But that's what happens again, where Jamside's just been able to eat the jungle and now has just such a wide gap, Dan, on the rest of Lotos.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable. And Pyro, you know, again, it's unfortunate because Pyro's not really being able to have too much luck either for this similar reason. Just, you know, so many skirmishes, and then when Pyro's trying to find fights, it just, you know, I think we saw, for example, there was that 3v1, I think, against ABL when ABL was doing the double sinners on ABL's side of the map, and somehow Lotos were losing players there whilst they were losing a Guardian elsewhere. You know, that kind of stuff is not good, and it's like ABL now with the confidence of an Emperor is strutting around the map.
I'd see an Emperor having one of the cats that Ava is. I forget the exact name of the breed, but you know, it's like one of the more regal, like hairless cats. It's like it kind of checks out. Also, you know what else checks out? And we haven't really talked too much about, but item-wise, items that are getting picked almost universally right now. There's a lot of spirit shielding being built right now, Dan, across both teams.
Yeah, spirit shielding is a really good item. It's that's something that I think has come into a lot of people's builds for the laning phase, especially to try to keep your survivability up, which is cool. You know, we've seen variations of that over the course of Deadlock. You know, reactive barrier was of course something that we saw for that same purpose for a long time.
Again, not much of a contest here together. Just able to walk in on the Urn Ray, gets caught out once more. So, you know, next half minute, not going to be much in terms of pick potential, and you're up so much here as Abrahams that I do wonder if they hit the point here, Dan, where they decide, you know what, we're just going to go mid. Because they're just about the point lead-wise where they can shove lanes, go mid, and kind of dare Lotos to do something about it.
Yeah, and Jamside is certainly at a spot where he can be very effective at bringing the mid boss down very quickly. Oh, hello. Okay. Oh, no. Just delaying this one out. Can we escape?
It's a possibility, but you have to use Stone Form at the very end. And you get swapped off the jump pad just when you think you're out. You're right back in.
Oh, man. Sai did everything. He did everything he could. There's only so much he can do.
It was criminal, man. That was actually just a crime on the streets of New York.
Well, they do say crime doesn't pay. But isn't the point of crime that it pays? I thought that's the reason people do it.
Generally speaking, yeah. I mean, unless you just like, it's either paying you in financial goods or paying you in emotional goods if you're just harming someone out of impulse, I suppose. But either way, you're getting some form of payment, you know, one way or the other. Also, disclaimer, especially as we are sponsored, people watching, please do not do crime. We do not endorse crime. Nope.
I don't even know what to say about that.
just go with the tagline.
Alright, okay, yeah. Don't do crime and be, stay in school and stuff. Become educated. Become a member of your relevant aristocracy. There you go.
Well,
aristocratic class.
All the old Super Nintendo games, arcade games in the 90s had the, like, by default, like, they had to put in a message of saying don't do drugs with, like, the FBI logo. That was the thing. I don't know what law caused that, but it was like the winners don't do drugs campaign.
That reminds me of back in the super old days, like I'm talking early 2000s, there was this anti-piracy ad that was going around television and it just made piracy seem really cool. And so, so like they actually made you like elevated your profile if you did piracy. So I don't know.
Are you talking about that you went download a car? It's just like, well, actually, now that you talk about it, cars are kind of expensive. I probably would download a car.
Yeah, they just, it's kind of, they've been, it's come a long way since then. People kind of understand how to do these things a bit better these days, but there's that mid boss you're talking about. It's finally happening with that, in excess of 30k lead.
Yeah, and there's not much to be done here. On the other hand, for Lotos, you still want to try to contest, maybe get one charge off, and instead, Abrahams will just make the mid boss scream and then go for the chase down. You get 1 or 2 picks off the chase down, you go back, finish mid boss, and go from there. And Lotos right now is scrambling to get away. They were hoping to just kind of charge in, get a charge. Instead, Abrahams takes the opportunity to go back out. They pick off both Psy and Cult. And now, Dan, they're going to go back in for a significantly less contested mid boss.
There we go. All right, well, there's a rejuve falling from the skies. There we go. I mean, speaking of crime, Mo and Krill definitely got that. It's got that organized crime vibe, which is really fun. It's on theme.
Kind of lore accurate too. I mean, the reason why Mo is building tunnels, I mean, you're not transporting necessarily legal things through the tunnels. Like if you're transporting legal things, you do it on the roads. Like there's perfectly good roads, but they're using the tunnels, which Mo apparently makes quite well. As also in danger, Rayek just surrounded by enemies, sitting here in the tiny creep camp here, Dan, wondering when it will be free to go away, and now goes to the zip. Potentially free. Does Mirage have it? No, Mirage does not have it.
Mo prophesying from the Prohibition game, looking to jump out of the shadows for a quick combo. Little setup. Got a lot of teammates nearby too, so they are just looking for that next pick to really just... I mean, they don't even need a pick at this point. In fact, they can force the fight here. They're looking for, again, an aggressive turn in against the enemy territory, so that should force the fight.
You'd think you got the lasso coming on in. This would be one rejuve charge if they're able to finish it. They do. Now we'll see if there's follow through immediately thereafter. Lotos looking for anything to change things. And once more, Hy-Vee just getting all expense paid trip back into the Baroness. Rough times here for Psy. This time, though, doesn't have a welcoming committee. Abrahams, though, still in control of the urn, able to find Coffin towards the end, and down 2 is Lotos, potentially heading towards the end here, Dan.
It is looking that way. Another urn turn in. Jamstar with a 12 kill streak, melting the walkers, and 2 rejuve charges available. So, yeah, looking like they are working on that one. Pyro causing some problems towards the left side, but I don't know how much Abrahams care about this. Trying to get these...
They're in a really good spot, Dan, and also, I mean, to talk about allocation, they've been ahead for a while, but also, Jamside is 34k in Furnace level ahead. The most farm for Lotos is a 20k Yamada, or sorry, a 27k Mina. It's just not quite the same thing. And it just makes the win conditions for Lotos so incredibly narrow at the moment.
I have to say, I'm actually impressed that Arze has managed to farm up that much. Did just pick up Spirit Burn as well, which is definitely somewhat of a power spike item, although, power spike needs to be weighed relative to what your opposing team has, and obviously, that makes it not too much of a power spike at this point, but should still be good for some damage output. Although they're getting caught there with the swap into Mo combo. Again, these setup pieces are real strong for Abrahams at the moment.
I guess I can be wrong.
Also, can we talk about the ascended level of Paradox, where, yeah, anyone Paradox-wise can go Carbine into ult, but TAS a lot of the times just rips the raw swap. Whether or not it's needed or not, just goes, yeah, okay, you're going up there throughout the swap. Like the last time where Ivy tried to hit the jump pad and still got caught in the end. And these also, Dan, this has been a lot of mid-air Baroness hits here from Sane.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I respect it. Sending them to the hotel, got to get that business in. It's hard times. It's the off season.
Well, either way, I mean, it's kind of interesting. He's not only the doorman, but he's also in charge of customer retention, or getting people to actually visit the hotel. The hotel's nowhere near him.
Procurement.
He's just inviting people in.
That's true. He does have a raise. I don't know what he's getting paid. You should probably pay him more. But that said, it does not look like Lotos are going to have a chance to get paid anything today. It looks like Abraham's well and truly onto that money match here as they finish off the base. Poor Pyro. I just kind of feel bad. I just feel bad for all of the guys on Lotos because they just never got rolling here. And so it just feels like they're getting bullied in all these fights.
It's a little bit tough. I mean, also for Lotos, presumably they're still trying to work around the loss of Sanya, where we didn't really talk about too much, but the roster change. Cult is their new pickup because Sanya went to go join the, effectively the new one-win team. It's not one win, but they're called Mel Team, and they were supposed to play today, but they had a player that couldn't play today, as it were. But it's in response to the new Trolly tournament coming next week, and man, oh man, just. The stat difference is too much here, Dan. Like, the fight just completely unwinnable for Lotos, and Abrahams now just get to walk forward and the patron.
Man, now you say it's Colt. I was saying Quilt all this time, and you said nothing. You didn't. You gotta warn it. You gotta warn me.
Oh, actually, that's just my take on it. You could also be right. I just looked at it as like, oh, it's Colt.
You're probably right. I like yours better.
It makes sense to me.
Are you guys sure it's not Quit? Is that an I?
Oh my God!
Chat, is that a Quit or a Cult? What is it?
Oh my goodness. Zeke, what do we do about this?
We've awoken Puckett. I mean, honestly, we never did the official asking for pronunciation in this instance, so really the only thing we could do would be the ask for pronunciation. Also, in terms of proper housekeeping here, Dan, this is a 50k lead at the moment. Abraham's just securing it officially, but Lotos is well and truly out of options, barring the biggest throw ever from Abraham's.
Yeah, that's not going to be happening, I don't think. Abraham's. It's crazy. I mean, there hasn't really been a point in this game where maybe I think it was even at about 5 minutes where we had the simultaneous walkers going, guardians going down for either side. But we have had like 3 or 4 urns turned in from Abraham's in Lotos's territory from the 10-minute urn, which surely just tells you that it's always been the case that Lotos are behind. And not just that they've been behind, but they've been unable to, at that point in the game, defend the urn turn-in, which is also kind of insane. So just tells you the entire story almost.
Also, we got a comment from Chris Puckett, occasional host of the show, and by occasional, I mean generally on, but, keeping the theme there, quote, DDK is my favorite pro-crime caster.
These are some of the best I'm finding on YouTube. This is Milk God 6000 once again. He's a big DDK fan.
Nice. I love Milk. Big fan.
The Silence Wave coming in. Fall best slowing Hex. Pyro's had enough of the CC. Shadow Transformation is out. Cube in response to the combo. Is Lotos making their last stand here, but guess what? You got Jamside, who did not name himself Jamside, but is still able to go in on a 44k ridiculously overfarmed Furnace. HP bar not moving a whole lot as the damage gets poured on in.
That's too much fun for Jamside right now. The hunts onto Mina. I mean, it's pretty slippery, but I don't know. There's 4 players surrounding Mina at the moment. Both Sanguine Retreats have been utilized. Although obviously at this time of the game you would expect those cooldowns to refresh pretty quick, but another 5 seconds. There's the E shift there to try to get that Sanguine up for another attempt at an escape. Oh, but we get silenced, I think, there, unable to get that Sanguine off, and it's going to be the rest of the base demolished here. You'll have a just brief appearance from Sai, but looks like we're going for this patron here to lock it in. Abrahams are looking to face up against Buff Enjoyers in our finals, our money match here. Once again at Night Shift.
Impressive stuff coming out from Abraham, showing that they are absolutely locked in here today, ready for yet another round versus Buff Enjoyers. And, Puckett, this was a more one-sided affair than we've seen for a while in the Challenger match here in EU.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm starting to think we should have a welterweight matchup and then the heavyweight matchup every week. Just give Abrahams an auto entry to the grand finals. They have won multiple times here on the night shift, and they're showing you why. Who was the most impressive player, though? It looked like Jamside was fed as hell. ABL had some fantastic stats. DDK, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but can you give me an early prediction into who you think was playing MVP caliber?
I mean, it's hard not to say Jam side just because of the sheer impact there. I think I liked ABL's performance in the game. I respected some of the deep dives and just the shenanigans on the Calico as well. But maybe you can make an argument for Saint. As you said, ZP, all those mid-air Baroness visits. So I don't know, but I would have to say, Jam side if I was under threat of violence, I would pick Jam side.
I think
we're
for
gonna be
me,
taking a look. Go ahead.
I was just saying, I'm down for ABL in this instance just because I think seeing Calico prioritize more and more has been interesting, and it was pretty good Calico play, even if a little bit ridiculous on that one dive, which, thankfully did get punished.
My sunglasses and hat were stolen by a toddler, but I did find a gold chain from my boy Mikey Rach in the chat. Welcome back, Mikey. However you want DDK to dress up, we have the Halloween episode around the corner. More importantly, people on YouTube are wondering, when is the $10,000 tournament? ZP, it's happening in like 4 days, right?
That's right. For North America, it starts this weekend. Qualifier day is going to be on Friday. That will not be broadcasted, but all the results will be known on Saturday and Sunday, where we're going to be broadcasting all weekend long for Trolly in North America. One of the biggest tournaments North America has ever had in Deadlock. I think it actually is the biggest North American tournament. I think the record before was the SSG tournament last year at 5K. So biggest North American tournament ever, and then
biggest,
also
best
combined.
Best looking, coolest casters, greatest players, most attractive in-game characters. Let's take a look at the cat. Meow! Crushing it. ABL chasing down the sticky one. But who had the best play of the game? Was there like one standout performer, ZP, or one highlight that you would put in ZP's top 10?
Overall, highlight-wise, look, I'll give a little bit to Saint, and a little bit to Taz. Saint for just going for mid-air hotel guests repeatedly for whatever reason. I mean, hey, it was what was available. But also Taz for just all the raw swaps coming up here, going no carbine, no problem. You're on a jump pad. I know that trajectory. I'm going to swap you, get on back here. Dude, this entire sequence of highlights, by the way, is so rough, where Ivy just wanted to get away, goes up, hits a jump pad, gets swapped. It just miserable time for
Welcome
Ivy.
back into comp, Ivy. Yeah, you're going to have a bad time. Get over here. Old school Scorpion style. You love to see it. DDK, give me some highlight clips. I'm going to put it on TikTok.
What do you mean? You want me to make a highlight?
Go. Yeah. Play over these highlights.
I already did that. You asked me. I'd only get paid once here, Pocket. What were you doing?
It's true. It's like double jeopardy. Diddy is never going to jail for the amount of time he should, ladies and gentlemen. But the Abrahams are moving forward into your EU finals. It's not controversial. It's not even political. I know we have a sponsored show on our hands here, presented by Intel, by the way. But we are getting into the meat of it with Buff Enjoyers taking on Abrahams. It's a best of 3 coming up next. DDK, do we get a game 3 based on what you've seen from the Abrahams early?
Yeah, it's always possible between these two sides. A lot of it comes down to just the draft, obviously, which we'll be going into shortly, and I think that's going to inform us, but I think it's likely.
And of course, we got to highlight one individual from the Abrahams. ZP officially made his prediction in the chat. TDK made his pick as well. Do the observers agree? Everybody loves the cat. ABL, your player of the match. Let's take a look at the Calico. What does ABL bring to this game? Because I've been told he's got some good aim. He's got some big numbers next to his name. What does he do with the cat lady?
I mean, just goes incredibly aggressive at punishing opportunities and finding ways to get out alive in most cases that most people are like, wait, how in the world did you do that? But that's what Calico does as a hero right now. Calico pushes limits and sort of invades zones that you think you might otherwise be safe in, and expect ABL to chase that down. ABL gets punished for it, but it's the mentality you gotta have. Also, totally random thought, but Calico is going to go wild as soon as skins come into the game, and you can buy skins for Ava. Like, it's gonna be everywhere. That's what
like just match your cat in game with what you got at home. That is going to do it for game number 1. We have a best of 3 around the corner. Shout out to the amazing observing team, and Knock always gets left out. So Knock, here's your special shout out on the way to a commercial break. When we come back, we're going to have Lotos out of the action, but Abrahams take the main stage to take on Buff Enjoyers. It's week 10. It's time for their 4th win, right, ZP?
Maybe not. Right now, it would say it's due for Abrahams to come on in, because what usually happens in the eve of a big tournament is that Buff and Joros will go on a slump. They'll start losing on things like Night Shift, and then they'll pull it together at the very end. So if you read the tea leaves, if you're a student of history, I think Abrahams may take it here tonight.
DDK, final thoughts on match number 1 while we get this break ready.
My final thought is let's go to break, Pucky. Let's do it.
Break time. Find some shades. We'll see you in a second. You're watching Deadlock Night Shift. A big shout out to the community over on twitch.tv/Deadlock Night Shift. Big Swami coming in with a prime. We got V8U resubscribing for 2 months at tier 1. They've already been subscribed for 2, making it 2 more. Enjoy stuff. Hit us with the 10 gifted. 99 lives matched it. The hype train kept climbing to a 5. Enjoy stuff with another gifted. Some Tricksta, Zubi, Scallywag, all putting the prime together alongside Zerth, Mini, Geico Lycos. What is that? Roman Gilicos. Yeah, sure. Cattywomp. We got Meep Toss. Dynasty RS gifted 5. Chaos Viro. Thank you for subscribing. And we got 8 seconds till game time. Ladies and gentlemen, shut up, lock in, finish your drink. It's the night shift. Ordered Uber Eats, but then start a bag of your sour worms and then not eat your Uber Eats, because I've done it twice.
You know, I haven't done that much because I haven't gotten Uber Eats in a long time. Where I'm living right now, it's pure suburbia, so I don't actually have the options I had when I was off in LA or Texas or thereabouts. You know, it's very standard where I'm at right now. But the Trolly, they get me through some tough times.
I was going to say, my bag is almost empty over here. DDK is talking about play-by-play. I'm just munching, enjoying the games. You guys could be munching on your own Trolleys. And in fact, you get munched on by some of the pros. Or munch on them yourselves. Get involved with the NA tournament coming up this weekend. $10,000 is on the line. But right now, we turn our attention to the $1,000 match thanks to our friends at Intel. They are here every single week. A fantastic run of shows behind Buff Enjoyers and Abrahams matching up in the grand final. Now, this has happened, I believe, 10 times during our 10 weeks. This is number 10. Buff Enjoyers seem to be growing their lead. DDK, is that your read on this matchup?
That is what the numbers say. If you're a person that respects and believes in numbers, then you would be inclined to agree that Buff Enjoyers have the edge. Do you believe in numbers, Pocket? Do you think they were invented or discovered?
I think they were probably invented by aliens, then gifted to the human beings. What do you think, ZP?
Honestly, I was going to go with discovered, but I'm all in on the aliens. I love myself a good conspiracy theories.
We didn't discover shit. That was implanted into our brains.
I'll go one step further, though. What if the aliens were actually humans? Just like humans that enjoy watching us on Earth, like do whatever we're doing as they sit in their super space mansions. Those are the real aliens.
Was the probing consensual? We'll talk about that later. For now, we got to dive into the Buff Enjoyers versus the Abrahams, ladies and gentlemen. This is your EU matchup with $1,000 on the line. Let's meet our teams. DDK, talk to me about the squad that just won our challenger matchup. The Abrahams rolled over Lotos, ABL, Saint, Tass, Jamside, we're all in the discussion for MVP. ABL ended up winning it with the Calico with no big faces in the game. I expect a frontline. Is he still your player to watch?
I think so. I think Jamside, you got to target the man. You can't allow him to play in Furnace. It will go badly for you. You don't want to allow it. But if you guys are not familiar with these two teams, if this is your first night shift, all you need to know is that each of these players, they're good. They are great. Are they the best? Maybe. Maybe not. We'll see. How about that?
I like that. That's very good. Together, Saf, Jamside. Who's got the best odds of winning MVP in your eyes, ZP?
As I take a look at it here, I think we're kind of due for Together MVP at some point. The question is, though, is Together going to be able to play Shiv, where one of the interesting things when you look at the drafts between Abrahams and Buff Enjoyers is that Buff Enjoyers, I think part of their recent success is that they're really good about denying Abrahams some of their comfort picks, and part of that is making sure that they don't get Shiv under ideal circumstances, and part of that is the fact that you don't get a Kelvin anymore. Like, the idea of getting a Shiv Kelvin lane just isn't a thing because Kelvin gets permabanned regardless of who is playing, and I don't think Buff Enjoyers is going to change up that aspect of their success here tonight.
Let's take a look at their competition for the Abrahams. They go by the name of Buff Enjoyers. You might have seen them as Virtus Pro, and everyone is begging for the player on the far right, aka Zergy, to cosplay as Mina. But let's talk about it. Is he still the hard carry? Is the trackball wizard your player to watch, DDK? If not, who do you have eyes on?
I mean, actually, Zergy has actually come into his own a little bit more by kind of changing his role, by being on Mina a lot more. You know, we're seeing a lot less Seven. We're seeing less of that kind of pacing to the game, and he's actually looked pretty good on it. So we'll keep my eye out for Zergy or Mina in this matchup. It's definitely something that he'll be pretty strong on. I think, you know, Hoot's an interesting one because something that we have seen is that, you know, Hoot can play pretty much everything, and he is a pretty nasty Grey Talon. And Grey Talon's kind of been falling off, so I'm kind of curious if we'll see that as a hit today, ZP.
If we do see the GT, I think it's going to be later in the draft. I don't think anything is going to change from the prowl that we've been seeing of get things like Infernus, Mina, and Pocket early. Those three seemingly you're very top with a smattering of Doorman and Calico on top. I think where these drafts get a little bit interesting is when you get to the back end and you start wondering, okay, do you play something like a Wraith or a Page or Yamato or even a Geist, for example? I think Geist also has a reasonable chance of showing up here today. So I think the beginning of the draft is going to be pretty straightforward between both teams, but the differentiation will happen on the back end side.
I like that my camera just auto jumps around. I was going through the notes here. Hard carries in the past. Holistic, Zergy, Obikim won an MVP from us in the past. So looking at their lineup, Listic gets to a victor or not? Is that his most dangerous character in the current meta, ZP? What do I want to avoid? Because Listic's been the guy who can play it all.
All data indicates, both Listic's stream, his gameplay history, and also anything you get from scrims, is that Listic has become just the Victor Whisperer, and it actually may just be a permaban coming in from Abrahams deciding, no, we don't want you to play Victor, because I don't think Abrahams themselves necessarily wants to do a bunch of Victoring themselves, but if they leave it on the table, I think Buff Enjoyers may take Victor every single time. So yeah, I think Victor, something Listic very much wants to play, but I don't think Listic will necessarily get the chance to play it depending on how the picks and bans go.
It's about 60 seconds to get through these first two bans, so take that minute to go find out, do you have Amazon Prime? If so, please use that Prime subscription on the show. $0 to Amazon, all the money to our production crew, and Infernus Jamside is getting targeted out of the gates, DDK. Or is that against himself? What's happening here? I'm confused. Why get rid of an Infernus?
So they just don't. So they just don't want. They know that Infernus isn't going to be priority number one, but they want to prevent Buff Enjoyers from being able to have it because they know Buff Enjoyers will probably steal it away from Jam's side, and it is such a strong carry pick at this point in time. But I feel like it makes sense. I mean, ZP for me, it's pretty correct to value Infernus that highly.
It is, but now, I mean, this sort of ban setup here, I thought they would have banned the Victor as first, and then you expect the Kelvin ban to come in, but now you either have to pick the Victor or you give it up in turn. Oh, there it is. The pick it. They're just like, actually, we're going to be picking it, and, who knows? It's either going to be probably Together or ABL on it, if I had to guess.
Well, I was seeing some people in chat saying who playing Vindicta. That's another interesting one. We actually started to see Vindicta coming back a little bit last week as well. That's something else we didn't talk about. So many changes week to week.
Celebrating. Absolutely. Pocket is a first pick. Good move, bad move, ZP. Last time it made it to round 2.
I mean, it's just been high consistent value for the teams that have been playing it, whether it be ABL on the Pocket or Hoot on the Pocket. Pocket just remains one of your biggest threats of getting a team fight to go in your favor. Also, the number one thing that I'll go to the observers be like, I want Pocket Cam to the point of just like, okay, what's your interest in Pocket right now, ZP? All he says is like, I need to see how many people get hit with Affliction. But Doorman comes in second. Service is on the rise.
Which is kind of crazy because I looked at the Pocket numbers. That was 7 wins to 2 losses. Doorman has a losing win rate here on Night Shift. So DDK, what are they trying to get out of this guy? It looks like in the most recent games, 3-2 for the Door Bro.
Yeah, I mean, Doorman's interesting because he was one of those heroes that when he came around, we all kind of assumed that he has such a high skill ceiling that it will take time for players and teams to figure out both how to integrate him, how to build him, and so on. And I think that is really, honestly, what we've been seeing. And Doorman has a lot of utility, a lot of good setup, a lot of good, burst damage, being able to take people out of a fight with the ult. All of these things are really important tools. And And as I say all of that, we get the Calico and we get the Mina coming out for Abrahams.
Yeah, as I look at it here, now I kind of wonder what the back end of the draft is going to look like in terms of front end, stuff that's still outstanding here. I mean, maybe a Paradox would make sense for buff enjoyers. I would be shocked if Paradox got to mid-stage bans without being... Okay, it's not picked. BE, go with what's probably going to be the Obakim Haze. Surely, I would think in response here, Abrahams may end up banning the Paradox because buff enjoyers could still get it after mid-stage. But if buff enjoyers doesn't want to run at all, they would ban it here.
He's coming in. It is a bit of a EU special, isn't it? So okay, Yamato gets banned. So I'm still gonna say I like Yamato. I feel like it sounds the best.
Yeah.
The Tobro.
But it's interesting because I'm actually curious who's going to get the Paradox here, because somebody's going to get Paradox. Surely ZP, like somebody's going to get it. I wouldn't expect that Abrahams would they ban it? Yeah, they could ban it.
No? Okay, so
I don't want to help you.
by the way, the Abrams stocks have just gone so incredibly far down, and I did a little bit of digging as to why that'd be the case, and it's just been basically blamed on the rebuttal changes. You go rebuttal and close quarters, you take way less melee damage, and potentially just turn things around on either Billy or Abrams, which is why they've dropped a bit in pick priority. But as I say that, Abrams gets picked up anyways, so still valuable, just not quite as early in the draft.
Shiv is also still available, and there's no reason to think the Shiv stocks should be any lower than they were last week, I don't think. So I could see a Shiv being a feature on Abrahams here as well. Potentially, they already have Victor that does somewhat of a similar role, and also Calico is somewhat of a bruiser, but there is the Paradox. We talked about how high priority that really should be. But Viscous is also still on the table here, ZP as well.
Yep. Yeah, and I mean for BE, you look at hero pool wise, I think they still could have Demov on the Viscous. That makes sense hero pool. I think Shiv is probably unlikely for Abrahams. I'm not 100% sure who's playing what, but I feel like it would be together on the Victor, and it would be ABL on the Calico. So that means maybe you're not going to actually see the Shiv at this point.
I didn't even think about that. So together was going to be on the Victor. That's going to stop Listic from playing his Victor. So buff enjoyers, where do you put Listic is my question.
Got to be the Abrams, the one and only. I mean, they do have a little bit of versatility where they can not have Listic on Abrams, but you look at the past month of play, it's Listic on Abrams, the one and only, but hasn't been his chosen hero over the Victor in recent times.
And who is the doorman? Because that's who chat wants to watch according to YouTube. I just checked it out. There's been a lot of requests for doorman strats, doorman builds. Who is the doorman to watch, do you think, as Paige is going to make her way in? So we got doorman and Paige on the same lineup here for buff enjoyers in the EU final.
Who does Obakim play? Is he going to play Hayes or is he going to play Paige?
Paige.
I think Obakim's going to be on the Haze. I think Paige is going to be Sherrick. Sherrick has been Mr. Phil for buff enjoyers, where buff enjoyers, every team it feels like has that one player who's just like, you play the thing no one else wants to play, and for BE, it's Sherrick. And last week, Sherrick was the sacrificial Paige of, I'm going to die first in every team fight, but I used all my abilities, so I don't care. That was the Sherrick role.
Sinclair is going to be player number 12 as all will be locked in. We're about to jump into our EU finals. Chat, let's get your predictions on the board. Who are we feeling in this one? Are you going with the Abrahams with the upset this week after getting taken down, I believe, 5 maps in a row? It could be 6 in a row. I'll get that official from our team, but this is at least 5 in a row. They have been dominating the Abrahams lately. Is this the new meta, ZP, that things switch up?
I like the Abrahams draft more here. I also think that Abrahams is just kind of due to go through. I mean, I think Sinclair is like the one question mark, where Sinclair is still like ungodly powerful early, but does fall off a bit late. I don't know. Overall, though, I think the Victor may just be too good, and I like Abrahams here.
Sinclair may have the lamest attack. Do you agree, disagree? Let me know in the chat. We got buff enjoyers, Abrahams. Ding, ding, ding. Round 10 between these squads. It's the night shift. TDK and ZP on the mic.
Yes, this will be really interesting. I think Sinclair is ZP, a hero that's been a little underlooked. I know you're talking about his power level, but it is a hero where I feel like you can build him in a lot of interesting ways. And given the synergies that could exist with the rest of the squad, Yeah, I could see Dorman rather Sinclair being a really fun pickup, and also obviously being able to steal like the big ults is never not good.
Yeah, and I mean Sinclair also I feel like is a candidate for hero of okay, maybe people just underrated him after some nerfs. It's like, by the way, the kid is still really good. I mean, Rabbit Hex, one of the best CCs in the entire game. But Dan, we're into the laning phase here, and okay, the Paige Abrams lane, that's interesting to me because that was something that was theorized for a while of just like using Paige to let Abrams go hyper aggressive in lane. And I really want to see like BE how they make this work.
Yeah, and it's been pretty common. I imagine we'll see it too. That with Paige, you can basically get a double shield. What's the item called? It's escaping me right now. But the item that gives. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you can just double that up with your shield ability, and you know it's very hard to kill anyone. And I don't know if we'll see like the split shot or anything like that, but you can actually build Paige in such a way where she actually gets very respectable damage as well. Especially if you're able to get some of the lockdown, you get a charge into the stun, the Page's stun, and suddenly like it gets kind of scary in the damage output territory. So yeah, super interested in that lane as well.
No, Paige, I think right now is quite strong. Her biggest sin is that she's not Kelvin as far as support stuff goes, because Kelvin is just way too good as given by the permabans. But already things getting a little bit hot and heavy. Take a look at middle here, and Hayes a bit low, I believe, being played by Obakim. So the middle pressure coming in from the Victor Paradox surprisingly strong from Abraham so far.
Hoot Doorman, yes, of course. But it is interesting to some extent, ZP, just because Hoot does have a very good pocket, and pocket is such an important factor on the team. But something I think we learned about Hoot a while ago, if you compare Hoot to ABL, is I forget who described it now. Maybe you'll remember, but we had an exit interview with one of the players, and they said how Hoot and ABL, very different players. Hoot's kind of the carry that's thinking about the team always, and ABL is the carry that thinks about himself always. Was kind of how they were drawn in different lights.
I don't remember who said that, but that does seem pretty accurate. There was one meta, I'm trying to remember what ABL is playing, where the hero absolutely should not have had much farm, and ABL is just, I'm going to get farm. Charge, though, connects. Saint goes for the parry after, of course, not in time, and eats a pretty big HP tax off in the left lane, and Saf, the one playing the Victor, not together as we thought. Super low in lane, which, not surprising. Victor is a little bit better after buffs, but the laning phase in Victor can sometimes be a bit precarious, Dan.
Yeah, it really can be. It's very easy to misjudge fights against Victor. I'm really curious how some of these lanes are going to go, CP, because the Mina lane on the left side, I don't know if this is a good lane for Mina. I think the point you made previously about how Mina really needs to have a good start. Because Mina is like one of the strongest laners, but you kind of have to convert on that. Otherwise, as you said, it kind of feeds the famine a little bit. You can't really activate your gameplay and get your power spikes in at the relevant times. So this is interesting to me. That's Jamside. Is he going to be able to find success in this lane?
It's going to be difficult because a lot of the times the target that Jamside's going to have to actually land love bites on is going to be a shielded Listic, which is not necessarily ideal. I mean, normally you get lane dominance as Mina because things are in line of sight, you get love bites, people have to play more defensively, but if you get a Paige shield on you, you don't actually care if a love bites gets procced, especially if you have an opportunity to land a charge while the other side is going for it. So it's somewhat of a problematic lane for Jamside for sure.
And actually, now that I think about it, if you add a Spirit Shield in there early as well, those love bites are never really going to do much to you as Abrams. So, yeah, very interesting. I wonder if there's any lane swaps on the cards, but we'll see how it plays out. In the meantime, we're checking out mid here, where we do see the haze. It is indeed Obikim on that haze, and as you said, rightly, Sharik on that page. Just to confirm that now we can see the players' names.
I just imagine Lightbringer walking in and going, "Hey, Sharik, I got great news for you." What's that? You're playing Paige. It's like, I miss the days when I was carry warden, man. Like, where did my life lead me to this? But Sharik also played Paige really, really well last week, so it's all fun and games with ABL. Able to get onto Zergy as you take a look at what's going down in the right-hand side.
There you go, the fight for the bridge buffs here, and a little bit troublesome for Listic, able to use Seismic Slam to try to escape, but I don't know about this one. Ooh, that's very, I don't know what tech that is, but it almost worked out potentially. But Listic will fall indeed. But Listic, got the buff at least, so he died with the buff. So I suppose that's a small consolation.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what sequence of events happened there, but that is a little bit ridiculous. Doesn't get Listic out of danger, but still swapping back over into mid. Right now, just seeing Buff Enjoyers a little bit on the back foot from the pressure from Victor and Paradox. Overall, though, not the worst start from Abraham's here so far here, Dan.
Totally. It's looking pretty even for both teams. You've got a slight edge on Guardian damage for Buff Enjoyers on the left lane, where that's the Abrams and Page lane. You can see right now Buff Enjoyers are receiving some Guardian damage here on this mid lane. This is where Victor is, and Saf's performance of Victor is going to be pretty critical. We've, as you said, have seen such an uptick of play on Victor, such a switch in priority of late. It's going to be fun to see what Saf can do with that early start.
Looking on the right-hand side, kind of a difficult lane for the Geist pocket to deal with, in the sense that, the Mo is going to be relatively self-sustaining, and if you do get low, Calco is one of the heroes that can actually punish the both of them, so, more defensive lane for Pocket Geist than, perhaps you would usually expect, but, taking a look here, the Victor Paradox lane actually starting to wear down the middle Guardian a bit, seeing Haze Doorman pushed back, so Abraham's arguably getting a little bit more success in this lane than some may have thought coming in.
Yeah, it's very good progress for a middle lane, and we've talked about it so much, how the middle lane is really the most valuable lane to get of the early Guardians, typically speaking. There we go, get some fight coming back from Hoot there, using the cart to put some pressure on Saf, on Victor. And Victor, it's so difficult to move around in these lanes. It's going to be able to maintain the forward position. This Guardian really seems like it is going to go down in the next minute or so. Ooh, big damage to the pursuit onto Hoot. And just look at this. There's so much damage output from Victor, just standing his ground with ease as Saf. And again, it feels like Buff Enjoyers are in a really good spot at this point. Ooh, nice snipe there for some more chip damage.
Also, in terms of other lanes, Dimov and Zergi, both not the healthiest on the right-hand side. Together's paid a little bit of health tax too, but they're both in the range that ABL could just dive and take down either one of them. It's actually very, very scary on the right-hand side right now when you're that low versus Calco. But now, Saf gonna get the ult charge burned out, but it's not quite a pick, because guess what? You're at 34, or well past the 3400 stage, and Saf just says, all right, take my ult.
Okay, so just taking some stock here. It does seem like Jamside's been able to hold his own in terms of that early lane, but just not really able to convert too much against the Listic Page. But as long as you can kind of go even, it's not the worst thing in the world. We do, of course, have all these Sinners coming up here now as we see Saf beating away at one. Obviously, priority going to Victor in this case on that Sinners. The shenanigans with the door. Coming on through from Hoot, trying to disrupt in mid. And at the same time, the best progress, just looking at the map here for Buff Enjoyers, is that left lane. That's the Guardian that's the weakest here. And look, here is the pursuit coming on through ABL onto Dimov there on the pocket. Very hard to chase down the pocket, and it will not be successful here.
ABL is one of the only players, Dan, where I could look at that and wonder, is he about to dive the walker for this pocket? Like, how bloodthirsty is ABL? And I truthfully did not have an answer, but overall game state, Abraham's lanes have looked phenomenal here thus far. BE down about 7k here already. Now though, Listic looking for the first Guardian here. The Buff Enjoyer is going to get Nox Nostra to the face for the attempt. Ends up dodging out of the rallying charge. Guardian ends up going down, so the rotate from Buff Enjoyers gets the Guardian down.
Big fight there as well. Oh, 500 souls collected by Listic off of the back of that kill. And suddenly, that's going to definitely put more of a dent into the lead as we go down to 5k from what was it, like 9k very briefly ago before that Guardian went down. So some good recovery from Buff Enjoyers as we see the wall jump. And we'll see the Magician against the hulking Madman. That is Listic there with the charge. The melee is connected, and it's a fight over the buffs here at the 10-minute mark on this bridge, as we'll see buff enjoyers bring quite a few players to this, as will Abrahams, and that Urn is also up on this left side, so big fight over that one, looking for that control. ABL in with the ult there to pressure Listic away, charge in melee, and try to get the seismic slam on, but gets denied.
Demops coming in, maybe about to drop an affliction. Looking for the opportunity for now. Just raw chase down on the ABL. Plenty of HP to finish that one off. Still ult in reserve. But while this was going on, Dan, it was Saint that was able to just go in, grab the urn, give control of it to Abrahams. And Abrahams now control the urn's destiny as it moves over to the other side of the map.
Yeah, very sneaky indeed there from the Magician. And that lane control on the right side is not that bad for buff enjoyers. They've got the lane fairly pushed thanks to Hoot's efforts. But of course, you know, Saf's on the other end of that too. So it remains to be seen what happens to this Earners. There's a fight breaking out in mid. The swap comes on through that gets pushed straight deep into a cluster there on the mid lane. And it's actually going to allow Abrahams to fall away.
Listic just getting the freebie there, gets swapped in and still on the exit. Pins 2, does enough HP damage to disincentivize the chase. But still, Urn in control by Abrahams. Now getting closer and closer to the turn-in. And now for BE, you kind of look at the game state here. Do they just trade mid-Guardian for Urn? That may be the case here, Dan, when you look at how they're positioned. 3 stacked in mid and only a Doorman off near the Urn.
Yeah, some annoying pressure in mid there, but yeah, it doesn't seem like there's too much bother here for Abrahams, although Doorman is going to try to make a quick work of this situation, be as annoying as possible, trying to delay the Urn turn in. And now teammates are coming along here, so this delay has actually been good enough here from Hoot on the Doorman, as his teammates now start to look to deny this one into the Paradise Hotel, back into your own hotel. How do you like to stay? What is it on TripAdvisor? I don't know, but Hoot comes out fairly swiftly here to meet the rest of his team, and they're looking good here to get the turn in. It's absolute shenanigans here still across this Urn deposit, as the ult is triggered for Saf as he goes down there on the spot, and it's surely looking better now for Abrahams. They've got so many players in position here, ZP. Now we get the combo as well on the back of that to further secure this for Abrahams.
Did Listic just get away at 22 HP? Listic still getting chased down. ABL finishes it. Does not lose any opportunity to finish his plate. The Urn now going to be grabbed by Abrahams towards the very end. It has been a very long fight caused by magnificent delay from Hoot, but it's not quite enough in the end. Abraham is able to re-consolidate, and at the end of it though, Dan, it's only a 5k difference between both teams.
Yeah, it's really stabilized since I think that moment where you were mentioning, I think it was even before the 9-minute mark, where it's like a 9k difference, which is kind of concerning, but it you know, went back to a 5k difference, and it was in about a couple of minutes and it stayed there. So yeah, it's definitely looking like things are stabilizing a little bit here, and which is really fun. You know, these two teams can often provide some of the closest matches that we get at Night Shift. And whilst all this has been going on, it's worth mentioning that this player on your screen, Jamside, the Mina, has actually been managing to farm up, which is really, of course, Mina's job at this stage of the game, to try to get ahead.
We shift off into the middle, combo out onto the pocket. One of the few things that can lock down a pocket for a longer period of time. Quick parting gift from D-Mob says, I'm gonna get out here, heal, but have some frogs as I'm on the way out. But the thing that worries me a little bit for BE here is I don't love the BE late game by comparison. Saf is going to become a monster eventually. Same with ABL, and you know, you kind of look at here, do you expect BE to be on the same level? I mean, you have characters that are reasonable late, but nothing really on the same level as a late game victor. So I feel like, Dan, even though Buff and Jewers is behind, there's actually pressure on them to not only turn this around quickly, but get ahead before we get in the turbo late game, because I don't love their comp if we get into 30 minutes and Abrahams is even or especially ahead.
Yeah, that's a great call out. It's going to be very challenging, but we'll hold that thought for the moment. We get the Guardian attempt coming in here. Became able to take that one down, and there's a quick visitor to the Baroness Hotel. And here we go. We get the stun times on the exit. That should be enough to finish off Saf. The ult is down, so it could be converted into a kill. As looks like Saf is able to maybe get out of there. Get some assistance from his teammates, and who is barely escaping with his life.
It's kind of one of the downsides about Hotel Guest is that you have all this time to set up a, Jujutsu Kaisen level jumping, but also on the same note, the other team has plenty of time to get over there to rescue, and that was more of the latter coming in, and now the after effects still in play. Sherrick unable to get away from some of the later chase down. Abraham's getting another chunk ahead on the game, 10K here so far, as the next earn is in progress, but arguably a little bit too far ahead here, Dan. The timing of the fight means that this has to go into enemy territory. It was just barely at the threshold.
Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, it might afford Buff Enjoyers some extra breathing room. I don't think the game is such that Abrahams would want to go for that, maybe threaten it to kind of manipulate the rotations of their opponents a little. And then maybe be able to exploit that positioning. That to me feels like the most likely thing. I can't see them trying to go for this. There is a lot of farm on the map at the moment. We did just get both bridge buffs as well that have been picked up. So I can see them trying to just position their opponents with this ZP more than go for the actual deposit.
Also in team fights, kind of worth noting here as we were looking at Obikim, we'll hold the phone. We're looking at Listic, who's just getting pounded off here in the middle lane and nearly goes down. Somehow able to get away. In fact, Together goes down for the attempt, so that opportunity shifting away. But I was just going to say is that Obikim is kind of on anti-Mina duty, going to the early slowing hex on the Haze, and clearly in the idea of, okay, if we jump on Jam side, how do we punish? And, well, shutting down Mina's 2 is a key part of that.
Indeed, so that Urn will be taken back to the base. The base. Don't know if I can speak English anymore. It's too difficult. But it's somewhat of a respite, I think, as for both sides. Just some jungling going on here. But there's not much jungle left at this point. So it feels like the skirmishing is about to begin once more here. And we are still at that 5k difference, CP. So still like managing to maintain that difference. But it's kind of like you said, right? I think you framed it really well. The late game for Buff Enjoy is not quite as nice as it is for Abrahams, which makes them quite reliant on a very good affliction to open up these fights.
Zergy and the Geist, and Zergy being the one to get the most farm, it kind of gives a little bit insight into how Buff Enjoyers want to play this, thinking, okay, Geist is reasonable versus a Victor in the late game, which has to be part of the calculus, which, in terms of frontline presence, the ability of the swap, I mean, may not be the worst read, even though we haven't seen as much of Geist recently. So, kind of look at the Zergy versus Saf dynamic is one that's interesting to me. But also, got to feel bad for Saint right now, whose entire duty is babysitting the Urn.
True. It's not really fun. It's not really all that fun. The Urn should have a conversation with you, because he kind of talks. He says some stuff. But I feel like they should make it like, they should put the chat GPT in the Urn. You can just have like full conversation.
Well, Tass gets sent to the Baroness, but may have his own escape. Looking at the minimap, does get clear. Saint, meanwhile, I feel like Saint hasn't really done a lot of movement out of that part of the map, where Saint will hold on to the Urn for a while, drop it, do a creep camp. Has just been held prisoner by the Urn, Dan, for the last 4 minutes or so.
Yeah, it's kind of depressing. Kind of depressing. There's a burden. A burden he didn't ask for. The one that he must carry. Seismic Slam from up high. And is there anything to be found here? There is the affliction coming on through. That shielding has been triggered there for Listic as he stays in that front line. We do get a reposition now here for Buff Enjoyers. After all said and done. Okay, there we go. There's the affliction. Observer's catching that one, so we get to see that health tick away for the moment. And that's going to send Buff Enjoyers back.
Yeah, I mean, hits 2, gets the ult out of Saf, and wait. Okay, get the ult out of Victor, and you decide we're going to go mid-boss. The timing here, though, is such that I think Abraham's going to be able to get on in, so hold the phone. We are ready for the contest. ABL, Gloom Bombs coming in from above. The commit is here. The rejuve is coming on down, and we got a clone Doorman ult to set the stage here. Abraham's jumping on in, rallying charge. Gives a little bit of disruption. 2 rejuves go the way of Buff Enjoyers, but will the rest of the fight be the same? Abraham's got 1 rejuve. Saf diving over and in on the chase down now on the Victor. It is pandemonium left, right, and center, and BE right now desperately trying to get away. Both rejuve charges already gone, Dan.
Yeah, it was a great result to actually get that mid-boss down, though, and force this big old fight, and it's going to be Abraham's actually retreating somewhat together, and it's Buff Enjoyers that were somewhat on the pursuit, which I think, after you let the dust settle on that one. I feel like that was actually such a great call for buff enjoyers, because now they don't have to worry about that mid boss. They are able to get this this urn into, oh my goodness, the threshold there for that comeback urn. They must have been right on the cusp. I can't believe this is not a neutral urn.
No, it was the same urn as before. It was just
right.
They literally, Sherrick was able to catch it just a moment before the reset. So it's the same urn as before, now rotated over, because if it was a fresh urn, it would have been even.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, I forgot how to do numbers, but it looks like Abrahams are turning up to this one. They're not going to allow it to go for free, it seems, at least. How much will they commit, though? There is a good presence here from buff enjoyers, and in fact, yeah, Abrahams will fall back in a way, and this is gonna have the difference close to 1k, which is the closest we've been for quite some time, or 2k, I should say, overall. So pretty tight game, but again, we can't escape that that prognosis that you came up with previously, ZP, of just the scaling is better for Abrahams.
Yeah, and the late game is where things, I think, get a little problematic. I mean, I guess in the end, it kind of depends on how well is the Geist going to perform as your main farm carrier versus the Victor. But another combo coming on out into the rescue beam thereafter, as together is just gonna leave. Gonna burrow into the ground and skip away, Dan.
Yeah, constantly threatening, very threatening Abrahams, but it does feel like this is a good moment in the game for buff enjoyers to try to find something, create something, and in terms of the tools that they have to do that, you know, they don't really have, you know, super clear initiation tools, but okay, well, that is one of them, to be fair. But this is, as you say, it does buy time for the other team to bring players into this one to defend the player that gets taken away to the hotel, and is just a dash straight through the basement there. Who doing everything he can to get out of this one. He is getting bursted down and absolutely mugged by multiple players from Abrahams, and he will fall.
Then his neck broke. Doorman's neck just broke off the swap. I did not realize how devastating the swaps have become in the interim. But one of the interesting things to me is that I wonder if part of the resurgence for Sinclair here is just cloning Doormantle. I think it's one of the more powerful clones that you can use for audience participation, and again, helped sort of tilt the scales there on the counter initiation off the Doormantle.
It's a great point, because especially if you're not putting, you know, points or prioritizing points into the Sinclair's ult, you know, you're still going to get a lot of value from the Doorman ult. You know, it's not going to be like you're picking something that needs, where you need a lot of spirit or gun damage or whatever it might be, and you really need to max it up because it's maybe not going super well with your builds. It just disables an opponent and sets up your team. So I totally agree. That's a good call out. We got another skirmish here on the right side.
And again, it's going to start out with a combo. Listic was going for the teleporter, instead gets the old Mo teleport back to base. A little bit more brutal and definitely more profitable for the opposing team. So clean pickoff for Abrahams. No mid-boss to be up soon to go along with it, but you do get extra territory control when you have the 6v5.
Oh, catching the swap right before hitting the jump pad. Oh, makes it onto the jump pad, but surely doesn't survive this one. Trying desperately there. The warpstone comes in handy. Nice little dash there. The movement up onto another jump pad, and looks like he might be safe. Yeah, actually makes it back to base. I cannot believe it.
That's ridiculous. How is he doing those moves and that footwear on top of it while also looking graceful? That's absurd. But also just Hoot things. I think Hoot, even by the standards of professional Deadlock players, tends to be a little bit more evasive than the norm. Then just add that one into the highlight reel.
Yeah, great movement. And that's actually something that's more and more we're seeing players really perfecting. The wall jump did get nerfed a little bit in the recent patch, which I was quite sad about, but still, you can do so much with it, especially combined with the mantle slides as well. So lots of really cool things that are possible, and that definitely makes for some cinematic moments and daring escapes as we see the Buff Enjoyers team here, mostly on their own side of the map here, cleaning up the creeps. It kind of feels like they lost a lot of presence despite you know, managing to put on a lot of pressure in recent moments, but still, you know, DP, they've done good to hold on, but we still need to see something more. We need to see like a team fight victory. I don't think we've seen that.
Those single pickoffs really hurt your tempo. It was actually Listic who was commenting in Discord a while back saying, with changes that have been made, the respawns over time, there's no such thing as a good death in Deadlock in terms of pickoffs. And the way it was before, like, you know, the ideas of like go in and, you know, dive for objective. I think he noticed like, okay, maybe an exception for a walker dive, but if you lose something like your Abrams for 40 seconds, it does impact what your lane status is going to be, what the jungle ends up being. And speaking of pickoffs here, Abraham's looking for one more. The combo this time out on the Sherrick and has a brutal pickoff that it's not quite in the mid-boss range, but it is answered with the pick on the test, so 1 for 1.
Yeah, pretty huge as both teams collide here on the left side. And I think right now we're going to have Buff and Joyers momentarily outnumbering Abrahams as the pressure comes in. E-shift there for Saf to stay alive just slightly longer there on Victor. Trying to reposition in this fight, trying to back away with the team here. This is a great moment for Buff and Joyce to put the pressure on, get the kills, get a team fight going their way, chasing up onto the roof, forcing the reincarnation here for Saf. Cart goes on through, but it's an escape attempt now for Saf. He's pretty tanky, and he is going to be getting out of there. And after all said and done, it just remains that 1 for 1. Sharik and Taz down. Unbelievably, ZP.
Also, killing Saf is going to be an exercise in misery soon. If you looked at the items he has queued up, he has Transcendent cooldown coming up next with the E-shift. So it's just going to be this death cycle of E-shift into Jumpstart, into, oh, you killed me, I come back up, into E-shift, into Jumpstart. It's kind of a doom cycle, but also, speaking of doom cycle together, trying to burrow away. This time not going to be successful. 2 down from Abraham's res. Mid-boss comes up. That is singing the praises of Buff and Joyers here. But Hoot goes down, gets caught at the shop, and that may hurt some of the mid-boss plans here, Dan.
And we'll have to see if there's a recovery, because this is still a good moment here for Buff and Joyce to take full advantage with that mid-boss up. They just have to execute off this fight, and they get 2 players. Sane and ABL falling for Abrahams, and this has to be a guaranteed mid-boss, surely. Now for Buff and Joyce off the back of this one, as they will go back to the shop. You gotta do your shopping, gotta purchase something here or there. But into the mid-boss next, and that is gonna be the rejuice falling for Buff and Joyce, and this could be the moment where they finally come out ahead in this game.
The interesting thing is that in overall parallel between the teams, they'll get mid-boss, which is huge for the next team fight, but the actual level of fighting is going to be pretty even. It's still a very considerable advantage to have Rejuve, and the reality is that Abraham is probably going to lose at least 2 walkers, if not all of them, by the end of it. But it's a little bit different than the normal setup where you get mid-boss and you're up 20k and now you can end the game. Abrahams is going to have options to defend this.
And can they catch Mina? You can see Jamside trying to be sneaky with it, almost taking down that walker on the left side, but just barely not able to get it. But the troopers actually finish it off instead. So that is actually, that sucks actually for Buff Enjoyers, but we'll see if they can make good off the back of this rejuve. Getting the urn conversion is a good start, but there's definitely a lot more to be done because there's still 3 walkers up. Which one do they choose here? It looks like they could start off with the right side with the creep wave, as that's pretty deep.
Well, why don't you start off with a combo here? You punish some of the addiction coming on in. Now, take a look at Zergy. Under assault from all ends. Swap already used. Silence Wave, though, gonna buy a little bit of time. Saf ends up getting burned down. The reincarnation or the resurrection being used. And meanwhile, you take a look at Listic. Listic's still a little bit under pressure, but gets with his team, able to get away. And when it's all said and done here, Dan, it's a cooldown out of Saf, but otherwise, Abraham's still in an okay spot.
It's honestly crazy that the guys that Zergy survived that. He was getting battered by like what 3 or 4 players and managed with the swap to win the warp stone to be able to actually escape that. Really impressive, and that makes a big difference in keeping the rejuve charge up and just being a constant nuisance hit to Abrahams, who don't have any presence on the map by nature of this rejuve situation. And now we're getting just a bit of cleanup on some of these creeps, and they've got to make a move here soon with these rejuve buffs.
One interesting note, I don't know if they recognize it in this sort of situation, but if they got the first pick off on the Hoot, Hoot wouldn't come back because he was dead when Rejuve came out. But instead, Hotel Guest coming out. Mid-air ABL, though, ABL has pretty good options to get away and should be able to get away here, but does feel the need to use Return the Shadow immediately on exit. Still, another walker down. That's a 2 walker tax coming out against Abrahams because of losing mid-boss when they did. And also, overall, you know, around a 20k swing where Buff and Jewelers was 10k down, Dan now up around 10k. So the power of getting mid-boss after a few picks.
Oh, combo into the Abrams. This could be a huge way to open up this fight. To get this very low as well there on the Mo and Krill. So right now, You know, Buff and Joy still with the rejuve advantage look to clean up this fight completely. They got walkers to deal with afterwards as well. Taz goes down. Big damage out from Zergy as they push everyone from Abraham's all the way back there, inclusive of Saf. And this opens up this walker for the taking. A big moment for Buff Enjoyers as they are 20k plus ahead now on the scoreboard. Not something I thought was going to happen in this game.
I mean, it all just stems from the mid-boss. Get picked up at the wrong time and things progressively get worse. You had 3 walkers up from Abraham's before mid-boss. Now they have 0. And Buff Enjoyers reaping all the souls as a result and not stopping there. 3 still down from Abraham's. The shrines are now on the menu, potentially even first stage patron. And yeah, Saf is up. Saf has ult, but Victor is good. There's a limit to the miracles you can do here when you are playing a 3 versus 6.
This is actually quite a crazy turn of events as the base is getting absolutely pillaged by Buff Enjoyers. They are going to be continuing that pillaging. They've still got 2 rejuves left after all of these fights, and they might just continue this one till end, ZP.
That's a little bit risky. Rejuve is nearly gone, but yeah, they're going in for it. They are all inning the patron. They don't want to deal with the late game victor. Buff Enjoyers, they take the gamble. It's down the half. They just need a little bit more. Abraham's unable to clear them out, and that's BE making the most and then some out of their 1 mid-boss that they get. Normally, I'd say, hey, Puckett, what do you think about this?
Page and
we just need
Puckett.
a moment of silence to think about what we just saw.
That shit was wild. I'm a big fan of the mid boss. Straight into the finisher. If they lost the final fight, was Abraham's coming back or was this one already done?
Oh, I think if you lose the all in there for BE, if you make the call to all in and you don't actually get the patron, I think Abraham's wins 100%. But this was a little bit weird. Normally, BE would not go for the end in this situation. They would play the long game. But I think based on the comps, they didn't want to go to the long game.
Dan, did you just hawk 2 over there?
Is that what they call sneezes these days?
Oh, gotcha. That's what it was going on. We're gonna take a look at some of these highlights. Here's what I wrote down from the chat. Holy shit, Abrams got away. What is Listic doing? Holy shit, Doorman got away. Schmovement God. Holy shit, Door Gunman is busted. Are all those facts, ZP?
Generally, yeah. I mean, Hoot looked incredibly good, both on making Gun Doorman look good, where as people know, if you've done a lot of pubbing, oftentimes you get the gunman and you go, wow, he's not doing any damage. Not the case for Hoot, who not only has great escapes, but also pumps the damage at the same time. And we get another look at the, okay, so I see what happened there. The angle is weird. The swap came in and off the swap, Listic was able to change direction. It just, it was blink and you miss it sort of moment on seeing the swap.
Seismic Slam, swap cancel tech. It's this was kind of crazy. I have to say, like, I think you highlighted this point about how important a death is at this level of play, and I think we really saw a big differences made there. Just with some of those escapes that Puckett was mentioning, that the chat and the community was like pointing out, those definitely were really important escapes that were found, because we saw how impactful just staying alive was, and we saw how many fights, how good these players are at surviving in really important moments. To keep that team in a spot where they can keep pressuring and keep that presence on the map.
Another question was, is this a support haze out of Obi Kim? Is this something you've seen in the past? Is this something new Buff Enjoyers is showing the chat?
They've gone to it in the past. We've seen multiple flavors of Obakim's haze, and yeah, I mean, I think clearly for Obakim, part of this here was equip yourself with the tools to, make a Mina think twice about where they go on the map. Slowing Hex, one of the more effective things at shutting people down. Not also just Mina. I keep mentioning the Mina as the key example, but also pretty important for putting a lid on Calico shenanigans. If you don't build something like Slowing Hex, if you don't have someone focused on CC with silences and that sort of deal, you can just give up way too much freedom to Calico and Mina. So you have to shut it down with your item build or, face the consequences otherwise.
DDK, I love to hate characters that don't get dubs. Paige was on that list last week. She is now in the winner circle again. Is she evolving, or have people just figured out how to build her?
I mean, I think Paige definitely has a pretty great application at this level of play. I think, ZP was talking about it. Because there's so many ways this page can help you to survive or win a lane. Just from the early game and going into the mid-late game, she becomes like pretty strong in terms of setup, and especially if you look at the combo between Paige's stun and in addition to Hoot, who was tooled up to initiate to try to get on top of people, get them in the Baroness Hotel. They come out into a stun, into the cart. It's definitely a good combo.
As we take a look at some of the key numbers, it looks like you had a strong game out of Dimov running that pocket. Great performance from Zergy when it comes to just total souls. We always see him topping that number. And on the other side, Saf, a ton of healing, I should say, on the Victor. What did you take away from the builds? What do you take away from the numbers for everyone on their cell phone, ZP? What are the standouts here on this sheet?
I think you could see why Victor is incredibly highly valued. A lot of these fights, even when Abrahams was losing the fights, it felt like Buff Enjoyers had to get through the hurdle of, okay, take down life number 1 for Saf, deal with life number 2, even just the radius buff on Saf's ultimate, where Victor comes back up. You actually have to respect that, and there were still points where you saw BE eat the stun as Saf came back up to life. Victor is kind of a monster. I would take notes on the build Saf went with here and apply it to your own games, because frankly, I think for the rest of the series, whether it goes to 2 or 3, both teams are going to be first picking or first banning Victor. No
Shout out to everyone on YouTube. They already know ZP has been doing some incredible videos alongside Jason Kaplan. We have our build videos up and running. You guys can check those out, as well as every single interview with any pro we've ever talked to and every ounce of gameplay we've ever put out from the night shift. DDK, I have a feeling this is 2-0. The Abrahams are mentally shook after that loss. They thought they had that game, did they not?
So it's really interesting. So one thing I'll say is that, yes, it was really close and they had the edge, and it looked like on paper they should outscale their opponents. And just the mid-boss timing from Buff Enjoyers, it was the absolute right move, the ballsy move at the right time, and it was pretty much on the nail's edge, the razor's edge as well, because they got only two of the 3 rejuve charges. It was contested. They lost 2 players and used those charges in that fight. So that was a really impactful team fight that they were able to build off of later into another good team fight. So yeah, super on edge for that one. But I don't think Abrahams are going to be out or down or out for the count. But one thing I wanted to make a note of, we didn't talk about ZP, is that there were 4 warp stones bought by Buff Enjoyers, and I felt like that helped a lot in them not dying.
Yeah, Warp Stone, I was kind of noticing that too. It's like, everyone seems to have a Warp Stone in this game, and it's always like on your radar for, is an item too strong? We've been seeing with Spirit Shielding. We saw previously with Veil Walker, which ends up getting hit. If everyone starts buying Warp Stone, you start wondering, oh, is it too good? I mean, Warp Stone is kind of a ridiculous item, especially for the heroes it goes well on. So I think it may have been more just the hero comp and having heroes that synergize well with Warp Stone rather than a new renaissance for everyone getting Warp Stone no matter what.
If our players are ready, I say we jump right into this next game. No break needed, but if the players need to do what EU players tend to do between games, we're going to a break. Solomon, how we feeling? I can't. We're still waiting for the drafts. We're just hanging out. All right, ZP, DDK, while we're waiting, we should remind everybody that Intel has been a fantastic partner. They've been here over the last 8 weeks, and since then, we have given out $8,000 to NA, $8,000 to EU. The prize money in Deadlock is going up, and we are taking it up another notch with our friends at Trolly. If you haven't heard enough about it, here is the message that you guys should be sharing on Twitter. Deadlock has an open tournament. You can sign up right now, and North America has the pressure to get into it first because ZP, their tournaments this weekend, $10,000 are handed out on October 19th.
That's right. All the action starts on Friday with the qualifier day into our broadcast days on Saturday and Sunday. The biggest tournament ever in North America Deadlock. It's all happening this weekend. And again, signups do close tonight at midnight or 11:59 Eastern. So 1 minute before midnight is when signups close because we got to give people their matchups and everything for tomorrow because the first match day is on Friday. So consider yourself warned. We dropped the warning in our Discord. We dropped it basically everywhere we could. But yep, get your signups in or forever hold your peace.
Shout out to our new friends over on youtube.com/Deadlock Night Shift with an @ symbol in the front, of course. I saw someone saying, holy shit, there's competition for Deadlock already. To be honest, there's not a ton of teams. So now is the time to get in. If you and the bros have been running ranked, you feel like you could compete with some of the best at the top of the game, well, you can get in for free, the entry, thanks to Trolly. Opportunity to play them on the big stage. ZP and DDK, I haven't even told my family that I'm working this weekend. Do you know what time we're live for Saturday and Sunday, ZP?
Yeah, we are kicking things off at 1 p.m. Eastern on Saturday and 1 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. It's going to be a lot of matches to be broadcast. On our broadcast, it's going to be 1 BO1 and then 3 BO3s on Saturday, and then Sunday will be just 3 BO3s as we get into the playoff bracket. Either way, it is going to be a ton of Deadlock, all within the North American region. And when you think, man, that was pretty cool, well, guess what? The week after, we're going to be going directly into EU, which has even more teams signed up. Just a fantastic 2-week stretch here in Deadlock.
DDK, do you know who JVX_ is?
No, I don't.
He says you effing suck, but he wasn't brave enough to type out the effing part. I'm gonna ban him from the channel anyway. Get him out for life. Random bans is how I entertain myself while we wait on the players to draft. I'm told that is coming up as soon as we can. We will get that in front of your face. Takeaways from the last draft, DDK. Who's the most impactful hero that made it through?
That's an interesting one. I think that's up for debate. I want to say Victor, but it's hard to say Victor because he was on a losing team. But I think we talked a lot about that. But I still want to say Victor. I'm going to say Victor. Is that the right answer? I don't know.
DDK, you agree? Or sorry, ZP, do you agree with DDK?
No, honestly, I think we should have went to there as like, Dad, do you agree with yourself? And then we just get this entire thing where Dan starts like disagreeing with us. Like, actually, Dad, you're wrong. But overall, I agree. I think Victor looks ridiculous at the moment. And I don't think there's any way around it, really, if you have first pick, because the problem is if you don't ban a Victor or a Kelvin, if you're first pick, you're guaranteed a Victor or a Kelvin. And in this case, BE, they have first pick and they ban Victor, which means Abraham's the only choice they have. The only winning choice is to ban Kelvin, or else it's a throw.
Oh boy. You guys keep chatting about the draft. I'm going to keep banning nerds. This is my favorite game. It's like whack-a-mole. They just keep coming, DDK. They make a new name. At least Prime on the way out.
I'm cool with people telling me that I suck, but I guess you guys got to worry about Pocket. You can say
wait.
You can worry about Pocket, man.
Abraham's
you don't attack my friends. Doorman. They don't want the gun doorman no more.
But Kelvin exists. Abraham's, what have you done? I get like who was scary, but surely Kelvin is scarier now at a bare minimum. Coming in here, one of your first 2 picks probably has to be a Shiv, or you're giving up a Kelvin Shiv lane. I guess you're okay with that if you're Abrahams. You like playing Shiv, but man, oh man, I don't love the start of the draft for Abrahams.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting, but obviously Abrahams, they had such an issue with the doorman setups coming out from those crazy warpstone like super light speed setups off of that. They just didn't want to deal with it, I guess. So we'll see if that's going to pay off. They do get Infernus out of this as well, and they'll get the second pick. But yeah, do they pick the Shiv? I mean, Shiv is pretty highly prioritized right now, so it doesn't feel as good as, or rather as bad as before. I think he's just frozen, or is he holding that?
I think he's holding it. Yeah, ZP. Oh, yeah. It's like when vapes first came out. He's trying to hold it as long as he can at the lunch table.
No, my OBS froze is what happened there. So I'm fixing
I don't believe you, ZP. That is your frozen face and you're a ventriloquist. We're all impressed by ZP face. Can we just get Dan's face on the big screen here, Solomon? I mean, let's pay the bill, shall we? Ban D's nuts, Puckett. I can't do that one. That was pretty good.
Okay, I'm back.
Chat is having fun. ZP is back. Pocket is in once again. Is Pocket gonna be as impactful as Demov was last game? You have a Kelvin Shiv for the buff enjoyers. I feel like you made some crucial mistakes here, Abrahams.
Get a Yamato.
Okay, I got stun locked a little bit by my camera freezing in more ways than one, but mentally going back on this, Abrahams, what the hell? You just gave up Kelvin Shiv lane. We've established you don't do that. that has already put them in a tough spot where, at a minimum, okay, you've got an Infernus pocket. It's probably a kind of a rough game for Shiv as a result, or at least it would be if you didn't have a Kelvin backing him up.
But at least they secure like the pocket. I mean, Infernus Pocket and Yamato are like some of the premium picks that you would want against the Kelvin, and so that tracks. That makes sense. They banned the Page as well, Dorman and Page. They banned the entire combo, which is actually hilarious. Okay, so that's interesting. You know, if that was central to Buff Enjoyer's game plan, cool. They got to adapt, but they're adapting with the Kelvin ship. I totally agree with you, ZP. It's definitely bold, but hey, I love it.
I have a request from production. This is passed on by chat. Can we get the Frozen ZP officially as an emote? We're approaching 800 subs. If we hit 800, we should unlock a new emote. I feel like we should waste it on a ZP face. Chat, you guys agree? Let me know as we get back to the discussion about the Tobro, Yamato, the Conehead lady. TDK, why has she been banned or picked in the top 6 every time?
Sorry, who? I got unlocked as well.
The Conehead lady.
What did you get
Yamato.
So much?
Yamato.
Yeah, she's just come back into favor. Obviously, a really good frontline brawler, someone that can chase down. And in this particular game, in particular, I think it's really important because up against Kelvin, if you get domed, you can pop the shadow transformation. You can kind of survive and tank through it, and so you don't get as wrecked. And it's a similar prospect with Pocket as well. It's harder to capture him and trap him because he has a variety of ways to kind of waste time or get out. So definitely, good way to potentially deal with that. But, Mina's coming in as well here, ZP. And, Mina did work out pretty well has worked out well for teams in general of late. And definitely denying that out for Zergy as well.
Yeah, I mean, the early game for Abrahams is actually looking reasonably fearsome here. I mean, obviously one lane is going to be quite in pain dealing with Kelvin Shiv. But I'm curious what the back end is going to look like here. I think the fact that you saw Paige get banned, I don't know why that would actually be a thing. I don't think there's any world where you'd run both Kelvin and Paige together. I get it. Paige was super, super effective at being a menace for the mid-boss fight that went against them. But on the same note, it's just, I don't think you need the Bandit when the other team had already picked Kelvin. They weren't going to pick both, but instead they grabbed the Haze at the very end. Again, I think that's just they want to play it. It's not so much a deny pick because I also don't think Obikin was going to go Haze in this situation.
Play the Mo here, right? Then you give up the holiday to Buff Enjoyers. Oh, they go Bebop. Interesting.
That's saying it's 2 and the Abrahams have beefed this draft. Do we agree, ZP? You have been grinding the game this week. You have seen the current meta.
I like
chat wrong? Are they tripping?
No, I think this is pretty bad. This is pretty rough for Abrahams. I think anytime you give up Kelvin, you are asking for punishment. And giving up Kelvin and Shiv together, the onus is on you to somehow make it work on the other side. And realistically speaking, Abraham is going to be hoping for Buff Enjoyers to screw up at some point. And the problem is that Buff Enjoyers doesn't usually screw up in a way that would let a Kelvin Shiv game go to the wayside. It's not impossible. Anything can happen. But to me, I think Abraham's is starting with one foot in the grave.
We gotta give a big shout out to the community. Go ahead, DDK.
The major issue for Abrahams I see, because I can see them try to play a pickoff game, but the pickoff game is almost entirely reliant on Bebop because, you don't necessarily want to team fight up close against a Kelvin, but there's so much utility available for Buff Enjoyers to tank stuff, to set up stuff, to just, they have way more versatility. So I don't know, this seems kind of all in to me, GP.
We're going to find out in just a moment. In the meantime, quick shout out to the community. We have Tabby, Tibson, Bano, AJVX. We've got some new clips leaders with Lucas farming up ZP's Frozen Face. Fustav is in the building. Brian SV1, thank you for being here. We got some fresh primes out of Legend of the Greek. Cop it. And Reply Guy 9 is the new clipper with a ton of ZP faces. If you want your own ZP face, head on over to YouTube. You can simply scroll back. You could draw it. You could put it on your wall, blow it up like a fathead. Whatever you want to do with the art is your decision, but the game should be ready by now, DDK. I've been trying to fill, but I haven't seen the screen where it's logo versus logo. EU grand final matchup. Not going to a game 3, says the community, but you think it can. Give me a player to watch, DDK.
I don't know, man. Bebop. I feel like it comes down to the pick potential from Bebop, I think, to set up the team here as CP. I don't know. I don't know. Honestly, I'm starting to run out of ideas for Abrahams. I don't know how to help them. I don't know what their win
We
conditions
haven't
are.
seen them without a paradox either. I feel like they've had a paradox the last 4 times.
I think win condition here is that if Abrahams does get out of the early game intact somehow, I don't think Shiv, even with a Kelvin bodyguard, is like ultra loving getting hit with both Pocket and Infernus at the same time. I think there's worlds in the neutral where the combination of the two actually make things kind of difficult. The problem is that I don't know if Buff Enjoyer is ever going to really fall behind, or Abrahams is going to get to a critical mass of farm when one of their lanes is just going to be getting run over by Shiv Kelvin. Also, you talk about classic lanes. You also got Abrams Vindicta. I mean, this is pulling me back to one of the old one-win bombshell matches where Buff Enjoyer is one of the worst times they ever looked in their VP days was against Abrahams, where they gave up Kelvin, Shiv, Abrams Vindicta. And Abrahams forgot that lesson here somehow and is like, actually, we want to go up against Kelvin, Shiv, Abrams, Vindicta. So 2 of the lanes here are just going to be so miserable for Abrahams. But, we'll see if they can fight out of it.
Just 2 of the 3 lanes are going to suck. They'll totally be fine, Dad. I have faith. Asking the chat who thought who was going to win. Can you guess the percentage, DDK, that went with the Abrahams? Who believes in a game 3? It was
no
12.
believers.
12% have faith. 88% are going with Buff Enjoyer ZP. Is Zergy the difference? Why is everyone feeling the BE way?
I mean, Zergy's just one of the most consistent players you could have in the carry role across the entire game, maybe the most consistent in the entire game, which defies explanation given the fact that he plays with a trackball. What I will say here, though, is that I'm putting 1,000 points, channel points, onto Abrahams, not because I think Abrahams will win, but I think the value proposition is pretty high. I mean, those are some really good odds.
Run down of the night shift. Buff Enjoyers, Abrahams. Can Buff Enjoyers finish it? Or are we going to a game 3? It's a ZP on color for play-by-play. It's the great DDK, the guy from Quake, who then did Counter-Strike, then a bunch of other games. Now he's doing this game because he likes it better.
Is that accurate, Dan?
I don't know.
Is that the accurate DDK?
It's like children, you know, like, yeah, maybe one is your favorite, but you never would say that. And they're also both special and unique and incomparable. And so, you know.
Oh, we know which one has a bigger forehead, Dan. ZP or me. Let's get into this one before I get fired.
Well, Dan, look at the lanes. No real surprise. You got the Abrams Vindicta lane. I think the main surprise is that you put the Abrams Vindicta in the middle. I thought it'd still maybe go to the side lane. And the most consistent lane in Deadlock, arguably the most fearsome lane in Deadlock, the Shiv Kelvin lane up against Yamato Pocket.
I'm still thinking about the draft. I'm still thinking about the draft. Because I feel like we have to trust in Abrahams a little bit that we're going to be able to see, because if you look at the last game, right, we saw a game where it was, I think at the end of the game, it was like 14 kills to 16 kills or something. Like it's a very low kill game, actually, if you think about how Deadlock games can often go. And so maybe, you know, we are seeing a developed way of playing at the top, because this is the top of the top. You're not going to find better Deadlock than these 2 teams right now in the world. And so, you know, maybe there's a way here that Abrahams are able to keep the kill score low in such a way that they're not going to get too far behind and they can start to like get into some of that scaling power, because that's definitely a place where they would do quite well, you know, with the Mina, the Yamato, and the Infernus. And also the Pocket. Like these are 4 heroes that can do some serious stuff late in the game.
Well, I don't know. I think back to the draft. I think the thing that lives rent free for me is that Hoot's Doorman did so much mental damage to Abrahams that Abrahams decided, screw it, give us the Kelvin and Shiv. We would rather deal with that than deal with Hoot on Doorman. So that, if you go by power scaling logic, that is the biggest feat possible for Hoot's Doorman, being arguably the best in the game, if it's going to cause that level of decision making from Abrahams.
Speaking of feet,
the other type of feat,
the blue feet. Yes. Okay, not gonna make it weird, suckers, but I won't. Hope everyone at home appreciates that about me right now. Either way, in terms of looking at the balance of these lanes, anything stand out to you? Obviously, we've got the Shiv Kelvin, the Yamato Pocket. I mean, both of those are heroes that you do want to have a good lane. Both are good heroes 4 laning, but can they deal with the Shiv Kelvin? What are the prospects there, ZP? Because it feels like Shiv Kelvin's still top.
I mean, Shiv Kelvin is still really good. I think they just hope that the Pocket Yamato is going to be able to be at least neutral. I think the part that's a little interesting to me is the Bebop in left, just because Bebop is so commonly played in middle. But also, the pressure on Delistic here might have overstepped his bounds down to 150 HP. Still cannot underestimate the power of Amina in the mid game. So overall, Abraham's conducting themselves quite well in the middle here so far. Not quite getting bullied by what at times has been a very powerful lane in Abrams Vindicta.
Now, it would be really interesting to see Abrahams win this map just for almost a precedent where Kelvin's given away and the Kelvin loses, because I don't think that's ever happened. I think if we ran the statistics, in the current meta, if you give away Kelvin, I think you lose 100% of the time, right?
In recent times, yes. I mean, Kelvin was losing a little bit more as you go into the past, but there's definitely a reason as to why he hit permaban status recently, is that teams just realized overwhelmingly in their scrim data that anytime they messed around and gave up Kelvin, it was ending poorly for them. And part of it, too, is just the lanes that you enable, too. But, oh, speaking of things getting enabled, the pressure on Listic right now. Listic got into an HP hole and just gets raked down. First blood to Abrahams, and, you know, mid lane looking quite good, especially given the, you know, the lane setup it's up against.
Yeah, because Hayes doesn't really have too much of a presence. Maybe you can get some love bite secured off the Sleep Dagger, but other than that, two very squishy heroes. But into the Bebop Infernus lane here. This is, you know, really interesting. You know, in theory, if you get a hook landed, that's a lot of damage output that's going to be able to be, you know, stuck on that player who gets an uppercut, in addition to getting you know, burned by the Infernus. So that's also a strong combo. But the Shiv Kelvin, speaking of strong combos, can't get much stronger than this one. And this is the lane that truly I'm very curious about, as we see, you know, Shiv dancing around. That's going to be Demov on the Shiv. Oberkim probably happy not to be playing Hayes himself.
Yeah, Oberkim off the Hayes jail, as it were. I mean, I'm thinking about once ults come in the fray, obviously Kelvin Dome mitigates a lot of what you're going to be dealing with, but okay, Noxostra just directly applied the Vindicta. No hesitation. Rips Hoot out of the sky. And this is quite good for Abraham. Or the fact that they're contesting middle this evenly, about to open it up. I mean, it can mess with other lanes, even the Shiv Kelvin lane, if you're able to start rotating people over to, you know, overload it.
Especially the Mina. Mina has like very powerful roam potential early in the game if you do get that good start. At this level of play, it seems very hard for the Mina to get such a start, but we're seeing it right here for Abrahams, who I think most will say, in fact, there was a 12%, you know, as far as you guys in the chat voted in terms of win rate there for Abrahams with this draft. But there we go. Shadow Transformation is one of the reasons why Yamato can be nice. You get that extra survivability, not too much survivability, it would seem, as now Pocket will get chased down. ABL looking to try to escape here, just trying to juke around, and looks like he'll be able to get out there with the nope. Okay, looks like Shiv was able to chase him down. Kind of went off screen for a moment there. The chase down is good, and Kelvin Shiv reigns supreme.
I mean, okay, Abrahams, they got the Guardian down, but they did so in a way that it's almost certainly going to cost them their Guardian here in turn. We'll see. A little bit of HP comes off the table as respawns come on in, but I don't, with how that lane was going, I don't know if they need the Suicide Dive it, but Assassinate in from Hoot. Revenge on the menu in multiple lanes here at the moment, Dan, but ABL does chase down Oberkim on the right-hand side.
This mid Guardian is quite weak for buff enjoyers, so that does present an opportunity at a second Guardian somewhat early into the game if we're able to see some more control here. 3 players will come towards this lane, maybe to finish this Guardian off. Hyper Beam is not online for Saint, which would be a very good way to secure that Guardian typically, but 3 players might just be enough here. Charge there to get out, and there we go. Guardian's gone down, and now this becomes interesting because we're in a spot where Mina Saf can start to rotate a little bit, try to steal some farm aggressively, take some farm of his own, and really try to cause some problems.
You really have to give credit to Abrahams for how this has started. The fact that the 2 lanes that on paper were the strongest from, you know, all our Deadlock knowledge, they've done well in. They got Guardian down first, both the Kelvin Shiv lane and the Abrams Vindicta lane. It's equalized now on the right-hand side, but only after getting a little bit of help from Sherrick. So
yeah,
the counter lane set up by Abrahams, honestly, had a lot of forethought put into it.
Ooh, Hyper Beam is online here as well. Are they gonna try to go for this? Okay, the creep wave, fresh creep wave comes in, and we do get a response from Buff Enjoyers. Potentially, we got on the other side of things, Listic on the Abrams is not too far off of a potential gank into the left lane. So caution is expressed by Abrahams. They fall back on left, and that is going to be a very smart thing indeed. So with that said, speaking of potential skirmishes, on the right side here, 4 players against just a Shiv Kelvin. This is the opportunity potentially for Abrahams to bully these guys.
Equal odds, some may say, but not so equal as BE is pretty quick on the rotate. It's turning into a uneven fight in favor of BE should it take place, but at this point, this is an invade in the Abrahams territory. They just grab their vaults, and it may start getting punished. It's a 3-man affliction in by ABL. We'll see what the collapse is looking like here. The vaults have been taken, and BE on the way out. We'll see if they lose anyone in the process.
Yeah, really good pressure there from Buff Enjoyers. Now the Paros will be coming up in just over a minute, in addition to that first urn, and that's when things will get particularly interesting here, as you would imagine that the urn and just generally ZP, the big objective secures are going to be well in advantage for Buff Enjoyers.
Look at where Hoot is right now. That Pooh is just sitting there on the terrain, somehow still alive, going past 3 members of Abrahams. It has lived. Hoot was so low there. What in the world? I can't believe Hoot lived. Okay,
well, we are going to get a very aggressive maneuver here from some of the Abrahams players, looking to try to just do some damage into this cluster of Buff Enjoyers teammates. Bit of a clumsy one, but there we go. Well, Mina's been pulled out of the sky. She's been captured by the frozen shelter. And Buff Enjoyers 4K ahead now in terms of overall souls, and Buff Enjoyers have that left side Guardian still up in advantage as well. So it's kind of looking like we had that good start, ZP, but Abraham's now starting to maybe feel a little bit of the pressure from Buff Enjoyers instead.
I think it's miraculous how Abrahams was able to play the lane phase and do well in the lanes that on paper were quite difficult for them. I grab one of the buffs here as first urn is now rotating down. For Abrahams, now as you get into this end of the game here, Dan, this is where you're really looking to Saint. Where, by the way, it's really worth noting, it's Saint on the Bebop, not Taz. Normally, Taz is the Bebop player for Abrahams. We haven't really seen Saint with the amount of Bebop game time, but a lot of pressure is getting on Saint to be the guy landing miracle hooks. Taz is capable of it, but we don't really know about Saint.
Yeah, and I love that fast slowing hex as well on Saint after he gets a hook to try to confirm those kills. But here we go. We talked about these battles being carried across by Buff Enjoyers here, looking to try to get an engage here. There goes that slowing hex onto Shiv, and all the focus fire as well. Get rid of Shiv very quickly. That would be a great move there. Burst damage coming on through to do just that, and that's going to happen. Now Kelvin trying to get out of here. Flying strike in pursuit as Obikim now is going to be stuck here in this position. You can't deny the shadow form, but there comes the frozen shelter in the nick of time, healing up absolutely everybody. The fight flipping completely out of control there from Abrahams, and together will fall, and it is Buff Enjoyers that come away with somewhat of an edge there.
Dan, Dome is a good button, as it turns out.
No kidding.
Like, controversial opinion, Dome good. And I just wonder, as Together is sitting there watching Kelvin's HP goes up as he's stuck in the 1v3 Dome, wondering, guys, maybe taking trips to the Baroness was better than whatever's happening to me right now on Obikim's Kelvin.
Well, it's kind of interesting right now because still pretty close game like we saw in the first map. And we're seeing now just a complete spread of players from Abrahams across the map looking for some invade into the creeping sinners taking players of Abrahams. But we'll see now the battle raging on again on this left side lane, and that is Jamsite going down very early on, and it's an overwhelm here. Buff Enjoyers just have way larger numbers because Abrahams, they're spread thin. They got 2 players pushing the right side here. They're looking to take down Listic on that Abrams. It's about to happen.
The Abrams versus the Abrahams happens to everyone. As you see, ABL in the chase down. Gets rid of new. Kelvin security blanket. Not enough to deal with at that time. However, together, other side of the map. Found and dispatched. And the problem that Abrahams is dealing with here is that I don't love their late game team fight. Just going and Shiv in general. Ideally, you'd want Jamside to get ahead, but the pressure's been on there. But okay. Pick here onto Listic, onto the right. Abrahams has to continue to be scrappy here, Dan, is kind of what it comes down to, and ideally find some way to turn this into an advantage.
Yeah, totally. I totally agree with that. We do have the buffs coming up in a couple of minutes, and again, I just feel like these earn fights are really where Abrahams are going to struggle because of that really good button. The Kelvin Frozen Shelter is just so good in these team fight scenarios. You need to find ways to not have a just all-out team fight. You got to try to catch them and pick them as they're separated. That's really does seem like the best hope, as you're saying. So we'll see some pressure on the right side lane coming in from Abrahams there, and surely there'll be somewhat of a response. But okay, they pull off the lane.
Can you buy anything? Is there an item or anything you could do to counter the Kelvin Dome?
I mean, you can stack a bunch of silence waves and not let him dome in the first place. Technically, there was a night shift a while back where Abrahams got Kelvin Shiv, and between Mina and silence waves, Saint just wasn't able to drop down dome. But it's really hard to execute in practice, and the burden of skill is way more on the team trying to shut down the Kelvin than the team that's actually playing Kelvin. So it's why teams would rather just ban the Kelvin in most cases.
Yeah, very interesting game so far. Again, not all the kills like in the previous one. There's again a huge amount of players here for buff enjoyers, looking to press into deep into enemy territory of Abrahams. Abrahams got to be careful, and they should certainly be aware, CP, of this win condition of their opponent of finding these picks. And you've got ABL here looking to open things up on the pocket up high.
Affliction onto the Kelvin Shiv duo. However, going to be met with an insta charge by Listic. Got a cloak out in return. And once more together, stuck in the freezer. Second time last little bit, but this time has the hyper beam back up together. May be able to get away. Low HP and then some. Together has shaken the pressure. Listic, though, not leaving without a prize as Saint goes down.
I'll be back.
So it seems like, once again, buff enjoyers are able to deflect, and Demov surviving on such low HP, it is a slight edge, for buff enjoyers coming out of that battle. And each one of these battles is a problem, because now we're back into the objective. The urn is collected here by buff enjoyers, and the Kelvin Dome, it was utilized. So that is not going to be available in a team fight. That is something for Abrahams.
I think if you're BE, you slow play this urn, wait for your ult to come back up. I definitely don't think you try and force urn turn in while Kelvin is unavailable, but maybe you just look at the map and go, maybe we could just go. Right now, if you look at our data, they could just roll in, but the question is, how much do they fear Saint on the bebop? Does Saint have an angle? He does have an angle, grabs the Abrams before the urn turns in, and now here comes a contest from Abrahams.
Yeah, multiple levels to this fight too, so they're a little bit spread apart. But unfortunately for Saint, he's quite low at this point. But there goes a big charge coming on from Listic as the fight rages on here. And everybody from Buff Enjoys has had time now to collect themselves around that original position where the hook came from. And they're just going to shrug that attack off. But in the meantime, what a steal on the urn at least. But was it worth the death of Together? Oh, and potential mid-boss.
If you give up mid-boss, the answer is unequivocally no. And you look at the spread, Abrahams, they're not in a spot at all to easily get over in here. The number one person you'd want to be here in mid-boss is ABL, and ABL, well, we'll see. Things are taking a little bit longer here. Mid-boss is going down, and yeah, instead, they're not going for the contest at all. It's only TAS that's remotely in the area.
They go for the Walker here, and it remains to be seen, ZP, if they can escape this Walker with their lives. If they can kill the Walker, okay, so they kill the Walker, can they escape with their lives? And if they can, was it worth it? These are the questions now here for Abrahams as they try to escape. They're on the zip line, and they are making their way out of there without losing any players. So three rejuves for a Walker. Not the best trade, but it's at least a trade.
Those rejuves are going to be converted into walkers for BE, but overall, that was probably the best decision they had. where they were on the map by the time that they were aware mid boss was being taken, because ABL was just not going to get to middle in time, and I think contesting that without pocket, not a great idea. However, take a look here, is Jamside in a bit of trouble? I can't quite tell on the minimap. It does look like that is pressure on the Jamside, but for now, seems okay.
The farm is pretty good for Jamside. He's doing a good job. Saf also pretty good, both 20k. Only comparable player on the other team is Zergy with 23k. So, you know, if they can find the right fights, you know, they can certainly make it work. But you know, that's a big part of the question here. And they're quite reliant upon is Saint getting a hook, and then they just burst down that player that gets hooked. That is very important here for the game loop for Abrahams.
You know, part of it with Rejuve, you think about how Rejuve has a big impact on the game. Rejuve just, it feels like it lasts forever. The amount of time you have to just take jungle on the entire map, get an urn, and then still do a push thereafter is ridiculous. When you think about, you know, sometimes people wonder, is the mid boss too powerful, should be toned down? Maybe, if anything, it shouldn't last this amount of time, because you just look at how BE is able to slowly morph the map to their will and still have time here, Dan, to eventually have a really good push onto the walkers.
Yeah, and there is a challenge coming in here from Buff Enjoyers finally onto a walker. Finally, it's happening. They've picked their moment to go, but they are actually fairly spread out. Lots of players here for Abrahams, looking to try to make good of this fight. Can they knock down any of these Rejuve buffs? And in fact, it's looking a little bit sketchy here, but ABL will go down, and that's going to be a good opening now for Abrahams to put, or rather Buff Enjoyers to push the issue around the dome now. Activated Shadow Transformation to try to have some sustainability to survive this dome. Lasts forever. Saf does go down on the Mina. It does seem like Together can escape on the Yamato, but having to burn the Shadow Transformation for that, it was not awesome, as they're going to lose the Walker here. They're having to fall back together, and it looks like Buff Enjoyers will convert, and they don't lose a single Rejuve.
I just imagine Yamato this game wondering if she's been transported to Hokkaido with how cold her average temperature has been. Just every time we look at Together, Together is stuck in a freezer. It's a bit ridiculous.
It is absolutely ridiculous, ZP, and it seems like, you know, even more ridiculously, it's going to be maybe another Walker that will go the way of Buff Enjoyers. If they decide to press this, the mid one is a little bit more disadvantageous. Positionally speaking, it's a bit easier to defend. So it looks like they're not going to go for that one. And it seems like both teams will be able to fan out, and it's going to be the urn instead.
You know, Dan, I gotta say, also in trends in the game, we haven't really touched on it because it's not super flashy, but Zergy looking pretty fat right now. 27k. As Geist, or really any hero at this point, dealing with Zergy is not going to be easy. Zergy now can basically push any lane, and it's going to take a commitment of a minimum of 2 players to even make Zergy feel a threat when you're ahead of the game this much on Geist. Just really solid farming amidst all the chaos, and something that's going to make things difficult for Abrahams, even with the sole difference between the two teams being relatively even.
Absolutely, it's looking pretty interesting right now on the rooftops as the skirmish will begin around this urn. So much damage, Hyper Beam. Oh, it gets cancelled, I think. That sound just it started up, but it didn't continue. And the repositioning here for both sides is such a sketchy fight. This is the kind of fight, though, you want if you're Abrahams. Multiple levels, CP.
Well, ideally, if you get a pick, the Rejuve is now gone. Yes, you've given up the urn, but take attacks the same. No, okay, Dome does its put people under the map thing, but no real ill effects for BE. Sometimes it can be disastrous, not so much this time. Together, though, getting the drop shout transformation without going into the freezer, gets a little bit of well-earned revenge onto the Shiv. Abrahams trying to turn this. Hoot real low, Zergy low in turn, has a swap, lands the swap. Hoot, though, takes down Together at the end. Abrahams bleeding a bit more between the two. Zergy on the cleanup. 4 down from Abrahams, and BE now with a clear lead.
And we're seeing the reason why Zergy gets that priority on this Geist here. Absolutely ridiculous survivability and damage at the same time, but in comes ABL on the pocket. Big burst damage, but he's going to get bursted all the way back as well, as in comes, of course, the cat, Sharik, there. Able to finish him off, and it's an attempt on an escape here, but it looks pretty desperate coming in from Taz here. Very, very weak on this haze. Is he able to keep juking this one? He's doing a good job with the movement there. Able to get into the cloak, and it is going to survive. So, you know, good effort there to get out.
Abraham's, at this point, they still have one more fight they can fight relatively evenly, but they're now, Dan, kind of in the situation where ideally it starts with an ambush or a bad positioning out of BE. The ideal for them would just be something like opening with a Nox Nostra on the Obikim. Like, if they could manufacture a pick here where Obikim goes down first and it's not a high-value dome, that's probably the ideal for Abraham's, but it's a lot easier said than done.
This Geist, I gotta steal this Geist build from Zergy. He's shooting real fast with that revolver.
Also,
Yeah, oh, I insist. You go ahead.
you talk about economy allocation. It's the classic Bebop is much more support at this point. Saint exists purely to grab hooks and be a mild deterrent with Hyper Beam at a whopping 15k 23 minutes in. Essentially, Bebop's been built with spare parts, and oh, the final snipe from Hoot right at the corner. Tass not able to pull the Gray Escape this time. Together trying to punish with the Shout transformation, but might not be right with how B is collapsing here, Dan.
Yes, and oh no, the mid boss comes up as well behind this, and there's already a pick in the way of Buff Enjoy's favor. So you've got to, I mean, you've got to know they're going to fall back onto this mid boss. That means Abraham's probably need to keep the pressure up. They need to try to prevent this from happening, but I don't know that they even can hit CP. Buff Enjoyers are going to threaten it. They're going to at least bait this, as the mid boss will soon scream. There it is.
You used the right word there. It's bait. But Abraham's, you have to take it seriously. You have to be in the area just in case. The dome comes on down. Abraham's trying to do anything, but once more together, dies in the cold. Jam side caught out, gifts a 1k bag, and with 3 down for Abraham's, the way is clear for mid-boss. Well, okay, a little bit more delay. This time the Bebop beam through the tunnel, but Saint surely has signed his death warrant here, Dan.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. He's going to absolutely get destroyed there, falling all the way back. Actually, seemed to have survived. Seemed like they would have mercy on Saint. Just want to finish off this mid-boss and get the rejuves. I don't blame them. In the meantime, Tass will get found by Zergy. So at this point, it feels like, you know, I mean, Zergy is just so far ahead. That seems to be an unanswered problem for Abraham's.
That was Zergy soloing. Tass, by the way. That just turned into the Geist versus Hayes battle, and I don't really know how Tass got stuck in that fight, where realistically you should have seen Zergy walking around 36k with like raid boss music going on, because there's no universe where you win that fight. Just none.
Well, Ernest is a pretty free objective, it would seem. And of course, it's going to be in enemy territory, and it should force a fight, but it's the kind of fight that you love to see if you are Buff Enjoyers right now. They're so far ahead. 37k. That is insane. That means that, I don't know what can possibly threaten Zergy at this point, because there's not the lockdown, ZP. You know, we have a lineup for Abraham's where they don't have that type of utility on board. They opted to get all of these playmakers and damage carries, and so they don't have any natural lockdown.
Yeah, I mean, the win conditions have gotten so ridiculously narrow now for Abraham's that it's just, you have to look for a mistake, and instead Tass gets bopped here at the start. And BE just gets a walk on forward. Still 2 rejuves left. Hoot going wild with the assassinates, where Vindicta can just go and clean up the damage done by others at this point. And, you know, 3 down, this is going to be massive amounts of damage to the remaining structures that Abraham's actually has left.
Yeah, not too much here to defend with for Abraham's. A couple rejuves on deck. We got a Hyper Beam. Pretty satisfying hearing the sounds though. So I've been connecting with everything. It's pleasurable.
Saint's just like, I'm useful with Hyper Beam. My usefulness is ended unless I land a hook. Although at this point, even if Saint lands a hook, it probably just leads to Saint dying. With 3 down, now 4 down, and Saint himself being at 19k, with some of your hook targets being as high as 43k. It's tough times, and okay, you get the hook on the Hoot, maybe an uppercut, over and in. A little bit of punish here on the Hoot. Gets the rejuve charge out, so Saint makes a county, get Hoot down one more time. Well, no, because you got a frozen shelter coming on in, and Shiv likes these fights.
There we go. Yeah, Shiv absolutely loves it. He is loving it. Oh my goodness, that's rather large. 1539.
Okay, B might have gone a little bit deep. Found him wise here. They end up losing 2 as a result. Zergy a little bit low. No swap this time around. Jamside trying to make something happen out of nothing, but HP just a little bit too low. Drops another big bag at the end, and a little bit of life from Abrahams, but still working against near impossible odds. Charge in from Listic. And with 5 down, the patron will fall in turn. Buff Enjoyers, Dan, looking strong once more. Another 2-0 as they maintain Kings of Europe status against Abrahams.
They certainly do. What a result there. Buff Enjoyers looked absolutely sick.
A fantastic matchup once again. A 2-0 as the chat called, and a big shout out to Gentle Breeze, who said it's all over. Saw that at the 18-minute mark. Buff Enjoyers a clean 2-0. The best team in Europe. Are they the best team in the world, ZP?
I'd say yes. I think even though NA looks impressive at times, NA is not quite as impressive as EU is on a consistent basis. And if BE is the best team in EU, they are the best team in the world, so far as I can say here at the moment. And I gotta say, realistically, if I feel bad for anyone in this last match, it's gotta be Together, who wasn't really able to play the video game because of Frozen Shelter anytime Together went into dive.
Big shout out to Zergy teaching the chat a new Lady Geist build. DDK, you mentioned, do you want to play her after watching this? Zergy's been that guy to kind of just lay down consistent damage. What did you see from Lady Geist in particular? Actually, you know what? As we take a look at the highlights, walk me through the big moments of the game, Dan.
Well, this game started out looking really good. You can see the Mina performance there in the mid lane was pretty sublime. And in fact, 2 lanes. I think CP went into this saying there's 2 losing lanes for Abrahams, but Abrahams ended up kind of winning 2 lanes in the early game. So it kind of started out pretty good. And that was a big part of the win condition for Abrahams, as unlikely as it was. But then pretty quickly, it became an issue that I think around the objective fights and also on the invades too, because these are the 2 moments where Abrahams are able to maybe try to just get some picks and try to get some presence on the map and try to, just create somewhat of an advantage on the souls is picks, but they were not able to ever successfully achieve that. If they did get a hook like that, there would be delay and the rest of Buff Enjoyers would turn up and be able to defend, and then Buff Enjoyers would come out slightly ahead. And then the same was true for the objectives around the urns. And so that was the really big issue, I think, that was repeated. And it's all because of that Frozen Shelter.
ZP, a lot of people are asking, Shiv Kelvin, is it really that big of a deal? It's really just kind of Kelvin at this point, right?
Yeah, I mean, Shiv gets better because Kelvin is his best friend as far as gameplay mechanics merging together, but the reality is that you don't have to deal with that raid boss of a Shiv if you don't give up the Kelvin. You gave up the Kelvin, and Abrahams looked better in this match than I think most people have expected because they actually did well in the laning phase. The problem with the heroes they gave up, particularly the Shiv Kelvin, is that they're not just good in the laning phase. Like, yeah, they'll usually win laning phase, but even if they don't win laning phase, what you get in team fights is really, really strong. And Abrahams, their main frontliner in Together, anytime Together tried to fulfill the function of being a frontliner, they got stuck in a dome and then isolated in often 1v3 style situations. So Abrahams had it really difficult to actually make any sort of meaningful space. Meanwhile, between Listic, Zergy, and the Kelvin Shiv, Buff Enjoyers was able to take whatever space they wanted, and it was probably best shown when it's very early into the game. They decide, yeah, we're just going to invade your double vault. We don't really care. What are you going to do to us? And the answer was not much.
$20,000 being paid out by the night shift, and we got another 1,000 in the bank for Buff Enjoyers. A clean 2-0, 32 kills to just 12. DDK, what'd you learn tonight that you want to implement into your own game?
Well, I mean, one thing we saw there again is the power of Warpstone. We saw again Buff Enjoyers getting 4 Warpstones out of 6 of their players, only 1 Warpstone on the other team. So this is another new trend I think that we're starting to see emerge. ZP was mentioning how good Warpstone is earlier, and I totally agree. So, and also I think the Geist build, the Geist performance as like a just hyper carry was also really scary to see Geist be that focused, because in the first map we were looking at it, and ZP was saying this as well. The kind of only thing you got going for yourself is kind of the Geist. It turns out the Geist was enough. It was hitting pretty hard.
Geist in Zergi's hand seems to be the way to go. Buff Enjoyers, the top team in EU, arguably the best team in the world, and they just showed you why. If you missed their builds, you can rewind over on youtube.com/@DeadlockNightShift. We also got a ton of interviews and ton more fun over there. Much love, everybody. If you guys have enjoyed the show and you got a Prime, go ahead and put that to use. If you guys are here for NA, you're in the right place. That matchup is just around the corner. But first, we got to crown some MVPs. Let's get to it. ZP, who did you choose?
For me, it's a difficult one, but I wanted to choose Hoot just because Hoot did so much mental damage on the doorman that, guess what? They gave up Kelvin in the next game because they didn't want to play against Hoot's doorman so much that they said, give us the Kelvin. You didn't want the Kelvin in the end, but Hoot did so well on the doorman and also had a really good game on Vindicta that it's got to be Hoot, even though I think you could also make a very strong case for Zergi.
The doorman build, I think a lot of people got excited to see the gunman out and working. You saw him with the Vindicta with one of the first picks on Mina. That kind of set the tone as Hoot is going to take our highlights. Let's go ahead and walk through some of the big ones from game one. DDK, what did they miss if they just joined the stream?
Well, the first map was probably the best map we've had in a while. It's definitely the highlight of today, I think, the first map of this series, because you saw a really close game where Abraham's, we all felt like they came out better on the draft. But when push came to shove, Buff Enjoyers were able to not just barely hang on throughout the early game and the mid game, and just like keeping it just very close, very low kill game, lots of really daring escapes, just barely surviving on these very narrow escapes. They managed to just pick the perfect timing to go for a mid boss in a very questionable timing, as Buff Enjoyers often are able to do, in a way that was not responded to. And then it wasn't even that mid boss that they were able to come back into the game with. It took the next mid boss where they've timed a really solid fight to then be able to actually win the next mid boss and actually start capitalizing on the advantage that they gained. So they really worked hard from the behind position in that first map in a way that was super fun, and it was with Doorman and Paige in some super cool like setups. So I mean, that was super fun to see.
I wanted to hate on Paige, but she just keeps winning. Great stuff from the doorman as we crown Hoot our MVP from Europe, and we're going to see a lot more clips coming your way in just a bit. NA is about to kick off. ZP, though, final thoughts on EU. Buff Enjoyers, they are the top, what they would do, 7 wins out of the first 10 here for EU?
Yeah, I mean, BE is looking stronger than ever. It's worth noting that Abraham's, especially in the early mid-game, continues to have the ability to challenge them and play them closer than any other team. But when it comes to the second game, everyone, there is a lesson to be learned here. Do not give up Kelvin. If you let the other team play Kelvin, they are playing a very different game than you are, and you are probably going to lose. And game 2 was a warning to everyone, because clearly, at some level, Abraham's forgot that.
All right, normally we have an interview. We'll see if we can get a player here from Buff Enjoyers to be joining us. Otherwise, we'll grab him on the other side of the break. DDK, we're about to see NA. We got the Unks taking the stage, and we're going to see a whole lot more new faces from North America in our Trolly tournament, which is coming up this weekend. For anyone who hasn't heard, how can you win a piece of $10,000?
Well, you just got to sign up, innit?
It's pretty easy. Just got to find some friends. Get the whole team signed up over on our challenge.
We found the problem.
And we got you did?
Yeah, it's the friends part, isn't it?
Oh, shit. Find some strangers in our Discord. We have friends waiting for you. LeagueTrolly.challenge.com. $20,000 up for grabs. North America is kicking off this weekend, the 17th through the 19th. That's matches on Friday, so get your team signed up tonight. And, of course, Europe. That's a portion of the show you just watched is kicking off next week. ZP, a lot of people going to TwitchCon. Some of the big streamers are out of the mix, so this is your chance to kind of sign up and score a piece of the prize pool, right?
Yeah, it is. I mean, this is your opportunity to go in and get in there where, unlike Night Shift, where it is winner take all, prizes are going to the top 4 on the Trolly tournament. So all you got to do is get 4th place and you are in the money. A lot of stiff competition, but definitely more opportunity than the norm.
All right, Listic will be joining the show, so I'm hopping over into our YouTube chat. I'm pulling up twitch.tv/Deadlock Night Shift. If you got a question for Listic, hit it with us. Hit us with it right now. Listic's joining the show, I'm told. Listic, how we doing?
Oh, I'm doing good.
Congratulations on another win. Whenever I asked who's going to play this character, they say, well, Listic can do it. We saw you on the Abrams, one of your classics. Did you enjoy it tonight? Was it too easy? Walk me through these matchups.
I'm bored of playing Abrams, man. I'm bored of playing Abrams. I just wanted to play the Gray Man for once, and they always just take it away from me. So, yeah.
ZP, go ahead.
Yeah, so you've been playing a lot of Victor, Listic, and clearly we looked at EU in the draft, and Victor was just seen as number one. Let me ask you this. So clearly Kelvin is still higher on the ban priority, but why is Victor right now just so good after the buffs, nerfs, buff cycle continued where it seems like he's come out ahead?
The problem with that character is that he's actually just too survivable for like how pro play is like played. It's like we play for picks like constantly, right? But if there's this character that can literally just, you know, ignore a def, then it's pretty disgusting, like the things that you can do, the things that you can limit test on that character compared to others. So I think when they're picking it, it's more of a deny pick against us because they know how like well we do with it in scrims. But yeah, in general, it's just overstated. E-shift needs nerfs. Yeah.
Yeah, that first map that you guys played, it kind of looked like you came, like from our perspective, we're like, oh, it looked like you guys are coming away maybe a bit behind on the draft. You guys were struggling. You got that eventually kind of, well, you weren't struggling necessarily, but it was a very tight game, and we were feeling like the longer this game goes on, the longer you guys are behind, the better their hero is going to scale into the late game. But you managed to find like a mid boss at the perfect timing, and then you converted on another mid boss and a team fight, and that was kind of the game. How was that for you in terms of the decision making, and just did you ever feel like you were super far behind, or did you feel pretty confident you could get back into that?
It was around the second turn, I think, that game. They picked it up and it was on our side. I think if they like stalled that turn a little bit, then it would have been probably a much worse situation for us. But ever since that, I think, since that happened, I think we're like perfectly fine that game.
Let's take over the bottom. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I just got to ask Listic, this is my last question, but how much mental damage did Hoot do to Abrahams to make them ban Doorman over Kelvin? Because as good as Hoot is on Doorman, that seems kind of ridiculous. I mean, yeah. I mean, what was your reaction when you saw they banned Doorman over Kelvin?
This team has been doing this for like a couple of weeks now. No, a couple of weeks. Like, there's been like some cheesy stuff that they take out of scrims and then bring into the tournament. And you know, it's smart. It's smart, of course, because we've shown that we can like pretty comfortably beat them if we're like drafting the way we normally would be. But yeah, the Doorman ban was just like a perfect example of that. It's just nothing we've ever practiced before. So I think they're
trying to catch you off guard.
Something. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the desperation strats at this point because you've been whooping up on them, but eventually they're going to get their lick back in. Who is going to be the toughest player, though? This is AshPop45 saying, ask Listic which teammate you would say is the most mechanically skilled. Who on your team gives people the hardest time?
Jesus, that's putting me on the spot. I guess
this is AshPop45. It's not me, by the way.
I think Hoot probably has the best grasp of mechanics, movement, all of the above. He has like the best general, like, you know, mechanical grasp of the game at the moment.
Sketchy JJ and 6 other people want to know, are you and Zergy expecting a child soon?
Yeah.
All right. Congratulations on that future child, the future gamer that will take over the world. In the meantime, you guys are favorites to win our Trolly tournament, which is coming up next weekend. Can you give me the bottom 3 characters in the game right now? Who do you not suggest trying to run into a tournament? Because the open bracket kicks off on next Friday.
Steven, Warden, third one's hard. In no particular order either. 7, Warden, and probably Drifter.
Drifter. All right. Keep those out of your lineups, and you have a chance this weekend. Listic, final thoughts tonight. What makes Buff Enjoyers the best team on the planet?
I don't know.
Is it buying
Figure it out.
Warpstone?
Let us know. We haven't been able to identify it either.
Buying Warpstone, yeah. We'll do that one.
The Warpstone is #1 right now. Congrats, 4 of you putting it to use in both games, both dubs, and another $1,000 in your pocket. That's Listic. We got to go to a break. When we come back, the party continues with North America. We got DDK and ZP subbing out for even more beautiful human beings. Stay tuned to find out who.
Pushed it a little too close.
Get your sign-ups in, ladies and gentlemen. We got two fantastic spokespeople to tell you why you should be playing for $10,000 this weekend if you've ever touched Deadlock. Uber, I'm excited for this thing. We got Trolly ponying up some serious cash.
Dude, I'm about it. You know what's crazy? I've never had this before. I got sent obviously some product thanks to our friends over at Trolly. I have a whole ass box of it. Appeared at my front door.
I've been putting these away.
This is dangerous. This is for someone who's it's getting harder and harder to keep the weight off, bro. This stuff is fire. So shout out to them. But yeah, 10K for each region in Deadlock is unbelievable, right? It's fantastic, and we're trying to give the players a reason to compete now, even more so. So I'm looking forward to see the competition level up in all regions with that prize money on the line, baby.
I mean,
Jake, I kind of feel like starting a gas station with the amount of Trolly that's in my house. I just ate a bag for dinner, didn't even order anything.
So good.
But they're getting behind the gamers on Deadlock before any of the other big brands. It's been Intel and it's been Trolly so far.
Awesome.
It's huge to see, and I mean, what's kind of blown me away is the scale of the open signups, right? So the qualifiers are fully open. We're gonna invite some of the top teams because, okay, we know, haven't played Night Shift for a while.
Bro, how
there
are we
are
gonna
those
TO
top
this,
teams in
dude?
another echelon. But we have so many teams coming in off the open signups. NA signups aren't closed yet, by the way. I think this is the last day for folks to sign up to get your teams together for NA. I mean, the qualifiers are going to be wild. And honestly, I was totally blown away when I saw.
How are we going to get these guys? How are we going to manage this? Like, we need an army of tournament organizers and like admins.
We'll figure
to run
something
this.
out. That's our problem. That's our problem.
We know some nerds. We got some people. We'll be able to handle this pressure. But big shout out to everyone who wants to get involved. If you haven't heard of it, go back, just rewind in the show. We'll also remind you about it in the future. For now, though, we got to dive in to North Americans competition here on Night Shift number 10. Here for the double digits, Melee Creeps are taking on some big streamers. We got Deathy and the Unks taking the stage as they're warming up for their Trolly competition. We're going to have the qualifiers kicking off on Friday. So this is a great run through for everybody about 2 days before it. Uber, talk to me about these teams. What do you know about the Unks and the Melee Creeps?
Yeah, so for me, like, obviously the Unks feature Deathy, who's my favorite content creator in Deadlock. I can say that honestly. A lot of his educational content I'd like to check out on YouTube. He even put a coaching session with SK up recently, which was like super valuable. So if you don't want to maybe pay for the coaching, that's like a great example of what you get. I know I'm kind of shilling for the guy. He's a legend. Love him very much. So great to have him and his team on the show. I'm pumped about the Melee Creeps, right? Seeing, what John and Sire are working on is always interesting to me. This team is pretty sick, right? A lot of known names here in Deadlock, and you're always going to get top quality gameplay from them. But they pulled up short last week against Sneaky Golem, so hoping to see him go all the way this time.
Yeah, I mean,
Jake, as we take a look at the roster, walk me through it. Sorry.
No worries. Just on name value, I feel like this is a team that as soon as we saw them come together, we knew that this would be a big threat of a team here in North America. I mean, the front line here with Saya and John kind of like leading the charge, and then Fishcake as well on a lot of these heavy frontliners. Really, really impressive stuff. And I think just across the board, this has to be one of the most stacked teams we've had previously. However, they also lost to Sneaky Golem last week, so I feel like this shows that NA Deadlock maybe has never been more competitive here post the breakup of Hydra Nation. We've got multiple strong teams coming together, which makes sense coming into this massive double weekend of Trolly 10K tournaments, right? Everyone wants to have a share of that prize pool. Everyone wants to claim a spot on the throne, as we've seen with the crazy open signups we've been getting.
DMB has won multiple weeks here on the Night Shift. Will his team be able to make it to a grand finals on the other side of the fight? Melee Creeps are taking on the Unks, 30 plus, all Abrams all the time. I know about Gibbs and Wander. Dash is going to be in the mix, and Deathy is your favorite streamer. But Jake, have you run into any of these guys in your lobby, in your matchmaking fights? Who's the toughest on the squad in your eyes?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think I see all these guys in my ranked games, these days. So I think it's going to be an interesting one. I always think, there's something to be said right now in Deadlock. Like, the game isn't that solved. People are all figuring out things and trying new things. Something to be said for some of these rosters coming together and just kind of throwing things at the wall, seeing what sticks, willing to try crazy plays that could catch a team off guard here in a best of one. I mean, if I had to pick one player, I would give some love to Lona. I think he's a particularly strong player, one that maybe could be one to have a big performance in this game in particular. That being said, you got to see them as the underdogs, right? Melee Creeps are a team that's been scrimming together for a while, that has been training. This should be a solid win for Melee Creeps. It should be a moment for them to get their feet under themselves and, continue to extend further toward that top of NA to give Sneaky Golem a tough test. But if the Youngs can make them work for it, things could start to get spicy.
Yeah, people in the chat asking, wait, Saya flipped from Sneaky Golem to the Creep. Saya is going to be in action in the Challenger matchup. You will see the full Sneaky Golem lineup in the final because Hydra Nation blew up a week ago. After winning night shift number 8, they entered night shift number 9 with a totally new roster. Rocker is at the helm over there at Sneaky Golem. We'll tell you all about the championship lineup in just a bit. But Uber, this is the qualifier matchup. This is where we get our first look at what Deathy's crew is going to be running in the Trolly tournament. Do you have any predictions as a stream viewer? Anyone you want to see Deathy bring up against the Melee Creeps, a squad that we've seen quite a bit?
I mean, it would be a flavor win if Bro just runs it down on Lash, right? But Deathy does like a lot of those very movement intensive sort of heroes. So you could even potentially see him on something like, Mina or something similar. So I'm expecting to see something that covers the map pretty effectively, gets involved in live fights. He's also seems like a really good caller in my experience. So just, guy's got a really good handle on the game. He's played over 3,000 hours of Deadlock at this point. So bro absolutely knows his stuff. I can't speak so much, to the rest of his team because I don't play at that rank that Jake does. I don't see these guys in game, you know what I'm saying? But, if he gives his seal of approval, I'm on board. I will say, though, that Melee Creeps, I'm a big fan of the John Saya duo. Always looking to see them thrown down. And I'm liking with that mild patch we got like a week or so ago, sort of brought into the game and also nerfing Veil Walker a little bit. So, but look at Jake. Jake is locked in for the 1v1, bro. Look at
your health, baby. 70% gone.
This one's over, man. It's never been more over.
Oh my God. He's breaking ankles.
Perfecting him? Oh my God. What just happened?
Don't let my man play Street Fighter. Was that using his hands or his feet, Uber?
Bro,
Jesus.
I don't know.
Just put that work in, dude. What the heck?
that is Deathy, bro. What's going on there, brother? Please. Okay.
We gotta chalk that one up, bro. Never happened. We're on the draft. Oh, we're second pick. How did that happen? It's crazy.
Oh, you just
That's
crazy.
Random. We have to ban Kelvin now? That's so weird.
Bro got violated, man. Holy smokes.
I wonder, will NA put the same prio on Victor? Because EU, I think, is starting to think, it seems from the ban prio, starting to think Victor is maybe like a bigger threat, a bigger prio than the Calvin. Melee Creeps are going to open with a Shiv ban. Which is pretty interesting here. Maybe this is like attacking the hero pool, specifically the Unks. I don't know their heroes well enough to be sure about that. It's definitely an odd ban. I wouldn't expect to see Shiv going here in the first ban.
Yeah, and definitely like in second round, it's like reasonable, right? But the fact that Kelvin is being passed over at the moment, and obviously there are a lot of really powerful other heroes, and Victor could be looked at. Infernus banned by the Unks.
I honestly think Melee Creeps are banning the Shiv now because they're not going to take Kelvin. I think I would assume going to take a Victor. Maybe it's something else. Maybe like a Paradox. They really want first prio. Because I think the reason you ban Shiv here is that you don't want to give Kelvin +1 to the second. Although as I say that, why don't you just ban the Kelvin in the first place? Why the Shiv?
Okay, you want to break up the Kelvin Shiv and just get one half of it.
Okay, if you were going to take the Kelvin, I really don't understand the Shiv ban at all now. But I guess they just think Shiv's that good.
Yeah, the issue is they don't want to like. I guess they knew they wouldn't get both. And they're just accepting that they're going to take half of that out. That's fine. It really depends on like what their intention. They must have an intended lane partner for the Kelvin here already. Yamato picked up really powerful laner, right? So it's gonna she is such a nuisance, especially Crimson Slash with the fire rate slow is just filthy. So yeah, very powerful.
What is the lore on her big forehead, Jake?
It's the Neon Prime model.
There's a lot going into that one. A lot of details. Yeah. You got to read a lot of books. You got to speak Japanese.
Gotcha.
The truth is, this model is from a prior game, right? That got canceled, Neon Prime. So that model is a holdover from Neon Prime. And we don't know if.
And she had a big ass forehead in Neon Prime too.
Yeah, she did. But I'm saying, look,
and it was more acceptable in that context.
Uber, this is catfish. You look at her emblem right here, and then you meet her in game. That's how I take my selfies as well,
bro. Like I make sure you don't see any of this action.
Some of the mod packs are really fire, I will say, on Yamato. So I think this is one of the models that's definitely going to get redone at some point. But we got to enjoy it while we have it, guys. Someday we're going to be looking
back is here
at the 8-head Yamato.
I literally heard the guys on
the good old days.
The guys on Dead Air were speculating that Yamato, as powerful as she is being picked less because she's less aesthetically pleasing in the setting of sort of the cursed apple. He's Victor locked in. So I think Victor, crucially, with that reduction to self damage, feels a little less sort of risky to play, and obviously like the way the pain battery works can be pretty oppressive.
Also, I think with Kelvin on the lineup, it's going to be really annoying to play against Victor, right? Because Victor has so many means to kind of stall his death. He comes in, he's, you know, hitting your walkers, you try to jump on him, you try to punish him, you think you can kill him, and then, I mean, at some point in the game, he's going to have all these debuff removers with his second skill. He's going to have like an E shift to keep him alive longer, not to mention the ulti and all the healing in the kit. And then over the top is going to come Kelvin and like trap you into a really awkward fight, or just trap you on that shocking reanimation, right, with the Victor. So
yeah,
already this team fight looks super scary for melee creeps, and I think Yamato and Pog are gonna have their work cut out for them for sure.
And
Why is Bebop going in the second round, guys? I feel like I need Listic in here to just show his displeasure.
I mean, dude,
with
it's
North
John
America's
John's team.
brains.
It's John John. It's I mean, I'm sorry. It's John John's team, right? You obviously Bebop has great disruptive potential, and the gun builds are pretty strong as well. Like I think you take like weakening headshot and a number of those other builds. Like the Bebop can maintain relevance towards that later stage of the game. And Mina, even with Nox Nostra no longer just steamrolling objectives down, is still considered to be quite powerful. There was some buffs, I feel like, to the way Rake works and stuff like that, and she can float around. She looks mad cute. So, you know, I get it. Melee creeps don't want the youngster, you know.
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't have that like press button, take your objective thing with the ulti, which is a little bit absurd with like just soloing walkers and things like that at any phase of the game.
It had no place in Deadlock.
An insane carry, right? Still an insane carry, and can farm up really well. I mean, right now, melee creeps, I actually think both teams are kind of doing what I expected them to do. I think for the Unks, you're coming into this as like a team of streamers. You got to play a bunch of individualistic, kind of high skill comfort heroes where you can kind of pop off, make plays, you know, be a little crazy around the map, split up the opposition, and kind of pull the game in towards that ranked atmosphere where you can actually thrive. For melee creeps, I think they want exactly the opposite. They want this to be a game about team fighting, about big engagements on objectives, where the experience playing together, the itemization, understanding those super complex team fights is going to pay dividends. So actually, I'm happy to see the Unks kind of drafting a lot of these potentially individualistic heroes. For melee creeps, it is a super scary team fight. Like, there's no getting around it, man. If you get that heads up big team fight, it's going to look good for them. And actually, I think Wraith is a nice way to almost force your hand to team fight, because trying to do a split push game against Wraith, really difficult. I'd say she's probably one of the best carries when it comes to splitting.
Yeah, I also like her base bullet damage got a bit of a buff, like so a bit more focused in like that the gun sort of Wraith builds, but it's been a little while, right? Obviously telekinesis is really, really powerful. Vindicta here as well can render a lot of those more ground-born heroes kind of irrelevant, but there are a couple of ways you can punish this Vindicta. Like Bebop is in the game here, so that's obviously something you've got to be fairly mindful of. Calico's mobility is insane. Like leaping slash can literally get to the top of buildings from the lane. It is unbelievable what you can do on that. And also the Gloom Bomb radius is now increased, so it's actually easy to hit more of those on an individual target.
I think Doorman would have been a good shout, actually, if I get like genuinely, I think it's a good pick here. But they go with the Viscous with almost, I guess, a similar idea. In this case, they're going for more of the single target hard save with Cube rather than you know, being able to, like, I think Doorman ult something like Victor or Kelvin and just kind of ignore them while you know, focus other players would have been nice this game. But for the Unks, Viscous game, you know, makes this a question of early snowballing. They're going to go with the Mo and Krill, so they're kind of doubling down melee creeps at the last two picks on, hey, we already won the team fight with yeah, they have doubled down on the Fedoras. They should have taken Infernus, really stack it up. The Fedora quotient in Deadlock is kind of getting out of control.
Yeah.
But, I mean, already the team fight looks super scary for melee creeps, so I think going Wraith Mo as your last two really is going to make it now much harder for the Unks to do exactly what I said I thought they should, which is
that is crazy.
That's wild. That's wild. The bro's got black magic. We're like now to split, make the game all crazy with like Pocket and Viscous trying to be cheeky and make side lane plays. Good luck against Mo Wraith, man. That sounds so toxic.
Dude, this is such a mobile. Yeah, it's like a mobile goon squad, and you know, emphasis on goon here. This sort of squad, they are going to be all over the map. The way that they can also fight like secondary objectives and also like trade out like walkers if they lose like earn fights and such is pretty potent. But I'm curious to see how Victor plays out here, bro. When is dude at max rank of his ult, when it's on cooldown, he gets like insane stat buffs as well. So bro,
what if you're just driving around LA and you see a mobile goon squad? What do you do, Uber? I'm lost for words.
I just chalk it up to the Zoom is taking over, bro. You know what I mean? I just get on with my life.
Children's eyes.
Yeah,
just keep it rolling.
I'm just an honest man, you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't understand what I don't understand, you know what I mean? I just I let it pass by me, you know what I'm saying?
I'm wearing fake chains. If you too would like to buy fake chains, you can head over to Amazon. We have a request link for Jake's cosplay coming up around holidays. Big Halloween show is around the corner. Uber's already bought some pumpkins. We're going to be carving those live and hopefully not bleeding on camera. It's going to be a blast. Uber, all of that is coming after we give away another $1,000 to North America tonight and $20,000 to North America and EU this weekend and next weekend. We'll talk about that more later. Right now, it's the Challenger matchup. Melee Creeps. It's a cat face on a suit taking on the Unks. Deathy is playing in the Trolly 10K. Tune in.
Yeah, you could consider this a great prelude, of course, for the higher stakes matches coming this weekend, thanks to our friends over at Trolly. But Intel have basically functioned as the NA and EU stimulus package in Deadlock for quite some time now. So big shout out to them and for their support on the night shift. Let's jump in, of course. Much to discuss, I think, in some of these lane assignments. Bebop Calico to mid here for Melee Creeps. Curious to see what that Yamato lane is supposed to look like here for the Unks. Looks like that also might be up alongside the Vindicta here in mid. So, okay, quite a volatile matchup here.
Yeah, Bebop in the mid, I think, always adds a lot of spice to the mid lane. You know, I think generally not a very strong laner, but if you just start hitting hooks, right? If you just start, putting the aggression on the opponent, things can get pretty scary. That being said, I mean, Yamato Paradox, they're going to put a clock on you, right? The counter pressure from those two is going to be very, very real. Meanwhile, Calvin, just doing Calvin things, dominating the side lane. That's going to be a scary one. Calvin Victor, just infinite healing. Needs some heal banes up very quickly in that lane.
Of course, yeah. I'm curious to see how it plays out. Someone who can really make use, of course, of like the Frost Grenade level 2 look there. So,
oh my God, what is his lane control?
Yeah, what was that?
He's uppercutting his own creep further back to like.
That's so sick.
Make the wait. Is it? Did he like hide it on that? Did the creep not come? We need to check the souls after this wave is clear. Did he hide the creep on the high ground so it doesn't come to the lane? Wait, if that works, this is actually broken. If you could deny one creep every wave, unironically, that would be broken.
Yeah, I'm curious to see, because I don't know. It depends on what the pathing AI is like, right? If you can actually get back into the lane.
It doesn't seem like the soul. Like, I guess they're like behind in mid. So I don't know what's going on with that uppercut. I can't explain that. Science is not advanced to that point yet.
All right, we'll keep you guys abreast of any further developments in that regard that we sort of spot out. Right now, though, it looks like priority with the Unks, of course, with the Vindicta perched up there on that high ground and the threat of Crimson Slash plus power slash damage in the lane. Pretty safe going here for Melee Creeps. I wouldn't say the same over on this side of the map. We're in the left lane here, and Melee Creeps, of course, with this Wraith laner, definitely leaning into Lona here. Very low, of course, is that Abrams. Step forward here, of course, quite a pocket, by the pocket, excuse me, to try and relieve some of this pressure, but Melee Creeps are laying it on thick here.
Pocket pretty weak lane there this early, and Abrams can't do much about it. So I mean, this lane already looks super scary. They're losing a ton of tower HP. Mo's continuing to punt that pressure in, and a big kill could turn things around as Deathy getting active, punishes nice. Lord and M for a bit of hubris there, overconfident, and now DMB caught, no parries left. It's gonna be
rapid fire also on cooldown.
That's solid for Pocket, right? Grabbing 2 kills. I mean, this is the weakest moment of Pocket's game, right? Before he gets that Majestic Leap online. Now he's freezing wave. Okay, that looked like a really problematic lane, and now it's very much recovered for the Unks.
I love that little switch up. He'll head over to the right side of the map. This is, of course, the Victor Kelvin lane. Is he scout with that jump start, taking some initial damage up front, but being able to regen as time goes on. Curious to see what this build ends up being. There's a ton of sort of really nice items, but again, you go into Spirit pretty heavily. There's a ton of options. You can still look in the Veil Walker, Reactive Barrier, Spirit Shielding direction. But I kind of like when we start to see him mixing like Berserker, Healing Tempo as well, kind of relevant. So see how that plays out. Nice little hook connection onto Aiden the Destroyer. You could have put an R at the end of it. I don't know. Able to get away, of course, with that flight, but that is the threat, of course, that John will be posing.
Yeah, big that he's able to get the flight leveled up there and slip out of that one. Would have been a tough death for Vindicta here in the mid. So far, pretty stable laning phase, showing that the Unks can hang. All right, they're not washed just yet. They still got it for the moment.
Yeah, nothing huge developing out of these lanes. Of course, we saw a little bit of froth on the left side, but Deathy did very well to trade 1-for-1 there. As we know exactly once that ult is specced into, how scary the Vindicta can be. Here to the other side of mid, of course, we're on John's perspective, who's been pretty brisk in picking up that battle vest basically straight away. Wants that just that gun to be empowered when he's nice and healthy.
Ult's coming online here in the next wave or so. Deathy is going to have that pocket ult up first. However, DMB has the ulti to match, so definitely got to be a little bit scared here. Even Abrams, I don't know if you're able to tank these double ults back to back from the Mo and Wraith lane. Just an absolutely toxic fight on the side lane. Abrams gonna start it off tanking a lot. It doesn't mind that.
Shoulder charge back away. I mean, I'm pretty sure Lona happy enough having drawn that ultimate out. Deathy, is he just trying to rush her?
It's hard Majestic Lead Rush.
Right?
That's the meta pretty much on Pocket, right? Is that item just changes your game completely. Allows you to get in and then cast spells. Okay, here's that ultimate connecting here onto the Mo, but Mo is tanky. He's absolutely soaking it.
Able to get away from the unburrow rather, but should be pressured down here. Lord and M able to run Deathy down. Oh man, that is not good. A straight up 2 for 0 there. Lord and M snatching up both of those eliminations. Of course, telekinesis made use of earlier, played around, and still the Youngs can't find the edge. And now, of course, Wraith very good at mowing his objectives down with that rapid fire 3.
Yeah, and the next minutes or so of the game are going to be really crucial, right? Because DMB has a very hot start in the game, wants to continue farming up. Kelvin, Victor also grabbing a kill in the side lane, and they might dive this pretty hard. There's a lot of sustain in this lane. That Frost Grenade up in a few seconds. Paradox has to just play around the wall. Little Kobe for this? Little Kobe for the Kelvin?
Long range. Saya surely thinking about it.
Oh,
it's trivial, really, diving these Guardians, isn't it, with the parry? Yeah, just throw that out. Really no threat to you from that initial stun. A lot of pressure, though, Jake, being applied to this right side lane. And that Guardian already down to half.
Yeah, and Gibbs just didn't have roll for the dome, you know? So Saya dominating the lane so hard this early. And now Gibbs is going to have his role. Does he want to use this just purely to defend? I don't think there's much chance of a real counter pressure here, given that, yeah, Kelvin and Victor just laughing that one off.
So, of course, that shocking reanimation now available for the Victor. So that's just an impossible lane to kill when you consider Dome in the mix as well. Aiden brought down here eventually. It looks like Fishcake was able to run up on them. And that mid lane, the best performing lane for Unks in terms of how much health they got left on that Guardian, that's also about to be rectified here, I imagine, as melee creeps now can start to get some of that objective damage in. And sadly for the Unks, all of these lanes starting to collapse early.
Yeah, and this is the true test of a team, right? How do you make the comeback in this spot? Yamato wants to get a catch here on a low HP Bebop. It's one of the best chances they're going to get. A big parry here. Nice catch onto Fishcake. And I think they're going to be able to find a second. Yeah, Bebop, no way out of this play.
Beautifully done there. Shadow Transformation used that effect for Wander at the start of that fight, but the parry is what really sets up for a lot of that extra damage to come on in, especially now the changes to it, right? Where you take extra weapon damage as well as melee damage now when you're parried. Here we go. Lord and M in Wander's direction here, but can't do too much about the Guardian. That is going to be picked up, and he'll have to satisfy himself with farming the remainders.
You're going to be happy to open up the mid Guardian here. A big hook on the Yamato. Wander just dead to rights there. John makes him pay the price, and now it looks like a counter tier 1. Going to be going down here. Melee creeps wasting no time. I don't think they're going to be too mad about trading down Guardians with this kind of an early game advantage.
Yeah, zero concern about leaping into the mid game, but it is a bit weird because, I mean, Sinners aren't even up yet, and these Guardians are sort of being taken down. So there's a little bit of like a 40-second window where you can sort of roam and look to collapse these side lanes further before you start thinking about Sinners, and already melee creeps collapsing onto that right-hand side. And there's nothing to be done here. There's just far too many players locally to do anything about it. Cold Front even used by Lord and M in case anyone got too close. Unfortunately, Dash knows better than to linger.
It's going to be an attempt here to trade out the other side lane walker. Speed in from Mo, see if he's able to get here to make the defense. Abrams wants to commit on this with his life potentially, but looks like they're going to get it almost for free here. So in the end, melee creeps, I don't think they're going to be too worried about losing that Guardian. It's really going to be this third and final Guardian where you're going to see them, I think, really commit to not letting that go down. With Kelvin and Victor able to hold that lane nearly forever. Right now, Victor, though, has shocking reanimation, so kind of wants this fight, but he's in very deep and the parry is baited.
Could be in trouble. Here's the reanimation now, but it's going to be respected. They step out of the stun radius, and Scout has to get the heck out of there. Suffice to say, the pain battery's charged, but there's a bit more than that came from now as the frozen shelter will be deployed, and Wander maybe regrets committing so heavily to this situation. Scout tears strips off the Yamato yet again, and it was not alone while he was farming those enemy Sinners.
Yeah, had the team coming in to back him up. The shocking reanimation buys plenty of time for that, and stealing doubles at 8 minutes is a really big tempo swing here for melee creeps. They didn't even lose the side lane Guardian for it as well. Deathy over the top here with Pocket. I mean, this Mo has gone absolutely all spirit. This is not your typical tanky Mo and Krill, but he's healing a lot off of those first kills. You got to be a little bit careful. Still, this kill's too juicy. You just can't let them all get away when you got them caught like that.
Yeah, I mean, duration extender as well, presumably for that combo, you know, just to make that pick potential a little bit better, and that extra scorn healing with the spirit scaling. Nice to see, but takes a bit more than that. DMB now realizes this might be a bit more compromising. Healing right available for a top up, and of course, he's got the escape.
Yeah, and DMB is just not concerned with anything going on in this game. He's playing his own game. He's playing a little PvE in here in the side lane. Happy to be down Guardian. He's just going to pure farm here. And if you do leave him alone, make the mistake, he's going to start counter pressuring that enemy walker. Looks like a fight starting to break out here.
Fishcake,
I'll thinking about getting into it, though. Yeah, he's not that scared. He's like willing to take these trades.
Yeah, I mean, again, so much, you know, froth around these sinners right now. You can see that melee creatures really just want to get that early lead and snowball as much as possible. Wanda's got to respect the Aurora beam here. We're going to be locked down by the combo, and Fishcake swings in for the kill.
You see, like, the ability to assist your teammates right here in these low numbers engagements is so strong here for melee creeps. And a nice parry onto Victor. Art Gibbs just putting that work in. Holds his nerve there, and Scout goes for the early parry and ends up getting kind of styled on.
Yeah, casting buff picked up there, of course, in that exchange. You obviously can't steal it with Puddle Punch, although that would be nice. He's able to take it the old-fashioned way after the fact. 6k is the difference in this game. Of course, mid-boss and buffs are now both spawning. Order name, don't be fooled. This is just the quickest traverse across the map through the mid-boss pit. We'll be doubling back here, maybe concerned about the proximity of Lona, who does hit that shoulder charge now. And there's some fighting to be done. Burrow here, Lona jumped up to the high ground. Scout is more than happy to get back involved in yet another fight. Affliction going to be popped here now. Deathy trying to control the area of the fight. Lord and him Scout both caught out by that one, but Aiden elsewhere is down. That's a Vindictor out of the situation, and he is frozen shelter. Seen it many times before, I'm quite sure. Sire with a duration extender as well to make it as punishing as possible. Alona's not getting out alive.
Yeah, Sai is just a huge problem here. And the Calvin, you see Calico and Victor's HP is just not going down. Abrams has no choice but to try and just kind of walk it off, but just not that realistic. Hibiscus goo balling, trying to get out of this one, but yeah, I mean, this is a fully passive. Goo ball keeps you alive, but you still give up the urn, and things are going kind of from bad to worse here. Yeah. I think a lot rests on the shoulders of Pocket. It's kind of like the one significant team fight ultimate you can bring the damage with here. Yamato forced the ulti, but DMB's not scared. He's taking this trade.
Yeah, and he is very strong right now. Tesla bullets, of course, being picked up. That represents a significant power spike. I don't think anyone's paying Loner too much attention there. He's going to have to drag himself away. Quick correction, of course. It was a compressed cooldown, not a duration extender for our Kelvin there, which is a very standard pickup.
It is a max duration for Lord NM, though, so the combo is just an absolute death sentence. It really is. I mean, it's only on Gibbs, right, to be able to make those saves, but Biscuits just can't be everywhere all at once, especially with Mo's mobility to kind of roam around the map, and really Melee-Creep's experience in finding those pickups where the saves just won't come in time.
Oh yeah, looking at bullet resist shredder and Tesla bullets for John. So that gun is definitely leaving a little bit more than just a mark. And I's already looking at this right side walker here. Gibbs trying to make something happen, pick up some of these camps from that left side jungle as the wave is pushed up in their favor. What's the plan here? Good catch by Wanda. Looking for a fight here, and I don't know if that's advisable. No shadow transformation available. Wanda very quickly is going to be staved off. Aiden was looking for a line here, but you've got to respect the Bebop's presence, who can obviously draw a bead on you at very long range. I don't know if there's much to do here for the Vindictor, excuse me.
And I mean, the Ungs have numbers here. They brought 4 players, but it's actually Melee Creeps who are pushing them back and really just controlling all of this space around the tier 1 Guardian. And, you know, I think for the Unks, they correctly realize, right, if you take a brutal team wipe here, it's not going to be worth it to grab that Guardian. Gibbs nearly finds that burst on a John, escapes on a sliver of HP. That's going to be a painful one. Would have been super worth to take that 1-for-1, but just can't quite get the payoff.
Especially with the...
Gentlemen, I have an update. I got to break in here real quick. So we have some news. A mystery donor is helping us celebrate the fact that we just hit 800 subs over on twitch.tv/Deadlock Night Shift. They will match up to 100 subs between now and the end of the NA final. So if you were ever thinking about using that Prime, they will match up to 100 subs. Help us reach 1,000 before episode number 10 ends tonight. It'd be a great way to celebrate.
Guys, NA Deadlock needs you. So too does it seem DMB, who's running away on low HP, but you just can't catch the Kelvin sometimes.
Yeah, no, he's out of there. Sire here. DMB, though, under a little bit more pressure. I like the Aurora being used to try and slow Loner down. Gibbs going to be traded out for DMB, though. So that is the Wraith finally being dealt with. A good group up here for the Unks. Obviously, eyes over towards mid. Still that right side Guardian. You called it, Jake. Melee Creep's really investing in keeping that one standing. At least gives them a far deeper foothold on that right side of the map, is evidenced by Fishcake, who's just waiting around in that right side jungle of the Unks, snatching up those souls.
Yeah, and also we're going to reach this point where that lack of even a single flex slot is pretty punishing. Like, there's a couple upgrades you can grab, but, you know, maybe for 5 more minutes, you're going to be able to do just okay in the build. But at some point, this is going to become a real issue for the Unks. They're going to have to find an opening to take down that tower. But you see Melee Creeps, I mean, that right wave is just constantly deep shoved. Hell, it's near the base Guardians right now.
I mean, we might have a fight in the right side jungle here. The Unks are really trying to stake their claim to it, but John's working on this Sinner. There's the puddle punch. Respected. Pressure here as well. You know, pretty deep, obviously, in the absence of that Walker, which you can kind of do as you want over that side of the map. Gibbs here now running straight into John, and that's a lot of damage being added there, of course, by Lord and M, who with that combo still has plenty of damage to clean off the Viscous, and that is Unks now knocks down a peg yet again. A lot of farm here free to be taken, and buffs have just spawned up.
Yeah, that mobility buff goes to the Melee Creeps. Unks grab the buff on the other side of the map, and now they're going to take the fight to Scout, who doesn't have ultimate, right? Has kind of played a little bit risky clear of that wave.
No help for Scout at all.
Yeah, and Deathy's trying to do it without Affliction. Okay, I think it's a wise commitment. You don't want to end up failing this kill because of that, but DMB's here to assist. You don't have the suitcase pocket. So vulnerable when he's locked down with those CCs. Deathy, can he play his way out of this? He needs to be able to cape away. DMB trying to go for that finish after, and now Fishcake comes in. Hammer and Anvil, no escape there for Deathy, and Scout walks that one off. So just baiting them on the Victor, right? That's classic Victor.
The zone take is all but guaranteed here. I think it's just the Vindicta of Aiden who's in the way, and surely they'll make a bit of space now as already the Calico. Fishcake's done a very good job here at going ahead and just sort of clearing the way, setting up, clearing these camps as well. Melee Creeps can fold in behind them and do things just like this. We can transition here. 3 players on the left side to a Walker take. The wave is pushed up perfectly for it. This one's been cooked to perfection. Another big objective that the Unks are about to lose.
Yeah, great traversal, and they're just hard diving under the Walker. Where's the stop, bro? Walker, what are you doing? And the frozen shelter from Kelvin is going to get them all to full HP under the Walker. DMB, though, tried to make a defense on the other side of the map and actually got caught and punished. So the Unks are actually, it seems, going to get a Walker trade out of this. Melee Creeps, no problem clearing this objective, but if you go 1 for 1 here, I think you're going to be very happy as the Unks.
Yeah, I mean, also, mid is not ripe for a swing onto the Walker for Melee Creeps. The wave's not pushed for them here. So how can John hold the Unks off of that right side Walker? Deathy might have been caught out here yet again. Satchel departed.
Dive. Oh, Fishcake just fearless goes all the way into the base. Is going to get caught maybe by Dash. Can you get these trades? I mean, these trades are so valuable with the comeback threat, but I mean, even Gibbs goes down for it, and you're starting to get desperate as the Unks. I can't blame him. You got to chase out for these like risky counter kills. But yeah, it seems like mid boss could be on the cards. Melee Creeps, it'd be a little bit risky, but they've been no stranger to taking risks this game, that's for sure.
Yeah, they could also force the Unks to fight over this mid Walker. Maybe try and take an advantageous fight and transition off of it. You can see the soul difference is pretty palpable at this point. You can see a lot of those big items start to make their way in. Torment Pulse obviously so important for Victor, who is going to spend much of his time surrounded by many, many foes. Greater expansion as well. Kind of crazy, but, you know, pretty nice. Pain Battery is going to catch on to more stuff around him. It's a problem to have him stay in the middle of your team constantly. Bit of a power spike, though, here for the Vindicta. Boundless Spirit has been picked up, so gotta watch out for those abilities hitting like a truck.
Wait, what the hell is Aiden's build? I don't even know who's building Boundless on Vindicta. Is he going like a snipe build or something? Very odd choice, this Mo. Look at Lord and M waiting in that veil. Look at these juicy creeps. Don't you want some creeps? Gibbs sniffs him out, though. Nope,
and
too
there
late.
It is. Warpstone into combo, Jake. Gibbs has nowhere to go right now. Little baggy drop down. Thank you very much for the Prime subs coming in, by the way, and all the rest of the subs on chat. We'll get Puck to keep us abreast of that, but the game is getting to a bit of a fever pitch here. Yeah, it feels like Vindicta, I know she goes into that Mystic vulnerability to try and, you know, replace some of the Spirit Shred she loses off that nerf, but yeah, I don't know about Boundless. That's an interesting choice. We'll get a look at the build a little bit later on. Mid boss, though, is going to be gobbled up here. No ifs or buts about it.
And I mean, do you go for this? I think you almost have to as the Unks. Maybe Pocket can get in here for some shenanigans, but yeah, Abrams is not. So they're not going to go for it. And, you know, honestly, I would have liked to see them try something there, given how bad the game was going, because now with the 20k soul deficit and the rejuve against them, you're trying at sort of a desperate wave push here, but this is going to be expensive. I mean, if you're able to find a bunch of counter kills from mini creeps, this could be a chance to siege the base. They've already found Dash and maybe even Vindicta. Yeah, being hunted down. Remember, he's got 6k in Boundless, so he is not tanky on that Vindicta.
That's true. There's a huge investment really in just damage for the Vindicta. And of course, eventually there is a response on the left lane by melee creeps, but the Walker ends up being taken. So the Unks give up a player for that, but I've done a terrible job here at keeping up with some of those larger objectives and of course getting crucial souls as a result. However, they're up against 3 rejuve creds and now melee creeps who are eyeing off that mid Walker.
And I mean, this duration, Calvin, is going to be so annoying to fight into because that falls in shelter. Even Abrams knows can't really commit into this one. Getting some good damage on DMP before the fight, though. That'll be nice. You got to soften this guy up. You're able to burst down that rate. Big charge forward. Can they catch this? But not the stomp.
Get clear of the stomp here. I mean, Surge of Power here on the Wraith. Very, very potent, especially when she gets that rapid fire going. She's hitting like a truck. Also, big investment in fire rate and a test of bullets from beforehand. So that gun is definitely going to be doing some serious work on these objectives now. Base Guardian's being scrutinized. Dash gets picked up there. And it looks like it's going to be tough here for the Unks to fight their way back into the game now. A lot of these key objectives being mowed on down. A frozen shelter for a bit of a top-up for Scout and Lord and M before their next push.
Yeah, and you see Aiden's build. I mean, he did do massive damage there with the snipes. That's what he's playing for with the Boundless, but everyone on the team pretty much is dead. It's just Deathy and Wander standing. Shrine's being assaulted. Victor still has that shocking reanimation, and with 2 credits left on the rejuice, melee creeps, I see no reason for them to fall back here. I mean, they're a little bit low, might be a little bit risky. I think they're going to be going for this one.
This bag, though, I mean, you kind of just want to go spend these souls while you got them, but I think melee creeps do see a gain to be won right here and now. Wander straight to the Shadow Transformation, chunked down basically instantly. Deathy gets popped here. DMB at a respectful distance, but everyone getting involved in picking off the pocket, and now the chase is on. Okay, Paradoxical swap there. Yields a kill on towards DMB, but the trade is 3 for 1. Melee creeps, of course, making use of those rejuve credits to get back into the fight. Patron's already knocked, by the way. They're looking to get this one cleared as soon as possible.
It's getting a little bit scary, right? It's 4-on-4 with the benefit of that fountain to use. Mo goes for that combo here. On one, the pullback from Abrams gets them out of the pit, closer to that fountain. And yeah, I think melee creeps have bitten off more than they can chew. Did I just see 20 gifted for that fountain defense from the Unks? Okay.
Let's go. So reshuffle. Thank you very much for the 20 gifted, and everyone else also with the primes gifted subs. Thank you very much. Still a game to go on here. It looks like there's a catch on melee creeps as they tried to get on out, but they're ready to fight for it. Apparently, his Lord of Them is at the front and center. Dash brought down. Aiden at least able to find that pick off. Maybe even a bit of a snipe was involved, and Sire is trying to beat a hasty retreat with this ice path. Deathy does not want to let the Kelvin walk away scot-free. Awkward here is melee creeps are pulled back, but they might have been feigning a total rouse as they were ready to fight. No overchase though from the Unks.
Yeah, the Unks find a couple of kills, out of that overextension. They managed to hold on for the moment, securing themselves a bit of space and time to farm. Being able to catch DMB relatively early in that fight, I think, is pretty massive considering how much damage he does. And all right, we got to see Aiden's build. He just bought Merc Mag. Bro is all damage. It's purple Vin, man. I truly don't. This is like a hard carry Vindicta build. Oh my, that hook scared me.
What is he imbuing with Merc Mag?
Probably Bird, if I had to guess, because that's like the most. Do you ever put it on?
Yeah, it's spammable, right? So yeah, it's like the same thing you would do with like Quicksilver Reload, right? Whatever's the most spammable ability, I guess.
Big stacks on Deathy. Yeah, okay, you just gave him 4 stacks. Catch Fish Cake with the silence. Nice by Dash. And hey, this is how you got to play when you're, with the base to defend like this. You got to be finding those kills out on the map. 1 for 1 though. Prospect of a team fight. Proximity of the game ending here if Victor can get his claws into you.
Yeah, Scout is looking. He be hunting. Up on that higher ground here is Dash. I think it's tough for the Paradox. So now the initiation tool is gone for the Unks. Gibbs taken down a little bit earlier on, so they're operating on 4 players, and this last set of base Guardians are about to be chewed straight on through. Of course, the expected pickup of Ethereal Shift came in for our Victor player of Scout. He made good use of that 6k soul sat on him, so guy is pretty impossible to kill at this point. So we're going to shove some waves in. There's also an earn up should that be required. Melee creeps. We're taking a slightly more conservative approach to their macro in the last couple of minutes.
I mean, these afflictions from Deathy, you're kind of draining their HP. They don't really want to continue to press into the base. That being said, every objective is down but the final patron, right? This is truly the last stand for the Unks. The 30k soul devs hit surely isn't helping anything. And I think melee creeps going to play on some of this old tempo, maybe get, one more cycle of buys off with this earn. And your Unks need to continue to find those pickoffs as they were able to find that catch there onto Fish Cake with Dash. But Melee Creeps, I think, are going to start to be more and more ready for that as the game progresses. They're all together. They are ready for anyone to come out on the map here.
Some of the best opportunities for the Unks to catch Melee Creeps out are when they are falling back off the base, especially with this Paradox. But unfortunately, with Dash going down so early in the previous fight, there's no option to try and find a swap on an individual and take them out. So this is how Melee Creeps get further and further ahead. Of course, completely ransacking the jungle, especially these Sinners, are all going to get snatched away from the Unks. And there's just not a good way to accrue souls right now for your Sapphire side, as they are mostly confined to their base and aware, of course, that this urn is starting to drift across the map. That does represent an opportunity to fight an engagement they might be looking for now with Aiden, who's just, he's topped up to the hilt with these spirit damage items. He's looking to blow people up.
Abrams looking for something, but ooh, the catches are very real. Going on Victor first is a bold move. This guy has E-Ship. He's soaking a ton of damage, and absolutely the fight is going to come in here for Melee Creeps. This could be the end of the game. Abrams already forced the ult. That nuke onto Death. He just absolutely popped. Aiden does have monster damage on these snipes, but Scout just shrugs it off with the ultimate.
Shotgun reanimation pops, so then obviously the bonus snatching it after the fact help the Victor to continue fighting. Shadow transformation, a bit of a desperate gambit here for Wanda as things are looking bad for the Unks. They are down 4 players. It's just Lona and Wanda standing, and oh my God, surviving. I cannot believe how much of this damage is being soaked up. That is ridiculous. That Fury trans going a long way, I suspect, but not enough in the end. And Lona will eventually be caught out, dragged out of the town square and beaten senseless. This should be the last push for Melee Creeps.
That split shot damage farm was unreal. I think he was hitting like 4 or 5 players with every split shot, just healing like a god. But in the end, Melee Creeps are favorites here for the challenger match. They're gonna get their shot here at Redemption. Gonna go on to take Sneaky Golem there in that money match for $1,000, brought to you by Intel. And I can't say I'm shocked by this, right? We knew Melee Creeps would be the favorites, but I respect the Unks going for the wild meme builds. Little split shot gun Yamato, little all-in spirit nuking for Vindicta, like some builds we haven't seen in quite a long time.
I do want to see the stats, how they play out after this game, because yeah, some pretty funky builds that were mixed in here. But look, I mean, there's a moment, right, with the pocket lane where Deathy sees an overextension and he's able to turn it into a 2-for-1 exchange. And that's where I feel like that left lane, at least for the Unks, had some potential. Unfortunately, it is pretty short-lived as Melee Creeps tend to lean pretty heavily. But in the mid-game, I don't hate the macro approach from Unks. Like, there's good opportunities for split pushing and some objective pickups here. They stay relatively even after going down in walkers early. But I think you highlighted it, Jake, that one Guardian that was protected by Melee Creeps, that flex slot that that Unks are kept off, it prevents them from using the souls from this split pushing to actually meaningfully, catch up in the game. The Deathy pocket, the afflictions were looking pretty terrifying, but outside of that, Melee Creeps, although looking a little disrespectful in how they were playing at times, able to close things out.
You got to give some credit to the laning from the Unks, right? Things were looking a little bit scary in the super early game, but a few clutch counter plays, some kills on the lane, some trades came in. I think John, though, was a big part of the team success. Him and Fishcake, right? Like, you're hooking him in, and then Fishcake's clapping him down, finding all these kills, getting on top of the back line. And you see, I mean, this Vindicta, monster damage on her build, but if there's a Calco just running through you, there's not much you can do with that.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention, of course, there's a Bebop in the game, so there's always going to be some pretty potent pick potential from John, who is scaling pretty well. You can see that soul count getting some pretty monstrous gun damage. Val Walker, of course, now becoming a bit more of a niche item for those roamers around, so still makes its home in the inventory for Fishcake here. And, the Unks are dealing with the same issue. I think it was touched on in EU, Jake, is that Kelvin is just unbelievable. When you put him in a lane that really wants to gobble that sustained damage up, that Victor, of course, loves to be, constantly topped up as he's taxing himself. You've got a really potent combo that fights extremely well.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be one we'll be seeing more of, I think. However, getting Victor and Kelvin in the draft is kind of on you, Unks. Like, arguably the top 2 characters right now in the amount of threat they can put on, and able to get a very comfortable draft here for the Melee Creeps. Showing what they can do with it, though. Showing that in these team fights, especially able to control that tempo with the Kelvin Dome. They're just unstoppable once we get to that phase of the game when it really is all about the 6-on-6.
I think chat nailed it. They would have won if they had a Viper, but they didn't. So they got outslayed 38 kills to 14. The Unks are leaving the show, but Melee Creeps are just getting started. They move on to our championship match to play Sneaky Golem for $1,000 in a best of 3. As we take a look at the numbers, though, Jake, is there a build you liked? Is there anything you loved here?
Dude, Wander, what the hell?
All right, Wander's build is Thanos. I respect this
So
build, bro.
nice.
I'm gonna say this. Don't go this in your games, guys. I really wait. Low key, if you're
Do it
low
right
rank,
now.
do go this.
Bro,
This
Fury
build is
Trance,
actually-
Lucky Shot, Split Shot is unbelievably based.
This build is crazy in low rank. Actually, you just
Print
like
screen.
you actually Thanos on this Yamato build. Deathy top damage, so Deathy the goat. Don't at me. I don't care. He's playing pocket. I don't care. He's using affliction.
Oh man.
We saw Kelvin get another win. Is that the difference maker? Is it that simple right now, or was it just terrible drafting across the board from the young Suber?
It wasn't terrible. I think like it's a combo. Like the draft is pretty reasonable, right? You have pocket, you've got paradox, you've got good roaming potential. Obviously, in those team fights, you've got Yamato, you've got Viscous, right? Your crop is fine. The build obviously takes an interesting turn in the case of a couple of these heroes, like the Mercurial Magnum, sort of Boundless Spirit on the Vindicta. But the idea, of course, is to snipe people out of the game. I think that melee creeps, like Jake points out, they get Kelvin, they get Victor, they've got strong lanes, right? They have that bebop aspect there for John. And I was kind of like, seeing what the Wraith can do, working her way in here, looking extremely potent. A couple of the itemization. I love seeing Spellslinger. We saw it, I think, in EU, also picked up by the Lady Geist. So it's a nice little mix. She melts objectives very well with rapid fire, especially if you're imbuing that ability with surge power. So yeah, nice build. I like that.
I sure hope it's not a catfish. We have a surprise secret donor who is offering to match up to 100 of our subs to get us to 1,000 subs to celebrate the end of our 10th episode. Real quick, we got to give a shout out to everyone who helped us get to this point, Jake, because I am told we are now up to 858 after that game. Lousy came in, Drake Sid, Pedro Cattens, Ho Jake, Tone Woody, Lemony Snacket, Vix Napalm. We had Syneda, DM Lunatic, Vessel TV, Jiggly Shadow, Some Trickster, Skytano, Ropes on Fire with another 5, not a 323, Balrog Obama with the Prime, Balrog Obama with the 3 gifted, Captain Timo, Tanner the Fishman hitting us with the resub, Balrog Obama with another gifted. We had Radish Supreme with 10 gifted, Soray's Truffle hitting us with 20 gifted, and then Obi Kim felt left out after winning $1,000. Obi was gifted a sub as well. His night is complete, and we just topped it off with a free 100 bits from gay actor Michael Douglas. Thank you for being here. Shout out to the Sour Worms that gave Mitch that amazing face and great reaction.
Oh yeah, that's
Mitch,
what's giving me the face. Yeah.
how's your tongue right now?
Is crazy, bro. Dude, I love anything covered with citric acid. I won't lie to you. I love sour sweets. Oh my god.
Yeah.
But the sort of the spittle that's being generated is quite off the charts. I won't lie.
Yeah, there's a lot of spittle that we'll let you get rid of here in a second. Jake, though, we just took a look at the highlights. Do you have an MVP?
Let's see. Honestly, I got to give this one to Prod. See what they pick as far as the best clips. It could have been anyone, but it had to be Lord and
the Mo, bro.
20 assists, Mr. Mo, the pummeler. Was it Mo or Krill? This game, I'm gonna say was Mo. I think it was a little bit more Mo than Krill. I think Krill was kind of slacking. He's just riding. Yeah. He's doing his little thing.
Listen, some days you give 20, they give 80. Other days you give 100, they give 0. It's all right. You know what I mean? That's a relationship.
True.
Can't be at 100 all the time.
Facts. Mo and Krill, relationship goals.
For people like me who don't know what Mo and Krill are supposed to do in game, what did they do to achieve this MVP award?
You run up at people and you press 4, and they can't do anything for like 5 seconds.
Look at this. Watch this. Outplayed. Mo and Skrill, baby. Mo and Skrill.
Yeah. That's what you do, man. Again, like you carry like a lot of like debuffing items, cold front, you carry silence wave. You basically want to lock an individual down and out of the game until you pummel them senseless like that.
This is crazy. Just comboing him under his walker. You're going into a man's house. You're going into his house
with the cat lady.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Straight into the cookie jar, bro. You got the multicolors from 3 years ago and you're still gobbling them down. You know their style. You don't care. It's about sending a message. Your cookies are mine, bro.
Ozzy Lion, thank you for the Mo and Krill skin here on the night shift. Deadlock popping off as always. Thank you to all the new subs. We expect more to flow through during the finals. We're matching up to 100 till we get to 1,000 over on twitch.tv/Deadlock Night Shift. We just crowned our MVP. Are you guys ready to update the bracket? Uber, it's looking pretty good. Sneaky Golems, Hydration, back in action with the new squad, and he's also going to be joining us on the Graveyard Shift post show.
That's going to be great. I mean, Hydration is not known for being very verbose. So look forward to brevity being the soul of wit in that particular interview. Hopefully we can tease a little bit out of the guy, but we're great to have him on the show later. Hopefully he's in a good mood after Sneaky Golem take that game down. But I want another 3-game final packet. That's what I'm locked in for. Give me maximum Deadlock today from NA.
All right, the Christian white rapper Chris Puckett sending us to a break. Don't go anywhere. It's the night shift. Jake, get your jewels on, bro. See you
My bad.
Where my jewels at, bro? Where my jewels at?
I got my chains.
Break time. Get us to a break. Throw it to a break. Seriously, break. Solomon, break. No, it's not 2018, but it's Puckett, Uber, and Jake on your screen, and this is not Overwatch. It's a new game called Deadlock. We have 60 seconds to plug the fact that we have a very special gifter who is going to head to match up to 100 subs over on twitch.tv/Deadlock Night Shift. Jake, we're up to 59. We got 40 seconds left.
Double impact gifteds. We're trying to get it to 1,000 gifted here, or 1,000 subs total. 1,000 gifted would be great, but 1,000 subs total.
Wait, you gonna wear a cat
to mark
suit,
our
Jake?
10th show. Look, we missed that goal. That was like a month ago, bro.
I still see it on the channel though, so that's false
like an extra
advertising.
1,000. This is lies. I'm being slandered.
The secret donor is no alias, no alias. How do I pronounce? Secret donor has revealed themselves. No alias.
No alias, and he has been a good friend and someone I've known since the Heroes of the Storm days. Torturing me with Gazlo challenges in the best way, but super happy to see him around a Deadlock stream. Always enjoyed his presence back in the day.
Deadlock
How many bodies does ZP have in his basement? No alias. We guessed 3, but only one was human.
Does that make it worse or better?
I think it does, honestly. But I'm a misanthropist, so it really depends on who you ask.
Listen, the aliens invaded Minnesota first. That's how it works around here. We got a big matchup to talk about. I'm told, Puckett, talk about what we have in store. It's Sneaky Golems. That's the new Hydra Nation Sneaky Golem combo. Remember, they made Hydra Nation blow up despite winning Week 8. Now Hydration and friends will be playing the melee creeps who just took care of business. They showcased some fun. We're about to see some more. Does this NA battle go to a Game 3, Jake?
I do think this one's going to be hotly contested. Whether or not it goes to Game 3, I mean, I think that comes down to these small details. With the teams as good as they are here, it's like you make one little mistake, as good as you are as a team, you make one mistake that precipitates a bad team fight, a bad mid boss, and the other team might well take that advantage and just run with it all the way to the patron. So you've got to play so clean, but at the same time, there's a lot of pressure to generate those little advantages, to push that risk just a little bit further. I think that's what makes this Deadlock so much fun right now.
It's a best of 3. Here we go. Let's take a look at our roster. Saya, Scout, John, Lord, NM, DMB, and Fishcake. If there's anyone who wants to win this match on this melee creep squad, it's Lord NM. He was BMing. They were talking back and forth. He was the victim of the final word fight. Can he walk away with the W? Is his favorite character Lash even good in the meta, Jake?
Lash is interesting. I think it's good, but you can't force it every game. It needs the right conditions. It needs the right sort of a match to set up for it to be truly effective. And I also think, at this level of play, people are so good at counterspelling the ulti and, being able to shut him down with various stuns and control skills. Unlike Pocket and Mina, who have insane mobility, they also have some very, very hard escapes. If you get on top of Lash and you start locking him down with CC, he is basically dead. Usually it's going to be really tough to play your way out of those because you don't have a way to purge that silence or block that damage or truly hard escape other than just insane mobility. So we'll see. Melee creeps, though, I don't think they're worried about any one pick, right? You come into this drafting mode and you need to have flexibility, but we've seen from them week after week from all these players that they have that in spades.
Uber, you see what I see?
What do you see?
Good night, Deadlock, dropping 10 gifted on our noggin at the buzzer.
At the buzzer, baby.
Incredible stuff from the Deadlock community.
Let's go, dude. Thanks so much, guys. Your support's been incredible. We are pumping the subs out. So thank you so much for 871 by my reckoning. So that is awesome, guys. Thank you. And just, we're glad to have you here. Intel obviously supported the prize pool, but you're helping us keep the lights on here at Night Shift as well. It's not just us. There's a ton of people in the back rooms that are actually making this show happen. And frankly, making this show look better than a lot of professional, corporate production outfits. So I just want to give a shout out to everyone behind it here. We're kind of outdoing the OGs out there in the esports world. So thank you for your support.
Well, the OGs are just doing it for ourselves now instead of for the man.
Instead of letting TV
we don't need the man.
Decide.
We're like a bunch of little kids who are just getting shit done. Jake, incredible stuff here. Shout out to our 74 new subs on the channel. Thanks to Nolis. Thank you very much for supporting ZP throughout his entire career. And big shout out to ZP, who has been done with his session for an hour and a half and is waiting for the graveyard shift with hydration. Speaking of hydration, he's about to take the stage and we are about to introduce his squad. Let's take a look here at the Sneaky Golems League. Hydration, Rocker, AVG, Goober, and Rokane. But what everyone needs to know is this is Rocker's team. He's the IGL. He's the shot caller, Jake.
Look, in every junkyard, there's one big mean dog, and that's a Sneaky Golem right here in North America, ready to take it to their opposition. They look very solid in their last outing. You know, they lost map 1, I believe, last week, and then the clapback was immediate. They turned it on. They leveled up in that next two games rather, and just kind of blew Melee Creeps out of the water. I think Melee Creeps are going to be smarting from that one. They're going to want to come back and make this a tougher fight, maybe one that they can actually win. Especially, I mean, I think all the teams are starting to look ahead now to that Trolly Open tournament, right? There's a lot of cash on the line, and being able to put up wins here today in the night shift is laying your mark on that first place prize, laying your mark as one of the best teams in the region. And you know, I think there's a bit of mental advantage to play for here today.
Yeah, I mean,
now
also,
the
like,
challenge. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I just want to point out, remember, Rocker was the guy that came into Hydronation and allowed them to, or helped them beat the Baroness Hotel a couple of weeks ago, right, and break that streak. So, guy is literally like success in a bottle, just add water.
Here we go. Rocker and friends ready to take on their opponents. The NA players take an extra minute to get into the lobby as always, which gives us a little extra time to discuss draft. So, Uber, NA, don't do what EU does. What have they shown you that they're valuing? What are you expecting to see here as Melee Creeps? They have the honor of banning first.
I think we should write off the last game's draft, because I think the Unks, while laning wise, mechanics wise, can absolutely keep up and made that game interesting. I think when it comes to like a raw draft, that's a really huge advantage. But once again, Melee Creeps are going to opening ban the Shiv.
Fighting the Kelvin
Curious
ban,
one for me. Yeah, maybe
they must have just been bodied in a scrim or something by Shiv.
Shiv is legitimately very good right now. Maybe it's like a Victor protector. It makes Victor, if you get Victor, like, with no Shiv, right? Because Victor loves to be on low HP. He loves to like kind of like play that limit and kind of outplay you despite being on super low HP. And yet Shiv just executes you and pops you. So maybe that's what they're trying to think of here. If the first pick's not Victor, then I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, obviously, like, you know, it might be one team gets Victor, one team gets Kelvin here. The priority on Pocket is pretty interesting here from Sneaky Goal. I'm just trying to, you know, make sure that is out of the game. So Melee Creeps, okay. They allow potentially, quite a lot to come through here, but nailing the Victor is important. Surely you just give Kelvin now.
Oh boy, 99 lives with another 10 gifted. We are up to 889 on the channel. Thank you very much. Also, I see you, AVG and Goober, asking me to hype you up. You know what? I hyped you up 2 weeks ago. It's Uber's turn. He is wearing his best. He's got so many great shirts, but this is his best.
This is my
finest drobe we have seen on esports. So Uber, go ahead, gas up the boy AVG, who may or may not pull out a Mirage.
I mean, AVG's the GOAT. I mean, he wins the night shift after getting a new mouse, you know what I mean? And we all thought he was washed, but turns out, bro, that new hardware makes a big difference. Goob is also like Jason Kaplan's favorite duo partner. I'm going to quote him on that one. So that speaks very highly, I think. You know, look for Goob, but of course, some problems out there. You know what I'm saying? This outfit, terrifying. Very powerful team.
And speaking of powerful, like Kelvin Paradox, I mean, Victor is strong. Don't get me wrong. Like, that's a great front line, but Sneaky Golem are going to have a ton of control of the team fight, right? Paradox for the swap to kind of start things off on the right foot, and then Kelvin to deny things and push people away. Victor, I will say, is probably one of the best heroes in the game at actually fighting into the Kelvin Dome and maybe occasionally coming out on top. So I think this one's shaping up to look very, very interesting here already.
Yeah.
I believe Kelvin has a 100% win rate on the show tonight.
Yes,
and he was banned 7 out of 7 last week since he got his buffs.
Yeah, very true. Victor is literally 100% win rate in night shift full stop, though. He is 5-0 right now, whereas Kelvin is 9-5. So yeah, I mean, if you have to choose between one of those, I can see why Melee Creeps prioritize the Victor, but he's someone who wants the fight to come to him, Pocket. You know, Sneaky Golem obviously have the initiation tools here. Curious to see how Melee Creeps wants to, like, what the premise is for them sort of securing favorable engagements.
The cat lady's been pretty good tonight too. And Infernus gets through here from North America. Those were insta bans when EU was playing, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, I think the pick prio looks great for melee creeps. For Sneaky Golem, top 2 look amazing. And the Viscous is just the full respect on Goober's capabilities here on this character, right? He's kind of like, I feel like the one player at top level Deadlock still grinding the Viscous, but making it look insane still. After a lot of the nerfs to laning stage, some of that damage pressure in the early game has been taken down a notch. Goober's still making it look incredibly effective, still snowballing these early games. He's been building Majestic Leap, kind of showing up in all these fights in crazy ways. Like this one, you just gotta love to see Goober getting the Viscous. I mean, come on, this is why we tune in here on the Night Shift.
I think Mo and Krill might get priored here a little bit for melee creeps. They don't have anything to really like catch and lock down here. With Holiday banned and Paradox being picked up by Sneaky Golem, you do probably want something to like allow you to benefit from good positioning and roams. What?
Oh my God. I'm scrolling up in the chat and I can't
100
find
gifted,
chat, baby. Noalius just ripped it in with 100, baby.
Dude, let's go. That is crazy.
I'm doing Deadlock.
Hype it up, baby. Hype it up in the chat. Noalius with 100 gifted. Big stacks, big spender, big step.
Big stacks.
That's crazy.
Dang.
That is insane.
Last week we had 100 gifted. We had up to 136 gifted, I believe, by Enjoy. Now we've got 100 coming in from Nolis. Thank you to the Deadlock community. You guys have been insane. Back into this draft, though. Mo and Krill coming in the 4th round. It's going to be matched by a Bebop on the other side. Bebop went round 2 last game, Jake.
Yeah, Bebop. You know, one of the interesting things about this melee creeps draft, though, yeah, especially with the Mo, I like the call on the Mo. I think it would have been maybe a threatening pick to grab, but now Sneaky Golem have like a ton of that early game roaming power. I do feel like Sneaky Golem are running a lineup so far that really wants to play together. Like they don't have too much like solo individual playmaking. Kind of surprised to see no Mina drafted yet. That could be the type of hero that Sneaky Golem kind of want to add to up the mobility threat in the roster and maybe be able to kind of show up on more of these fights, but they also need maybe some late game carry. And I think Ivy's going to try and be both. We don't see as much gun carry Ivy, but I think likely it's either gun carry Ivy or gun carry Kelvin this game. I think Ivy's probably more likely. And in fairness, Ivy does give that global presence, letting her show up to some.
Where's the NA doorman? Where is the NA doorman, Jake?
Yeah,
I would not mind a gun doorman here. No gunman. No cat. Gunman looks kind of sick here. They go Mirage, which actually is maybe
that's AVG's. That's AVG's Mirage. You can have it.
And I mean, Ivy Mirage carry combo, very scary. Both of these heroes have like global presence ultimates that let them show up into team fights very quickly after showing on side lanes. I mean, that's something that you're not going to be able to really keep up with on melee creeps. They're going to need to hit and run and find these quick picks.
Is the change in... Oh, there it is. I was wondering if NA had also sniffed out that Paige is legitimately quite good now. She was a nightmare to last hit with. Like, it's not... Even with high velocity rounds, like, you could not hit those orbs. It's just impossible. But they've increased her base projectile speed now by like 18%. You don't have to necessarily buy high velocity rounds. And obviously, she's had a duration increase, I think, on her shield, which is also quite nice. There's tweaks all over her kit, but... You know, EU definitely was feeling like she's kind of good right now, and it's good to see melee creeps pick it up. Good team fighter.
Guys, we're on 991 subs. I mean, this is incredible.
92
Fire support, 992 on the night. Big stuff here from the Night Shift community. Really appreciate you guys as we're going to get into this first game here of our NA money match here, brought to you by Intel. And, you know, honestly, I like the Paige. I think Paige, super early laning dominance, terrifying. Like, I wonder who's the lane here. Is it like Paige Calico or something? I'm just imagining, like, if you just hard run at the enemy team on Calico getting Paige shields, like, what do they do, man?
Yeah.
We're going to dive into that in a moment. Jake, as the official CFO here on Project Night Shift, can you give us an update? Who in this lobby have you written the most checks to?
That's a good question. It's got to be Hydration. Hydration has to have cashed the most checks of anybody here in Deadlock. Bro has been winning tournaments since the game dropped, since we've been running events. So, I mean, Hydration, he's kind of the OG. Okay, Hydra Nation may have fallen, but he rises again here. The Sneaky Golem called and he rose. He responded. He answered that red phone there. Or would it be like a gray stony phone for?
Yeah, it would be like a stone phone. Yeah, or like a cup of string. You know what I mean? I don't know, like what they kind of got.
Like a prehistoric phone.
Yeah, or just signal fires. You know what I mean? Like light one of your own.
Yeah. Smoke signals, babies. Here we go. Sneak Golem. Maui Creeps, who you got your money on? Put it in the prediction chat right now. It seems that we are split 49.2K to 49.1K. Melee Creeps, can you cause the upset? It's time to find out on the mic in Super Shouts with Jake Big Brains.
I'm here for this. Melee Creeps obviously have a comp that, well, it doesn't have a lot of pick potential outside of the Bebop, right? And it feels like that was, obviously it's a pick they love to go for. The gun build, of course, with John always goes hard. It's always my go-to build when I'm playing that. But outside of that, right, this team fights so well. It is insane how good they are in like a small locale. So they're probably going to pull up on objectives and basically dare Sneaky Golem to come at them.
By the way, guys, I'm hearing, and I think this is true, apparently YouTube is down right now. Not the stream, YouTube. So I don't know what's going on. That is insane. Probably the biggest website on the internet, period.
Damn, bro.
Can't load any videos.
That's crazy.
How much money a second do you think Google loses from YouTube?
Oh my God, dude.
Literally a second. Like $1 million? I'm no capping. Like maybe more than that.
Dude, how would you bring you? That is crazy to bring YouTube down. I don't know how you could actually.
You want to welcome all of YouTube.com over to twitch.tv/Deadlock Night Shift.
Come through. Water's warm. We're welcoming all comers here.
All the
Obviously,
comers.
Dope, obviously, to see our YouTube community start to grow as well. So thank you for joining us over there. You can also replay back on the egregious things that Chris Puckett says and clip them. So that's kind of the
don't clip them.
The upside.
Dude, I haven't signed my contract for the new gig yet. Don't clip them.
The Streisand effect's about to kick in, my guy. Don't you worry about that. Pain Battery already gives AVG a bit of a tickle. This is a challenging lane, I'm sure, but the Kelvin sustain is going to help a lot with all this incidental poke damage that comes in.
It's a hydration Kelvin. So, I mean, hydration has always been that guy who's willing to play whatever the team needs. Looks like it's a lane. Oh, they're double lane swap. They're both lane swapping. Melee Creeps. So who's trying to dodge who? I mean, I don't know if I see that. They're like, oh, bro, weren't you guys just in the side lane? Like, what's up? What are you guys doing here?
I see. Stinky Golem have some decent lanes here, but look at this. Straight away, that page lane starting to come forward. Sire on the page, so definitely something to keep an eye on. I think a captivating read skilled into pretty early. Being able to lock someone down inside of that, you can get a slow, and if they are, of course, in the area, they get immobilized and take a bit of damage. That's pretty powerful. Kutsu Bomb here got nerfed slightly recently, but still pretty effective for that area damage. John here, of course, benefiting from the shield. This rocker a punch and have him slide out of that captivating read. You've got to be on your toes against this page lane.
Man, Bebop Page is pretty annoying, right? Like, Bebop's just going to be able to full send it on you, looking for those bomb connections, looking for those hooks. And normally you pressure Bebop out of the lane, right? You spam him down. He takes a lot of damage. But with the Page shields, it just doesn't seem like an option. So heavy commitment here onto John. I like this investment early. Bebop's a hero that can kind of take those early leads and really get out of control quick.
And two points to remember in that ability gives fire rate increase, sort of stand and fight. So it's a pretty nice buff to give over to someone who obviously is already speccing in that way anyway. And there's Rocker getting brought down. Oh yes, this Page Bebop lane is looking pretty darn scary. Nice hook off the flop there for John, and now a little bit of free Guardian damage.
And
we hit 1,000.
1K subs, boom.
Yo, let's go.
Spicery, thank you for the prime, baby. 1,000 subs. It's a great moment. I think one to celebrate here. Just the 10th episode of Night Shift, and hopefully we're looking back on this fondly at 100, as it looks like Scout Victor, no ultimate online just yet, and that Kelvin Paradox. That lane has a lot of damage pressure, more than you would think.
Absolutely, yeah, can absolutely come out of nowhere, and it's pretty hard to escape when you get slowed up by the carbine here. And there's the Aurora beam that also makes it hard. There's just a lot of stuff to throw at you once those cooldowns come back around. So now, of course, his left side start to apply some pressure. We got a great matchup here. We've got, strong lanes on both sides. Obviously, that IAV lane has been copying a little bit on the Sneaky Golem side, but finding success here on the left. Look at the push-up, though, from Melee Creeps on the right. This Abrams and I think Infernus lane is definitely putting a bit of pressure down on, honestly, the Mirage Viscous matchup, which I can't really call how I would expect that to sort of go. But it is Sneaky Golem getting shoved back a little there.
I mean, there was a time when Viscous was just like the king of early laning pressure, but now I don't know if that's necessarily the case. A really aggressive dive in, but just gets absolutely stomped back here. Now Kelvin's re-aggressing with the help of the Paradox. Victor taking a lot of pressure, kind of going in for this. Pain Battery goes wide. And this is potentially more kills here on this side lane. Kelvin, fearless aggression.
Yeah, Scout taking a bit more damage than he bargained for. He needs the jumpstart regen to really kick in here, but look how healthy hydration is. Bro is absolutely chilling. Scout does well to get back over the barrier, and hydration takes a decent chunk of damage. 200 odd from the Guardian there just to try and chase that elimination. So considering Scout doesn't have that ultimate quite yet, it's about to come online. That was one of the best windows that Hydration and Co could have exploited.
The combo under tower here on the vulnerable backline, right? Paige wants to bait that aggression, doesn't want to soak it herself, but ultimate for now keeps her alive. Now she's giving herself the barrier and turning around, bringing this fight to the Mo and Krill.
All right, them slow-moving projectiles still hit hard enough here. Paige obviously looking to throw down on this lane. Rally and charge got used there, of course, so crucially that heal and spirit damage being applied goes a long way. League being chased down. John able to parry off that Guardian because very, very deep to try and find that elimination. It doesn't come, and now you've got to be concerned about zipline boosts coming back through. League sticking around just to try and take some of the heat off his Guardian.
And Ivy stays to hold this one, but it has to surely go back to the base. And I mean, I thought they had Paige dead to rights there, comboed under tower. It looks like a misstep from Saya, but it seems like he read the limit perfectly there, just baits that engage, and it looks like a real profit now for John.
Of course, that Quicksilver reload on a lot of heroes represents a nice laning power spike, so something you've got to keep an eye out for. Rocket going to be able to increase that DPS pretty drastically, and of course, you see those projectiles. Yeah, that is why Paige can struggle sometimes to secure those.
Sucks at last hitting. It is so
Dude,
easy to deny her.
Bro, they increased it. It was worse. But before the increase, it was impossible. This is not possible. Like, bots would actually like
you gotta
deny
like load the trebuchet, bro, to hit those last hits. You gotta get the man working.
No, you had to literally send a strongly worded letter to your opponent to actually get those souls. Like, it took a heck of a long time to obtain them. His Burrow hook did come in from the Bebop. See big damage reduction there as Rocker is submerged, but he takes more damage underground than he used to, at least. Combo going to be thrown in on John, but the follow-up isn't quite there. It looks like League was present. Not enough damage off the Ivy to secure much there. It's not, I guess, a bursty lane particularly here for Sneaky Golem. Oh, I like that. Yeah. Very cute.
Uppercutting bomb, get the stacks, get some damage down. Barrier forced out from Paige, though, and I mean, being able to wait that one out is always nice. Here, Kelvin, doming swap as well, fighting inside the dome, man, 2-on-2, just impossible. Focusing down the Calico first, and now they're going to be able to take that shocking reanimation out from Victor. And there's even a thought they might go for more here. Yeah, if you can maybe catch this, okay, good moves from Scout to slip away from that one.
Yeah, has obviously knows the carbine is ticking down, so he's able to slide out of the way. It's been a little tough to catch the Victor, but that is that ultimate sort of drawn out of him, which is a pretty big deal. In this lane, of course, Saya does not quite have that rally in charge available. Very powerful. And it actually, obviously, it has cross-map potential, but I've yet to sort of see consistent cross-map intervention off the back of the ultimate, because I think people have been saying they'd like to see the size of the nice increase as they sort of travel across the map to make it easy to hit those. But yeah, it's a real trick shot.
Bro, you're going to shoot it from like your fountain, and it's just the entire map when it gets to the enemy fountain. Guys, in 10 seconds, they're all going to be stunned. Just be ready, everybody.
Okay, maybe not that
like
big,
nice, like it's like a nice benefit that it goes across the map, but realistically, you're generally using it in like, medium to close range. Look at this advanced tech waiting for the sinners to spawn there, ready for that melee.
Yeah, these guys are really locked in for this stuff. Rocker trying to get away from the bomb, of course. Many of those been appended so far. Here's a rally in charge that comes through. Rocker certainly under the gun right now. Sire also down there, just weaving those spectral swords in, and eventually, yeah, the Mo and Krill is going to be neutralized. That might leave the Sinner here, yeah, open. This would be an easy pick up for John now, uncontested to take this in the camps alongside of it.
I mean, John and DMB are getting extremely farmed this game, and Scout as well, despite that lane seeming kind of tough here against the Paradox Kelvin, also getting the farm he's looking for. So, I mean, melee creeps, the trades are actually going, I think, the way they would want them to, but Goober shutting down DMB, that's a big kill to find this early.
I think Lord was trying to save him, came in, but went to charge both targets and, well, didn't hit either of them.
Charging a Viscous, good luck, bro. You need it.
And I think it was like a double jump as well there from the Mo and Krill of Rocket just to get away from it. So Lord of them now can really only look on. Affected by the cold front as a lot of damage is going to come in on towards that tower. Mirage being eyed up here, but 3 players in the lane for Sneaky Golem. It's a nice little rotate, and that will be the first Guardian on this side of the map taken. Obviously, Mid Guardian is down for Sneaky Golem, but they've done well there to equalize.
Ivy getting pressured. Wants to get these doubles off early, for League. To build into some of these key items. Like, this is a big decision for him, right? It's gonna be like, what, 4.2, 4.3 after this. Maybe like, does he go test the bullets, or does he go for more of like an early fighting item?
pretty a lot of incentive here into spending through these souls. Of course, your unsecured souls can be used on purchases, so always a reason to drop by the store and take advantage of that. With the Guardian down here in this lane, League is going to be holding the bag a little longer.
He won't. I hope he doesn't, actually. That would be bad.
That would be devastating. Yeah, we're heading out. We're going to buy.
I got a little story, Mitch. One time I was playing Deadlock like 6 months ago, and I was playing against this Yamato who was actually aimbotting. And as I see Burn contest, no, Paige she's backing off. She's not no smoke in this. And I was like, why is Yamato not buying a single item? No item spent. And then she bought Glass Cannon at 6,400 souls and toggled the aimbot on, and the game got hard.
Oh, that is brutal stuff. Earn here. Picked up by the Pages. A lot of fighting going on down here now as the Frozen Shelter is deployed. Return of Shadows will have some burst damage, though. AVG's got to respect it. Can't quite jump away. Gloom Bomb's also connecting now. It's Fishcake looking to get as much damage done as humanly possible. It's Rocker falling first. Melee creeps look advantage in this fight, and now look how low AVG is. Trying to peer in from the edges of this engagement, and a desperate bit of healing there coming from Hydration. Not enough to really keep them in the game. AVG ends up going down. Melee creeps blues Lord and M. There's more to be had here. Rokane a little bit low. Cold Front going to be used yet again. Cube here on Rokane to keep them in the fight a little bit longer. They're going to pop out, though, under extreme scrutiny. But Hydration's doing a lot of work here. Disrupting, slowing Fishcake down, and amidst all of this, Saya crosses the map, gets an earn turn in.
I mean, that earn turn in, I think, is going to be what decides the fight, really. It's a super chaotic trade here. But as the dust settles, I think it's the earn that makes all the difference, right? It's that 3K soul gap that opens up with melee creeps in the advantage. So Sneaky Golem, I mean, they brought a lot of numbers to it. They deployed a lot of ultimates, but in the end, the macro game there being played a little bit better by the creeps.
And I mean, that's the Spirit Snatch pick up here. So, of course, representing a power spike on the Calico. As that damage is triggered by the flank, the leaping slash, whatever we want to call it. And yeah, just getting around the map pretty easily here as the Calico. Melee creeps with a comp, like we mentioned, looks like it's less geared to roam and find picks across the map. Still doing very well in the wider macro game. The earn turn in is big. They have a successful fight. Those Guardians here are getting chopped down. And only one left for Sneaky Golem on that right side of the map. So far, for Sapphire's side, things are going smoothly.
Yeah, it's definitely the start you want. Scout gets the Torment Pulse. It's a nice power spike. It's going to make team fighting into him that significant amount harder with the counter pressure you can put down. Big commitment here onto the Mirage. You really want to take him down, but he still has that Tornado so far outplaying. Hydration helping tank some of this pressure. Rokane standing tall, try to fight this one out, but yeah, it's a scary one though, right? Like there's always that chance you could just get deleted. Hydration doesn't want to waste that shelter just for heals at this phase of the game.
No Frost Grenade charges left. There's also a healing right that got to be thrown onto the Mirage basically straight away. Scout definitely wants to fight, of course, with this Torment Pulse power spike. Wants to make use of it in the next minute or so after the fact, but that's going to be a fight that is avoided by AVG. Very low and caught out ultimately by Lord NM. Big pick off here. That's, again, melee creeps continuing to express their sort of dominance across the map. Not so many, I know Sinner's ready to work for right now, so it definitely is about that lane pressure. Keeping some of these smaller cams gobbled up. Not a lot of priority on the map just yet, though, so you'll see a little bit of back and forth as these teams jockey for an advantage in a pick fight.
I gotta say, bro, where is DMB? I have not seen DMB one time on my screen. Infernus is a classic Infernus gameplay. Bro is gonna show up in a couple minutes. He just started farming, let's be real. He hasn't even bought the Tesla yet.
No, he's, yeah, again, none of those tier 3s being picked up quite yet. Obviously, you know, a couple of relevant ones in there. Healbane being a pretty important part of his kit. Duration extender, of course, matters a whole lot.
This is the carry 1v1.
Always scary.
Jumping in front of the creeps for this whole last hit at 13 minutes, one-on-one in the side lane.
A little bit of a bag as well, just quietly. All right, Lord and M caught out there. First time Sneaky Golem actually get a good start at one of these fights, and they are grouped up on this left side of the map. And they've got to be eyeing off that Guardian. Only 2 players here for melee creeps, though. Looks like it is the Bebop and the Victor, so not a lot of fighting to be done. Hyper Beam, of course, will be thrown out. What pressure can really be gained from this? Now, John is sort of just hovering over a downed Guardian. Found some damage, wants to push the wave up with the last vestiges of that ability, but ultimately a successful stack up of players on the left side for Sneaky Golem.
Yeah, you know, not only grabbing that Guardian, but also getting the Bebop laser out. That's, I think, cooldown pretty low on the ultimate. So for John's perspective, it's like, you know, whatever, throw it out, put some damage down, maybe, you know, clear the creep wave, make it a little bit more awkward.
There's that cultist value. Thank you, John.
Yeah, eat a large creep on the enemy side of the map as well. A little pro tip for y'all. You can If you can steal one on the enemy side of the map, it's even better than eating
Is
one
the
of your own.
bonus the same, regardless of what? Because I've seen
Same.
players sometimes eat smaller minions just because there's nothing big nearby because they want the buff, right?
You do get a lot more souls from eating the biggest creeps.
Okay.
Early game, you really want to eat the big creeps, once they spawn after 8 minutes. But later on in the game, sometimes it's like, look, you want the buff. It becomes pretty significant fire rate, range, and HP. So at some point in the game, you just care about the buff and you want to be able to be strong for the team fight. Don't greed for that extra couple hundred souls. But early game, eat that big creep, man. That's a lot of souls. And honestly, early game, you can't even kill a big creep. So it's the only way you're going to be able to take it down.
Yeah, and some heroes can't even really handle them later on in the game as well. It's not really built for it. Okay, Concussive Combustion definitely connects on AVG there. Looks like a paradoxical swap, but Lord and M has turned up into this fighter. There's not a lot for AVG to do outside of stand amongst the lava and burn down. Rocker comes a little bit late to the fight. Here comes a seismic slam. And of course, a frozen shelter activated here by hydration, but damage has already been done. A big charge backwards there. Rocker in a bit of a dangerous spot. Are they going to try and get out of there via the teleporter? There's no chance for Sneaky Golem. They're completely out-positioned and coming in ones and twos.
Melee creeps just smoked them there, even down under the frozen shelter. Counter pressure from Ivy, though. It's going to net a walker for now. Can Ivy fly her way out of this? I don't think so, so it is going to cost her his life. Goober finds John, turning that trade back, but I think melee creeps are going to be pretty happy about this. That's a pretty significant soul lead. It costs them a walker, but they're going to grab Goober as well, and a bit of a power play now on the map that they get to use.
Guaranteed earn turn in off the back of that. So at least some consolation, right? A better fight for melee creeps. They lose Walker. They pick up earn. That's fine. They do have a good push here on this right side, which might relieve pressure elsewhere on the map. As you can see, the Paradox and the Mirage already moving that way to try and rectify and shove it back on. So the positioning here looks like mostly just picking up these camps on the left side of the map. But do expect here melee creeps to start thinking about a legitimate Walker challenge.
Kind of a sick divine barrier super early into the game there for Paige. So Saya is going to be able to save people from some potentially scary scenarios. And when you think about the comp they're running, right, a lot of these melee creeps heroes, they're super scary damage-wise. In theory, you could like delete an Infernus and just kind of initiate on with combo, but with the divine barrier in the equation, it feels a little bit less consistent to be able to actually find those kills. So, honestly, I think they were setting up for like a late game where DMB is going to be just like the most monster late game. I think arguably Infernus is one of the highest ultra late game potential characters, and now combined with getting like 1k plus HP off of that, those page shields, that's like a really scary prospect.
Yeah, and look, not to mention the fire rate you get from Page's like actually ability shield and the move speed that Divine Barrier gives. Like there's a ton, like honestly, it's also great to give to Scout, right? You are basically building Page is much more of like a pure support than we sort of see others more supportive builds that have more of the debuff items, right? Think of like Oberkim Haze, for example, the Slowing Hex and all these sort of debuff items, but you're very much looking at the buff items on this Page side, really looking to be a true support in this scenario. So Kit definitely lends to it as well with how the Knights amp as they charge the map with that extra healing provider. She kind of does it all in that regard.
And both teams kind of grouping up around mid here. Sneaky Golem looking like they want to get aggro. Combo was found, I believe, onto Fishcake. He's absolute 1 HP there. Gets the barrier, but now back up to like 1,000. Okay, game-changing barrier. Big save there from the Page. I don't think melee creeps want the re-engage, but surviving the combo is a nice little win for them.
I mean, Sneaky Golem here are kind of in position. They probably want to take a fight and work their Walker down, and DMB appears to have just been caught out of position. This is melee creeps looking a little bit discombobulated in terms of grouping up. Remember, they're the comp that wants the fight to come to them, so essentially they are getting what they want from this, but losing DMB means the Sneaky Golem have a good feeling about this mid-boss, and melee creeps are converging on this location, but it may not be quick enough. They'll have a token attempt at it, but they'll be without their Infernus. Here comes a Hyper Beam, I think, coming in, but the wall is going to block that off for the most part. There's fighting over the Rejuve now to be had. Into the middle of it goes Lord and M. Big stun up, but Sneaky Golem able to get all 3 of those Rejuve credits, and melee creeps now realizing they might be in over their heads.
They've got to just get back out of this one, but some players I think are just in too deep. They're just trying to get some of these crystals down, but for now, Sneaky Golem, they're all relatively healthy. They're out fighting this one, and that's a pretty big swing back against them melee creeps. I mean, DMB fighting off, I think, more than the team could chew, right? They just saved Fishcake. They had backed out of that play, and then Infernus was just all in on the fight. Maybe he thought he saw an angle to turn, but the rest of the creeps were off sync, and that not only cost them the mid-boss, all 3 crystals, and a pretty tough spot as far as the lanes are concerned. So, I mean, that's a big win for Sneaky Golem, really re-seizing the advantage in this game.
I mean, melee creeps just comp, like, they sort of need to be reactive somewhat, right? They don't always get to dictate the terms of engagement with the way their comp is unless they find a bebop hook. So positioning feels like it's much more important for them, and their game plan is much more reliant on having a good setup around an objective. But Sneaky Golem kind of beat them to the punch, and they can't really line things up the way they would like to. So that soul lead's about to be ameliorated pretty quickly. And Sneaky Golem, of course, with region credits, would love to roam the map, look for picks, try and snowball advantages, steal more of that farm away. So melee creeps have to be on guard. Sneaky Golem, you know, it's scaled down pretty low now, but obviously behind in souls will, you know, get a little bit more bang for their buck in clearing these objectives until they're even.
Healing tempo online for Calvin. That's very early healing tempo, I think, for hydration. Big power spike now. I mean, we're going to see League on 25k souls. He is going to be absolutely deadly getting that healing tempo buff. Like, this Ivy is going to be kind of a freak. I think Ivy also bought Leech. So melee creeps are facing down a few minutes where it's like, can you really fight? And you have the soul lead right now, so that's a terrible feeling.
I think they are hoping to fight around the landing pad for this urn by the looks of things. Definitely milling about. And if not, also they can sort of apply some walker pressure. It's still 2 walkers to 2. So in terms of the wider objectives, it's not the worst for melee creeps after losing that engagement. But the statistical buffs that you get, of course, off Rejuve is pretty important. Now it looks like Sneaky Golem want to try and exert this power play. Sorry, Frozen Shelter gets thrown down elsewhere on the map. So Hydration getting his team ready with a preemptive one now. Shoulder charge going to interrupt the combo. Rocker forced to descend for the time being. Captivating Reed also looked like it locked him down, or at least slowed him up at the very least, as Fishcake is looking for Goober. Big damage on the Viscous now. Melee creeps definitely on the back foot. Sneaky Golem might look to force the issue as Scout. Might have that ultimate popped here if he's not careful.
Yeah, melee creeps. I think they're thinking better about maybe, do they really want to defend this Walker? I mean, it's going to be expensive. Look at League pouncing all the way in behind the Walker. Says, hey, you want to make a defense, you're going to have to come through me first. And here we get to see some of the Ivy's farm here, just cleaving down the Walker there with that heavy objective damage.
That's going to be the Walker. Rocane cleans it up. Sneaky Golem push across the map with Urn and then turn it into a Walker take. Definitely a good use of this Reju buff for the time being, but there's even more for the taking on the map. And Goober's already setting up a wave push here in mid to potentially scrutinize that Walker.
Yeah, pushing the mid Walker, I think is a bridge too far. I think that would be a bit of a throw for Sneaky Golem if they really want to force it. Remember, I mean, the soul lead just isn't such that Sneaky Golem can really force things too deep. Like even DMB here, you can attempt on it, but this feels so deep. He just gets 1,000 barrier from Page, by the way. I don't even think he needed, I think he could have stood and fight. He didn't realize how tanky he was with those Page shields.
It's pretty nice though. I mean, you can negate that pick potential that Sneaky Golem have with Page being able to just throw all of these defensive resources down. There's a world with DMB, you know, could have been caught out, picked off again early, which is something the melee creeps don't want. Not even the richest on his team, by the way. It is Scout right now with 25k souls. So farmed up really well. And that's why, like you mentioned, even though Sneaky Golem have an implied soul advantage, you know, I guess like this Rejuve buff has a soul value. It's only up. I mean, it's expired now, right? It was only a short time. And now things feel like they're back to a bit more of an even playing field.
Yeah, the mid boss, I think, brought Sneaky Golem back into this game when they were, you know, a few K souls behind. Melee creeps, though, I do think they scale maybe a little bit better when we're talking ultra late. You know, I think that's where this global value for Mirage and Ivy, I feel like, is less significant when you're talking ultra late game, when you just have every character has insane move speed and ability to cross the map and ridiculous burst DPS. Capacitor online for DMB, that's going to mean Cube is no longer a reliable save. You just purge that Cube right off with the Capacitor and then instantly finish off a target. So getting a little bit more scary for Sneaky Golem now to work these side angles, especially with John and DMB on the case.
God forbid they sort of line up in a straight 6v6 with melee creeps. That feels like a scary prospect considering the Calico, the Victor, so many of these heroes that just love to be surrounded and in the thick of things with the backup of Sire. I mean, yeah, obviously Infernus very much wants to be in the center of the action. So real brawly comp here for melee creeps, and one that feels like it scales pretty terrifyingly, provided they can get the kinds of engagements that they're looking to set up. And most of those happen around objectives. You've got to give Sneaky Golem a reason to bring the game to you, so to speak. Right now, we see most of these camps being ransacked. Buffs up in a minute. That might give these teams a reason to throw down. But for now, there's a bit of jockeying back and forth.
Yeah, no one wants to be the team to make a mistake. They both realize that the game essentially even right here. Melee creeps a little bit behind, but only 8k souls. And it's melee creeps who are kind of controlling the map right now, right? Like they're the team split apart farming. I mean, not that there's really any farm left for Sneaky Golem's side. But I'm curious to see if Sneaky Golem won't take this moment of downtime as an opportunity to maybe look for a combo here on the side lane. I mean, this is the way you want to play as a Mo Crow, right? In these moments, look for that combo catch onto Lord and M. It looks like they're on top of him for now.
Yeah, they surely have found Lord and M. This could be dangerous now. He's trying to get away. And there's that pick potential. Sneaky Golem start to work the map a little bit more. Now they can spread out. Maybe look for further opportunities to take these fights, but it's a very reasonable application of Paradoxical Swap. And they've, of course, still got combo at the ready. If there's another unsuspecting player to walk up into them. Veil Walker, of course, a match made in heaven for this Paradox. No longer do we have 5-6 people buying it, but it's still very, very good in its niche. John here. That is pretty good damage. I'm not going to lie. Filthy stuff on Rocker, of course, as that capacitor is assisting the fire rate and give you a nasty active like you mentioned earlier.
Mo's just giving him a stern look there from across the rooftop, just saying, hey, Step, get back. This is my rooftop. A big combo catch onto Paige in a really compromised position, and that's the worst case scenario for Melee Creeps, getting their save caught.
Again, another player getting caught out is what this Copper Sneaky Golem is really trying to do a lot of the time, but now they can at least fight with their team fighter. Scouts in the middle of things. Hasn't had that ultimate drawn out just yet. DMB has gone down. Sneaky Golem doing pretty well fighting on their own feet now. Rokane can get set up in a good spot to do damage, and this healing tempo from Hydration has been massive. Almost all of those charges of grenades used amongst the fight. The sustain and the tankiness from Sneaky Golem is paying dividends. Their scout getting knocked, finally brought down. That's 4 players down from LA Creeps, and now it's Sneaky Golem. We'll head for another mid-boss look.
And Lord and M thinking about trying to go for a walker during this moment to punish, but Rokane read this play. He's coming in to try and make this defense on Mirage. Lord and M 1v1ing, I think, the Mirage here on the side, and then just going all in for that walker cleanup. So Lord and M is going to find that, but a death here on Abrams would be very costly, right? Like that provides a big opportunity to just siege the base, not only with the crystal, but with the +1. And this is a big chase down. If he can slip out, I'm not sure he will be able to, but the 8 stack, 4 stack is not. He's running away from Mirage. Pretty tough at this phase of the game.
What is this farm on League? Oh my God. Sorry, I just saw that properly. That is disgusting. Almost 40k, 26 minutes into the game. Spiritual Overflow also just picked up there by Rokane. So that's a nice little power spike. But bro, I'm looking at the Ivy. That is going to be a force to be reckoned with in his life. Look at these items, man, bro. Leech picked up, of course, so many tier 4s. Capacitor, Frenzy in the inventory. Yeah, bro, this guy is absolutely beaming him down.
This is scary, man. Not only does he have monster gun damage, but he's not that easy to kill, right? With that Leech turning into survivability. And this is a big moment. See what he buys with his next 6k. And a crippling. Ooh, this is getting scary. That's 42k Ivy. Where did this come from, man? He's still farming, by the way.
Yeah, 4k HP. You can see full investment on those gun items. So obviously getting an extra 115% weapon damage increase, just in case the rest of the kit wasn't terrifying enough. Taya, not good at all. Caught on the zip, swapped here, and basically blown to smithereens in a matter of seconds.
And that's like the worst pickoff, right? That's the one you rely on to save. I don't think you can really even contest this mid-walker as we're seeing Melee Creeps just holding back in the base. Sneaky Golem kind of gifted an even bigger advantage in this game. And Melee Creeps starting to crumble here. The game was really close for a long time, but suddenly League's pulled out so far ahead. Counter crippling from DMB, who can strike back with a bit of counter damage, but I just don't think you can fight right now.
You mentioned, of course, DMB absent, farming away. A classic Infernus game, but 13k behind League is ridiculous. On board, of course, with the Ivy is who else will we be looking at here? Nice little Stone Idol slam coming straight on down.
My God.
Melee Creeps here, they are obviously getting absolutely rolled over. Hydration with the Frozen Shelter. Timing off that is pretty nice. Scout about to get popped once more. Lord of them and DMB definitely seen better days themselves. DMB cannot hang around in the scrutiny of Ivy for any stretch of time. League blows up Scout this time. Shrine's about to go down. Patron about to take a seat in a few moments. Sneaky Golem are terrifying.
This is game, man. You're going to be down Victor and Bebop. I don't see any way Sneaky Golem don't just finish the game right here. They're going to be up 2. They even have a crystal. Everything you need to open up this first game of the series. And Sneaky Golem, statement victory. I mean, mid-game, early game, we're very close. This looked like it was going to go super deep down to the wire. Now the Page ulti, DMB ripping the Infernus ult as well, trying to get this big stun off in the pit, but League's going to come in and just absolutely clean house, still healthy on this Ivy, and the HP bar is not dropping, but the Patron is. Sneaky Golem up 1-0. Disgusting farm on that Ivy.
And you know what the crazy part is, Jake? At the point that we point out how much farm League has, they've only got 3 kills, right? They're obviously, getting a lot of global souls, the earn takes, the macro gameplay was getting really good there for Sneaky Golem. And I feel like they're playing composition that is a bit more classic, right? It's a draft that features securing Paradox and also taking Mo and Krill away, denying Holiday, saying to melee creeps, you guys are going to have to dig pretty deep into the bag of tricks to find ways to pick us out and punish us for bad positioning. Whereas melee creeps, they have a composition that is so good at fighting around those objectives. But if their players are getting picked off and they are 5v6 going into those objectives, they're really going to be fighting an uphill battle. Melee creeps had to have such good, setups in these engagements. Even DMB's getting picked off here and there. It feels just very, very hard to try and get the optimal start to those fights, as powerful as the melee creeps squad was looking.
Yeah, I give it to the draft a bit. I think you're right that what Sneaky Golem cooked up was really effective, but I also feel like there was just some really punishing pickoffs there, like Saya dying first and like 2 pickoffs in a row, just not even really getting the fight. I mean, that I think really is the fundamental weakness of the support page. You cannot be caught. If you get caught, you're just useless. You're paper, you're instantly killed, and you're not able to get basically any skills out into the fight. And so I think that's the challenge of playing support page at this level, is you kind of need to just hide AFK in the back and play in corners and wait till the enemy shows. But
rotate cooldowns like
honestly,
once or twice.
Yeah, but those are some sloppy deaths from Saya, right? Gets caught in the mid lane. The combo in the mid lane I can understand, but getting knocked off the zip at your base by a Paradox, it's like, oh, that's not supposed to happen, especially when you guys know you're facing down potentially the end of the game there. That's a really painful anticlimactic way to go down. I want to see Saya come back with a mental recovery, but I mean, that's mental damage for sure.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Saya, the kind of player who for me is really the mastermind behind so much of what melee creeps have done and are doing. And I like the pick in terms of empowering one of those incredible team fighting heroes to just be even more potent. But geez, it is tough. Bro, League,
dude, humble
sticking around at like 30 HP because of the farm. Bro is so locked in. The guy is like really making sure that he can get to that late stage of the game and be a real factor. Even here, 12 minutes, 13k souls, just absolutely popping off. Hydration does a great job. We talk about how flexible this guy is. Kind of just does what needs to be done in any situation. Be on the Mo and Krill, he'll be on Abrams. It doesn't really matter what it is. And there are a couple situations where, okay, here AVG gets caught in some weird spots. He's roaming the map. He's trying to work a lot of these camps. He's looking for openings. And melee creeps had these sort of windows. But 2 mid bosses go over to Sneaky Golem in the end. They get League Omega fed. We haven't even touched on the fact that Rokane is very free in a lot of these fights to sit back and just vomit damage into the mix. It's just a really solid classic comp that has, great role coverage, I want to say. And against these powerful new age Deadlock heroes from melee creeps, the Zuma comp, if you want to call it that, they still show dominance.
And, at times, the melee creep strat looked really good, right? Some of these big saves coming in from Page, kind of turning around some of these engagements, creating a pretty significant soul lead. But then a couple fights go bad. Sneaky Golem get the team fight they're looking for. And this was really the backbreaker, right? Getting that full rejuve flame and a team wipe at the same time. And Hydration hard rushing the healing tempo is pretty crazy when you think about it, right? With Mirage really benefiting from that attack speed and fire rate increase. And same for League, right? 2 heroes that really want to just be burning out that damage, but this is pain.
Dude,
this is pain.
I love Fishcake just lazily throwing a couple gloom bombs. We're like, all right, I'm done. I'm good. That's my contribution.
You're like, nah, bro. Chalk it up. No, ain't nobody saving you. I mean, and that's the thing. Page, another hero gets caught like that, and Page might actually be able to save them and turn a fight. But when it's Page who's caught, you're just done, right? Like, that's just cannot happen.
I mean, the build here is, I don't want to overlook also the Berserker being a pretty ridiculous component of this build. Bullet Resist Shredder, of course, making its way into the build at tier 2. Kind of, like 3 to 4k health on an Ivy and just doing an insane amount of damage. Really nicely done. 29 minutes, 44k souls, really impressive. Curious to see what the source of those are if we get that on the breakdown later. But just great fundamentals from Sneaky Golem. A comp that, is really targeted to deny a lot of the things that they themselves are trying to leverage in order to win the game, and just great individual play across the board. I think melee creeps be, like you mentioned, it's a bit of psychic damage. I'd be pretty shell shocked after that game because their understanding of where to be and how to take advantage of waves crashing and how to trade objectives, get walkers even if they have an unfavorable fight across the map, keeps them in these games. But there's only so many mistakes I think you're allowed to make against a team like Sneaky Golem.
Yeah, they had their chances and they just couldn't get enough out of them. And meanwhile, those openings were just brutal, right? When we saw the way Sneaky Golem takes advantage of them and, waste no time really in immediately pushing the issue, forcing more team fights. I mean, it didn't always go their way. And I think ultimately with Meta Creeps, the experience on this team, I don't expect them to be too tilted from this. It's like, you can look at this game as like, okay, look, we made some individual mistakes. We got caught off in bad spots. We didn't get the game where we wanted, but strategically, I don't know that the draft was bad. I don't know that you were in an unwinnable scenario. There were multiple spots in this game where you had the lead. So you can hang. Laning wise, honestly, I think Melee Creeps look great coming off the lanes, right? They look pretty solid, especially even the Page, I think was maybe at her best in the laning phase. DMB and John got pretty farmed in the early game. But then at some point, right, like those pickoffs, losing those, it's all about those crucial fights, right? The early fights are nice. They put you in a good spot. But if you can't capitalize on the mid boss, it feels like you're not going to be able to win the game at this level of play.
Yep, 100%. You've really got to make a whole lot happen with that. You can see here, like just the souls by source for League. That's how you get to 44k souls, where most of your farm is coming off those neutrals. So big farm prio, give it over to League. Rocane, I guess in more secondary sense. Rocane also pays that investment back with some pretty sick player damage. So really solid stuff. You can see that little trough where Melee Creeps coming off lanes, like you mentioned, looked like they were in decent shape. But towards the end of the game, Sneaky Golem able to isolate those individuals, find these favorable engagements, get that mid boss take later on, and sort of run away with it. Very, very nicely done. And I want to see these elements, make their way into the draft here for Melee Creeps, but maybe they just need to be careful not to have too many of those key initiators sniped away from them. And maybe there's a risk here going with this kind of composition where the Page is ideally trying to soup someone up. If Scout can't get where he needs to be, or DMB, conversely, you are going to find yourselves in a pretty tough spot. I mean, AVG, we thought like they were getting caught out a whole bunch. Only 5 deaths, really, so it's still top in the lobby, but that's kind of the other side of the paradox coin, right? You're going around working those objectives, finding angles to play from, and sometimes you just get got.
Yeah, swap also puts you in a pretty bad position, right? If you snatch the enemy away, sometimes that's the price you pay on the paradox, and especially given the Melee Creeps draft, right? With a lot of frontline fighting heroes that you do have to navigate. I think that's just, as you said, the cost of doing business there with the Mo and with the paradox. But they did their job, right? They did their job. They found their openings, and then when it came time to push the base, the siege engine was ready, man. The siege engine had been assembled in the factory by League, and at some point he just shows up and says, no, player damage? No, that's for the weak. I'm here for the objectives. I'm here for the patron, here to complete the ritual.
And I'm here for the game 3, Jake, but I don't know if we're going to get it after that one. A pretty competitive early game, kind of snowballed out of control. Sneaky Golem take our first game here in our money match, $1,000 on the line in North America, thanks to our friends at Intel. Night Shift Deadlock will be back after a short break with game 2 of our money match.
All right, I think I figured out what went wrong. You let Kelvin into the game. But now we're going to figure out how to keep him out of the game and take this to a game 3, right, Jake?
Look, I agreed with you in the draft. I was like, why would they let Kelvin through? Why, I sort of disagree with their thesis about the game. But then seeing the Victor, I think that's the idea, right? You let the Kelvin through, you let him have all these big frontliners healing up, and Victor just still out-sustains them all. You just cannot overwhelm that front line. I think, honestly, it was just down to some of the execution. So I don't want to see melee creeps be too shaken on their convictions. I kind of want to see them show that they can hang that, because I think this strat, it could have worked, right? With the
if they had Mo and Krill, I think they look better in that game. It gets taken away from them. I think like just something a bit more than just like
any grab, right? Like that's what they're missing, right? It's just that additional hero to kind of pick people away from the Kelvin. But I mean, with Kelvin and Viscous, it's not easy to do that, even if you do get a pick hero.
Yeah.
It's sort of the benefit of drafting, especially the Viscous in particular, that's such a comfort one for Goober.
Can you get rid of Goober and Kelvin? It's time to find out. We got the draft ready. Melee creeps trying to take us to a game 3.
Isn't it really?
If you ban Goober's Viscous, you're meant
Ban Viscous.
You can't.
He's been banned.
I mean, but in the first 3, it's such a bad first ban.
Banning Viscous is crazy.
He's just gonna play
now.
Bebop or something. Like it's not a good ban.
Turret McGinnis with Trophy Collector, baby.
Goober is just next level on the Viscous. He's like 70% of himself on any other character.
No, he's nasty on the Bebop. I've seen that.
Is it true, Goober?
I've seen that.
You're in the chat right now. We're just trying to get in your head before this game so NA can continue on. We're already over 1,000 subscribers over on twitch.tv. Thank you to everyone over on youtube.com/@Deadlock Night Shift. Episode 10 has been phenomenal, but it's also been one-sided. I want to see some fight. Let's go with the distance. Let's get a 38-minute game here, Melee
we got
Creeps.
it last week. These guys gave it to us. I think Melee Creeps absolutely can. It's the kind of game that, ends pretty quickly, I guess. How long was it? A 28-minute game. So not even the worst. It wasn't even that one-sided. It just, it snowballed towards the end. So that's the recency bias. These Melee Creeps team are legit, man. They can definitely hang. So we can get to 3.
All right, you have to take Kelvin. You just must. If you don't take Kelvin, you give Shiv Kelvin, I'm like, there's no way, right? When those two are online, I can understand beating the Kelvin. Maybe the Victor draft can work. But actually, now Melee Creeps, like, if they want to go Shiv, Victor, pockets off the field, Affliction is one of the best tools in the entire game to deal with Shiv or Victor.
So does Holiday get prioed here, at least in the second round, maybe?
Okay, I think it's Shiv Victor. This is a monster opener. I really like this from Melee Creeps. I think Kelvin is good, but so are Shiv and Victor, and trying to stay alive against these heroes are like, they're pretty insane. I wonder how they'll kind of build around them heal wise though.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, can you just stack like anti-heal and still punish this kind of setup, right? Like heal banes for everybody.
It is good. I mean, you will. Sneaky Golem will be buying a lot of at least 1 or 2 heal banes minimum, to keep those applied on Shiv and Victor. The problem is that that's sort of like, that's par for the course with these characters. Like at this level of play, everyone knows you're going to be playing, I just have 30% less healing than normal because you have heal bane. But, when the debuff removers come out, or I wonder if Melee Creeps won't go another page here, because it's something like a Divine Barrier, taking off those heal banes and some of the lockdowns you might otherwise be putting. I like the Infernus pick from Sneaky Golem, because Infernus, there's just no one in the game really can deal with in the punishing fire that Infernus just continues to put out on you, long into a team fight. Even Shiv and Victor can't tolerate that.
This second wave of bans for me is super interesting, because that's where a lot of our pick comes from, like our Holidays, our Mo and Krill, our Bebops and stuff like that. For me is going to be pretty definitive. These first couple picks kind of, go without saying, maybe a little set in stone to some degree, but neither team yet really has like hard engage initiation potential quite yet. It's just a terrifying frontline for Melee Creeps and Sneaky Golem.
I wouldn't mind the Mo
game potential.
Yeah, wouldn't mind the Mo at all right here. If they go with the Holiday though, okay.
Yeah.
I think you're right to see this go pretty proud. I mean, Holiday fell off a cliff for a while, but I do think she's a little underrated right now. Like at the end of the day, she does her job well. She's not like also a hyper carry at the same time where she was completely broken before. But pretty sick initiator, can kind of pull people to really dangerous areas. And even with the cube save, right, with people buying capacitor a lot these days, it's not as reliable as it once was.
You got Goober on his best hero. You got Infernus and Kelvin. I feel like Sneaky Golem is winning the draft so far. How do you complete this trio?
Well, You find like decent roam like potential, right? Maybe you want to chunk your front line up a little bit. Like Abrams is still floating around. See Yamato's taken out. You also might want to turn like some of these lanes into really oppressive ones, right? Kelvin plus like a lot of like heroes that like sustain is like really annoying to try and play into. So I like the Yamato. The Yamato's heads off. It also obviously shrugs off a lot of those debuffs, Shadow Transformation, and the resistances it offers her is really good. But dude, like I mentioned, in lane she's just so annoying. The right click, power slash from long range, fire rate reduction or crimson slash and slow. It's very, very good. So yeah, Melancholy Holiday, like I like this melee creeps draft, man. Like it's got a sick front line and now you have some agency in terms of how you start engagements.
I think Sneaky Golem should steal away Ivy right now. I think melee creeps absolutely must take a gun carry that builds capacitor to this game. And there are a few, but like Mirage does not want to build capacitor.
They started to disappear a bit, yeah.
That's what I mean. And with Wraith, I think the Wraith Band is actually really smart from Sneaky Golem. I think that would have been, it's one of the ideal capacitor rushing carries that can kind of deal with these cubes and can follow up and even set up for Mo and Holiday to get their initial single target burst that they were kind of lacking.
It's not good on Haze, right? Because there's no fire rate increase.
Yeah,
like
and Haze actually is carrying, I think, is pretty bad right now.
Yeah.
But I think they're going to get the Ivy now. So I almost wish Sneaky Golem would have stolen the Ivy away because I really think I'm not seeing another really good capacitor builder. Like Infernus, Wraith, and Ivy are really the big three in my head. Maybe I'm missing something, but
Jake, Truby Doo is saying melee creeps really choreographed their plan. Now Sneaky Golems is going to get Decay and counter the crap out of them. Is it that easy?
All right, I will tell for the folks at home, Decay is not good against Victor.
It ain't good.
You just press your second skill maxed out is a debuff remover, so you just take it off immediately with your second skill, right? Once it's maxed. You need the sources of anti-heal that don't go away on Victor. Infernus is deceptively really amazing because his burn also reduces outgoing spirit damage when it's leveled. So it kind of, it slows down Victor's outgoing damage as well as it's, burning him down. And you just have to constantly reapply those sources of anti-heal. So Healbane is good, but like, what's the 6400 Spirit one? Spirit Burn? Yeah, Spirit Burn's not so good. Anything that that's like a longer cooldown that you can cleanse off as Victor, or even Shiv with like E-Shift, you can kind of like deal with those big bursts of anti-heal. You just need that consistency from Healbane and maybe like an inhibitor at some point in the game, although don't see that item built so much anymore.
This is such
Zergy was able to take an MVP on Lady Geist. Ivy hasn't had any success. Kelvin has won 100% of the games he's been involved in and wasn't allowed to play in week 9 with 7 out of 7 first round bans. I feel like Golem's game to lose, but how do melee creeps win with this comp? What do you like about it? What do we hate? What are we seeing?
Yeah, I like that Jake points out that there's a great capacitor home on Ivy, right? Shutting down cube is really good. Lady Geist obviously can be pretty terrifying. You can make your Soul Siphon very powerful. Like healing tempo is a great item on her. She definitely is like a spell slinger carrier later in the game. So you've got really nice scaling on this melee creep squad. You're really freaking hard to kill. Holy shit, bro! Try to kill Geist, Victor, and Shiv. Just forget about it, bro. This is very, very challenging. Sneaky Golem have like scaling potential through the Infernus and great sustain. Cube for healing. Kelvin in lane is also going to be quite annoying. A heck of a lot is going to ride on this Mirage. Just having the safety of the position to pump that damage out, and Calico obviously to get in there and disrupt.
I think melee creeps have dramatically upped the playmaking potential in the draft this time, right? With Mo and Holiday, they're going to be able to set the tone, I think, a lot more often in these fights. With Victor and Shiv as well, it's not going to be so easy, I think, for Kelvin to just drop the dome, for Abrams and Calico to like start the fight. Shiv and Victor can kind of take those initiations and then turn things around. And there isn't that hard single target lockdown nearly as much on Sneaky Golem's side this time. It's like kind of the Abrams pin, and there's not, what else is there really as far as like the single target lockdown obliteration? I kind of agree with you. I think some of these unkillable cores for melee creeps are going to be a problem. And I think when we get to the late game, provided they can execute cleanly this time, I kind of like this melee creeps draft. I think they might even have found the answer potentially to dealing with the Kelvin.
Give me a fish cake, Shiv. It's time to party. Sneaky Golems up 1-0 against melee creeps. Can they seal the deal with the 2-0? Or are we going to a game 3? $1,000 on the line. Thanks to our friends at Intel. On the mic, it's Uber and Jake. Take it away, Uber.
Did we get Sire on the holiday? Oh, hell yeah, dude. Dude, I fanboy over this guy's builds. I'm not going to lie. Curious to see what he's able to do on it, but man, I feel like no one works a map like this guy on the holiday. And you mentioned she doesn't turn into a hyper carry, but there's some nice gun items you can build on her. Warp Stone, Kinetic Dash, get around the map, of course, set up those good lassos. Yeah, I'm feeling that it's going to be a good time. The Shiv, of course, is going to be set up in mid here. Hydration already getting some attention on the left-hand side of the map. You see Lord and them always threatening big damage there, dealt by both of those laners. John also terrifying on the Geist.
Vegas in the chat saying, GG, Sneaky Golem won with the genius draft. I'm curious to see if he's right. Curious why. I mean, I do think Sneaky Golem have like bread and butter, everything you would want in a draft. And I think as much as I kind of like the vision for melee creeps, I see what they're going for. Playing around this Victor Shiv, like you can Kelvin dome me, I'm still going to beat you in those trades. Kind of a mindset that we've seen that fail, right? We've seen that fail quite a lot. We've seen a lot of people think they can go toe to toe and dance with the Kelvin, but an early kill is a nice way to start against him.
Dude, his lane is so troll up in the left-hand side of the map. My goodness. Lord and M, John, little parry there for AVG. He's able to get back a little bit now. John obviously with a pretty decent amount of sustain can siphon that health away, but AVG wants to at least get some Gloom Bomb damage in, and they're a little easy to hit more of them now. With a little tip, you sort of want to aim at the feet, the way that they fly, to stick more of those on your intended target. Keep an eye on AVG here to make use of those in lane to try and relieve some of this pressure.
I'm ready to get my hands dirty.
Calico Calvin, pretty scary lane. Getting that opening kill onto Hydration is nice, but I feel like those kills this early end up not, maybe they seem stronger than they really are. Like, it's nice, but doesn't necessarily change the game. And with that, I mean, dying, come back at full HP, buys a headshot booster where maybe normally he would have gone for something a little bit more passive and sustain heavy. John not going to have an easy time just recovering HP and really dominating the lane the way he might want to.
Headshot boost for the first take here, of course, for Hydration. So definitely wants to try and stave off this pretty annoying Moen Cruel Lady Geist lane. His Scout, of course, jumpstart regen. Will keep him nice and topped up in the lane, and also making sure he doesn't miss any of those regen creeps. Extra charge picked up, though, so already that spirit investment occurring with extra spirit. The first take here for Scout. That pain battery going to get annoying. Splatter. Puddle Punch comes in, knocking Scout off course. This is some serious harassment on the right of the map.
Victor, though, loves to take those trades early. Big parry, though. That's enough to put a little bit of counter damage down, but it's not enough to save John's life. Mo doing what he can, but I mean, in the end, so reliant there on that scorn to really deal damage. You are kind of cooldown dependent in that one, but this Mo, now it's going to be John's turn to come back to the lane at full strength, and Sneaky Golem. I mean, luckily, Calvin team, they're going to be in a much better position to sustain and re-heal through that.
You can see, obviously, like with the inherent sustain that Moen Cruel has, you can make this QSR rush happen, and it'd be pretty potent when you start to get in some of these fights. 800 item here going to get picked up, though. That Mystic Burst makes sense, so pretty aggressive sort of take on this lane. Those sustain items less necessary for sure, especially if melee creeps keep trying to dole the pressure on even after maybe losing out in that previous engagement. League here with the most disgusting farm total I think I've seen in quite some time on Ivy in the previous game. Also in mid here on this Infernus. Has got to be pretty wary of this holiday lane, of course, as we're starting to get towards the 3.6k as Ultimate's coming online. League with their mobility, often to get out of trouble. Spirit Lasso would still be a big problem if it came on in. Lord of them goes down again. That's that left side lane, rather, still getting quite busy. I'm going to head over there now.
Mystic Shot this early on Infernus is insanely aggressive given the lane he's playing against, but I mean, it's going to make it very awkward for Shiv, who normally likes to kind of tank through these lanes and out trade, but doing that against Mystic Shot won't be easy. Now the ultimate comes in, committing deep onto John, who doesn't quite have his swap available, but I mean, John gets like one more wave. He's going to have that swap up, and things get a little bit more awkward for ABG.
Yeah, dangerous, of course, to try and fight that Geist when she is at low health. That sort of, it goes without saying. And the combo coming online for Lord and M will be pretty scary, but they've been fighting now just in the window before Lord and M's ultimate comes online. Sand thrown, AVG disarmed for a time, but still wants to aggress on towards John. Saw Siphon coming in though. So again, annoyingly, that Lady Geist able just to top herself back up in the middle of the fight. John has that soul exchange ready and is low, so that is definitely alarm bells surely for Sneaky Golem.
Not the worst thing to dome passively and just like restore HP in the laning phase, but he would have loved that to be aggressive and actually finding an opener. Now, if John can find a swap here, then you don't really have that key tool to turn around the team fight.
TMB has the Stone Idol pretty much straight away. Coming in from off screen was the Rocker. League flattened. That's in mid. That's your Infernus going down early, but now here it is. The Vis is coming on in. Looks like supply drop needs to be used to get the Ivy on out of there. This is Goober. backing away from that early pressure. Sneaky Golem getting some nice Guardian damage. Rocker cubed up there. Just make sure the Abrams can back away as now this 2v2 is back on.
Man, smooth moves there by DMB. That wall jump to get high enough in the air to cast the ultimate so that Goober can't roll over him and cancel it. Still, though, it just keeps him alive. Doesn't really turn around the lane meaningfully. Big burst onto John, though. And yeah, Calico is a kind of a problem. This is a rough matchup for Geist. When she's low, she's playing for those swaps. I mean, that's exactly the type of kill that Saya, or rather, the Calico has an easy time finding.
Scout's ult just got popped as well in a situation where he wasn't able to make use of it at all. Sneaky Golem here finding some windows. And look, with Return to Shadows having a 1 minute cooldown, AVG can repeat that game plan a lot. The melee lifesteal means the leaping slash also has a regenerative aspect to it. It's really annoying to deal with that Calico. He's very tanky and has high sustain. Can really punish you for like even the slightest mispositioning.
Goober Splatter just stole that entire camp from the Ivy. Oh, that's beautiful Viscous gameplay right there. Love to see it. Love to see it.
DMB obviously with a battle vest and so their monster rounds to try and push this lane back away. Kudzu Bomb also to help in that same regard. And catching on the Scout, pretty bloody nice, but Victor tends to take his fair share of damage and doesn't really complain about it too much.
I mean, they're pushing down an Ivy Victor lane. That's insane, right? Like Abrams Viscous, this is a strong lane, but I mean, this should be a lane that it's just, I don't know how you're ever supposed to be able to take their Guardian early on in the game. Cube force out of Goober, maybe caught a little bit over aggressive, as Ivy should be able to get this chase down.
Nice couple melees, knocking the cube.
Yeah, biting off more than they can chew. Abrams close. Should have some more CDs in a second. You got to be a little bit cautious on this one, DMB.
Has to watch his covered on the course for a little bit of health regain here. Still hanging tight in this particular lane. I like the little knock of Goober's cube in under the Guardian to make sure there was some sort of free damage there. And John, of course, he's doing the thing, folks. Soul Exchange at the ready. Was very low, hoping for a push up there for Sneaky Golem that, well, never really came.
I mean, when AVG gets ultimate, he's just going to pop him, though. Like, this is kind of a scary lane to be in. Like, Calico in particular. She just has such a great tool to deal with you where you can't swap her, you can't really sustain through that.
Yeah. That burst damage obviously is huge against Lady Guys at this stage of the game. Being, untargetable by that Soul Exchange during Return to Shadows is pretty sick. Okay, big pressure on that right side. That is the Guardian now falling. Some action here over the Sinners that they just spawned in and already there's an engagement over them. There's no way Lord Lem's getting out of this one. Hydration has made sure of it. That's the catch of the moment. Cruel Saya left in the wake of this, knocked up by the tornado. Rokane turning up to get involved in the fight, and Saya has to beat a hasty retreat, but escape from here on out seems virtually impossible. Cold front news, but Saya snapped up, and that's a 2-for-0 pickup here. Surely a Guardian take, but there's even more to be found. Somehow, John gets into the fight, at least gets a kill back, and it is healthy enough that there's no threat of loss of life here for the Geist.
Yeah, and does still have the swap, so it's going to be enough to hold the Guardian at least for a few moments more, but beautiful TP in there from Rokane. Gets a couple cleanup kills, gets active early, and is now defending, getting a bit more solo farm. Seems like the Guardian is going to be going down against him, but the punish is good. Calico in on top of the Mo Krill, and going to be able to potentially burn him out. Yeah, they do find him. I wonder, can John play his way out of this one? I mean, chasing Geist down these corridors, not usually the wisest decision. Oh, and he got the 4th stack on him, though. It's actually close. One more stack. I think it's too low level to actually pop him at this point, but
yeah, not enough there. 124 off that detonation. Still, scary moment there. Great moves from John to get out of trouble. 7k souls though in this game, and League also has spiked precipitously in terms of souls. I think a couple of those Sinners definitely must have gone over towards the Infernus, getting out to 9.1k. A pretty comfortable spot. Just to take stock of things, right? There's 2 Guardians lost by melee creeps. Just the one picked up there by on the Sneaky Golem side. Melee creeps got themselves one, on that left side lane. And they're still positioned here, trying to snowball that pickup of the Guardian into some of these camp takes.
melee creeps looking to get active, right? Looking to activate some of this pick-off potential. They need to start finding some kills to turn this game around. A big buy coming off, though, for AVG, and he actually wants this fight. He's looking to get into some action.
Spirit Snatch is pretty sick.
Juked by Fishcake failing his movement. Or was that a next level mind game from Fishcake to just drop off?
All intentional. Don't worry about it. Fishcake taking AVG by surprise there in terms of the pathing. There's still a Sinner to be taken here comfortably enough by the Calico on board with Scout now. This is towards the mid-right side of the map. Everybody just sort of dispersing now. There's Those sinners need to be sort of picked up, and there's an earn run underway. Lord and M heading across the map. There's a high concentration of sneaky Golem players to that mid-right side jungle.
They've given DMB the solo lane here with a Guardian up to defend, so he's going to be able to get very farmed on this Ivy. But fighting all the way across the map, even the Ivy ult, it's going to take a long time to reach that, so it's going to be a relatively lower numbers engagement. Lasso from Saya somewhere? Did they get any connection with that? Seems like not.
It's unclear. Looks like, yeah, no hit. Of course, Traveler at the ready for Rokane. There needs to be some reinforcement. So this earn will just be danced with for a time. A box run being worked into the schedule here by Lord and M, making use of every second that he is out on the map.
Just holding the urn, just chilling, taking some extra damage from it. But trying to drop it against, I assume, a max punch from Viscous is pretty unlikely. And you are starting to tick down from this, so the pressure is on Melee Creeps to make something happen here.
Yeah, just holding that urn for a little bit too long. Okay, here's Rokane pulling up. It's an urn dropped here by Lord and M, so it's going to be a proper fight here. Rokane more than happy to start it off. Fire Scarabs at the ready. Obviously, Heal Bane a must-have for this Mirage. It looks like urn will be taken back in that spawn direction. A tick damage over a while definitely makes you feel like you've got to make a move with it. Here comes DMB, though, looking to work down these objectives already. Tesla bullets have been built. Active reload also. Nice little helper.
Let me know if you need me to
Good macro here for Melee Creeps, right? That TP out of Rokane gets no value, forces him away, and a bit of walker pressure is able to come in for the IB, who then backs off, and that's kind of bought them time to refarm and recover some of the soul advantage that's starting to build against them. Still a 5k lead. It's not nothing at this phase of the game. Still, one team fight is pretty much the margin here. Melee Creeps, if they can get a couple of those pickoffs, if Saya can find one of those signature lassos, then this very much comes right back into an even game.
Puddle Punch attempted there. Saya at risk of being caught. Feel like Melee Creeps were looking for a Spirit Lasso in the previous fight. Saya just now has that coming back off cooldown. And obviously, the urn still of concern. That is once again heading across the map. This time, though, in the hands of Hydration.
Yeah, and Calvin, I mean, this should be a free dunk. Unless Melee Creeps, if they fight this, man, this would be really wild. Abrams ulti over the top, making it awkward. Hydration thinking about the dump, goes for the parry instead. But with the Kelvin Dome over the top, can you fight into this?
I think this is the fight that Sneaky Golem were hoping for. Hydration says, thank you for coming to party. This is what we were looking for. Stun, though, off of that Victor ultimate. By the looks of things, Scout having to go down there, but Saya's now been picked off and went down with that Spirit Lasso at the ready. Not what Melee Creep surely were looking for. Hydration traded for two. It's Sire and Scout down on the Melee Creep side of things. The Fish Cake gets eaten up. Tanky as Shiv is, Rokane is able to put him down, and this will be Sneaky Golem only extending that lead further.
Yeah, getting the urn, getting the lion's share of the kills. DMB not able to come to that fight because League is threatening to take down his Guardian. And Furnace didn't even have to show up to this play, who's arguably the strongest character on Sneaky Golem. That being said, once Ivy, continues to farm up, that's what you're kind of hoping for with this comp here for Melee Creeps. But losing that team fight is going to bite. It's going to widen that gap and make it more difficult for Ivy to come in and actually win a team fight. Like, if you show up to a losing fight at this point in the game on Ivy, it might be genuinely GG. You might find the game really rough to play out from there. So he's got to pick his time wisely. Selective. And yeah, exactly. That rotation in is kind of like your last gasp here for Melee Creeps. When Ivy shows up, should be a big moment. But if he gets caught in the side lane, not by Infernus, not like this.
Surely up. Saya has to stone idle this one, but right, yeah, he's caught. No escape there for DMB, rather. Rocket traded out for Fish Cake, though, elsewhere. Guardian take though, of course, is the obvious pickup. Then, yeah, something's brewing in towards the middle of the map here. I can see AVG heading across there very quickly. Yeah, looking to get involved in the fight now. Fish Cake, of course, wary of that return to shadows, but Scout can't really avoid it. He's going to get taken down and does not have that ultimate available. Frozen in place. Scout is picked up by the Calico, and now in numbers, Sneaky Golem are eyeing off the mid-boss.
Man, the ability to just turn up to these plays. Rokane TPing in this time. Hits pay dirt. 2 quick kills right over top of the mid. Lanes are awkward for them. Rocker's got to push out that mid, but I mean, do you even want to contest this? It looks like Melee Creeps are going to go and maybe try and get a Guardian on one side, a Walker on the other, which will be some nice prizes, right? Like, if they're able to claim that Guardian, I think they will. And there's 4 players securing the mid, so...
Oh, he's going to try and interrupt this. Nice rotation there for AVG. Veil Walker also helping him get there just a little bit faster. There is reinforcements here. DMB is about to get Goomba stomped.
Oh, big parry.
Nicely done. That's going to stop AVG in his tracks. Rocket, though, still able to chase the Ivy down. That is another death here for DMB. And Sneaky Golem get mid-boss without losing that left side Walker. I think that ends up being a trade then just for Guardian that they're going to take any day of the week. Hoovy here gets a bag dropped. Lord and M is down. Puddle Punch disrupting Fish Cake, but the Shiv is far enough away to slip out.
The Walker just popped DMB. Like, DMB hit a sick parry, and the Walker said no, bro. It just denied him hardcore. That's the most farm hero. I said this is the moment for Melee Creeps. Their last best chance. That was Ivy's team fight. Not looking so good. 2 rough deaths in a row for him, and now he's kind of right back in pace with the rest of the team. Sneaky Golem, 3 rejuves. See how they want to deploy this. Some fancy footwork from Fish Cake. Would love to take away some of those crystals, but Goober is a very hard target.
Yeah, just cubes himself and gets on with his life. AVG is really strong right now. We saw what he was able to do, recovering that Walker taker now. Well, Sneaky Golem extract their pound of flesh by taking that right side Walker down. There's a bit of consternation over that own area, though. Scout goes low, but does, of course, have that revival active. It's just going to be respected. It's just so easy to play around, and now he does not have a backup. No contingency left for the Victor.
Burning.
Scout tries to hide away, and he will be chased by League. Going to make it hard to sustain through the tick damage that Victor imposes on himself. Talk about a bag. League now, of course, still with the concussive combustion up his sleeve can make it work. Earn dropped here in a good location, and Sneaky Golem are about to get everything. Earn, Walker, you name it. 3 players down for Melee Creeps, so this is falling apart.
It's going from bad to worse here, Midge. You got Rogaine and League behind the enemy Walker. They're not letting Melee Creeps even retreat back to their base. A little zip grab from John is going to pull him out of trouble, but out of the frying pan into the fire. I mean, the rest of Sneaky Golem splitting, clearing the map, going to steal a bit of enemy jungle here on their way out.
The bonus here for Melee Creeps is when they lost mid-boss, they were able to shove that left wave. So it's just not pushing in Sneaky Golem's direction. If that creep wave is up by that left side Walker, it is an easy take, but they are going to be denied. However, a chance here to take some of these sinners, and this is League, of course, who was very farm focused in the previous game, will continue to only get stronger. Of course, already made his way towards that capacitor. Will be the analog, of course, on the other side to DMB, and it's getting those very important gun carry items picked up, and also about almost 6k on him, so can start thinking about the next powerful item to spec into as we munch through these creep camps.
Wouldn't mind seeing like a Leech or a Frenzy here, because this Infernus is already looking problematically tanky, and that's not even thinking about the potential for Goober and Hydration to save him and power him up, let him go to the next level. Goober, meanwhile, Majestic Leap, Silence. We gotta be a little bit careful, DMB. The silence is good, but oh, the cube is beautiful by Goober. Reads the play.
That's nicely done. DMB's trying to abuse the power spike from Siphon Bullets picked up instead of Capacitor, so not rushing in that item direction. And DMB needs to be shooting to get the health back, and that's not happening right now. Stone Idol under the Walker to try and get out alive, and DMB does get out of the engagement. Lord and M, though, not nearly as lucky, and Goober is relentless. Chases the Ivy down, gets that bag drop, and finally, the wave is pushing in the right direction for them to snack on this Walker.
And Goober just stacking up these kills. MVP. The chase downs are clean. There's a very strong argument for it right now, man. That cube on the combo was just disgusting.
Would be nice to have I think.
Scout. I mean, he's getting the Walker, but they're losing the base. More, though. I mean, they're losing the base right now. It's just not a good trade. This is Sneaky Golem pushing for the finish, man. They are pushing for the GG right now.
What do you think about the Siphon Bullets pick up a tier 4 instead of the Capacitor Rush from DMB, Jake? Is it a big difference maker? There's a cube that obviously causes them problems. No, I'll check back in with that Ada. Hold on. Frozen Shoulders big.
In.
And a lot of those melee items getting put to good work. It's nice to be the Torment Pulse player with the enemy all inside the dome with you. That seems pretty powerful.
That was beautiful from Hydration. Big value there. With that Rejuve expiring, the Patron drop probably is going to be all she wrote. I'd expect to see a fallback here. John on 1 HP needs to find a swap to be able to play his way out of this one, but Goober's trying to hunt him down. Meanwhile, Midwalker hasn't even gone down yet. So, I mean, this just shows the state of the game. Sneaky Golem are in full control. Dropping Patron without doing Midwalker is pretty crazy.
You got a bunch of camps. You've got buffs up in 30 seconds, so you got every reason, of course, to back away, maybe make some purchases here. Brocane, Toxic Bullets here, of course, made away into the inventory. Debuff remover going to be there. It's going to be important that he can continue just pumping damage into so many of these fights. This is a 33k soul lead at 19 minutes. Nobody would... this is not what was described on the tin. I'm not going to lie. Sneaky Golem, man. Shout out to Vegas, by the way. Called the genius comp, as he put it, even though we were kind of loving the melee creep setup here, but Sneaky Golem have looked unbelievable.
I thought it could work, and it just from the lanes onward, man, it has been a full beatdown. Hidden from Abrams, tries to grab somebody out. Saya just can't quite escape out of this one. Throws a silence as a parting gift, but even the Victor just doesn't really have the tankiness. Already popped out of the ultimate. Hydration just moments away from having... Where does health go? You just get deleted from like half on Victor. Okay.
Oh, nice Goober. Fishcake is not going anywhere, bro. Dude, he's getting oiled up. Goober, nicely done there. This Walker, of course, going to be scrutinized down as an earn on the field. Sneaky Golem are snowballing this advantage, and melee creeps continuing to trickle in the ones and twos. Puddle punch, they catch you on a DMB. Fishcake had already gone down. It's only 2 players on the field for melee creeps, and this, folks, is chalked. 35k soul lead for Sneaky Golem with mid-boss just around the corner, with the potential to end the game right here and now. Silence Wave catching on the DMB, and Goober is really laying it on thick.
And these Majestic Leaves, I've become a believer, bro. I gotta learn this build, man. I gotta resurrect my Viscous. Goober's showing a whole nation of gamers how to get it done. And it's now going to be an offensive earn turn in if you want to go for it. I mean, melee creeps are going to throw down everything. That being said, they're down some very key ultimates. No guy swap, no victor ult. They're in no shape to fight. And yet, if you give up this earn, it just does feel like the game has already slipped away.
This build is kind of sick. Hanazora, fair enough. Express shot alongside the Majestic Leaf is super based. Okay, you see the silence waves everywhere across the map right now as AVG is on the hunt. Who the intended target, though, is supposed to be, we'll find out. Silence Wave caught on the John, and the chase is on. The Lady Geist having to dodge the Gloom Bombs here, but this is still scary. Soul Exchange on cooldown, by the way, not an option for John, so can't even emanate any degree of threat. It's all S-key all the time.
Split push being applied by the melee creeps. They're making this one as difficult to end as they possibly can, forcing players from Sneaky Golem to fall back and defend waves where they're not able to really participate in the fight. Candle's kind of an awkward spot there, but it looks like not going to be an issue for Sneaky Golem as they just go double down here on the mid boss. They're going to force the roar and try and bait it into a fight. And oh, somebody showed up. Wrong neighborhood, bud.
Yeah, Sire obviously trying to make something happen there. And now off the back of this, Sneaky Golem can chase the rest of melee creeps down. John caught up inside the tornado. Fire Scarab's getting flung out here. Fishcake is at least able to find one. Rokane does get caught there, but eventually it's at the cost of that Shiver Pro APG. Just constantly brawling 4 legs, just getting around the map at super speed with that Veil Walker. Sneaky Golem snatch up 4 eliminations here, and they're looking for more, of course. To be a chance to blow this game even further open than it already is, which is honestly saying something because this feels pretty chalked.
Mo's all in, trying to clear this wave. That's the only thing he can do at this spot, right? Is push that wave out so that you don't have, creeps pushing in. But, Sneaky Golem, they're not in a rush. They're just going to take this mid boss. They know this essentially seals the game for them.
And it's not a darn thing really melee creeps can do about it. Lord on them can try hope for something. Doesn't really have any mass CC. No ability to really disrupt this rejuve take. And obviously Sire is on his way here, but it's a question of what they're trying to make happen. In they go. Puddle Punch, of course, going to be knocking Lord on him up. Picked off. Sire's going to have a crack at it. Gets one of those rejuve buffs. Now, of course, with subsequent mid-bosses only giving 3 stacks, not 4. That is meaningful. But Sire, of course, is going to burn through the revival instantly.
I mean, you got to remember, Patrons dropped, right? This is almost assuredly the end of the game. Sneaky Golem have a 6-4 power play, arguably an 8-4 power play. As look at this absolute fearlessness from League. He is going to full send into the base. There's going to be no S-key from Infernus for the rest of the game.
And no reason to fear, that's for sure. Sneaky Golem are so far ahead. And it's a matter of course now. I mean, I think they spotted DMB behind them.
I mean,
okay,
melee creeps are throwing every single trick in the book to add Sneaky Golem to try and slow this game down. But that big fresh wave of creeps coming in, the fast zip coming in, and Rocker.
Oh my god. That's rough. But on him trying to delay as well, apparently. Traveler being
got to get a second wave in. Somebody get a second wave in. But I mean, the kills are just snowballing.
Pushing left side, I think, but he wanted to fight, so I respect it.
Pack it up, guys. His AVGs calling his shots, calling it out.
I mean, bro, these two, AVG and Goober, they wanted to shout at the start of the game, bro. I did not waste my breath on that.
I will say, if Sneaky Golem want to end, they should just get a second wave in and they'll be fine. But it doesn't look like they need it. They're on to the patron now, putting that heavy pressure down. And melee creeps, they delayed all they can. They've thrown everything in the book. And Lord
pause.
Little Manor pause to type noob. That's crazy when you're losing 2-0.
I mean, Rocker kind of called him out. He's like, bro's going to BM me. Let it happen. That's crazy. All right. Brutal stuff. Melee creeps taken to task in 2 straight games. Sneaky Golem once more will be held aloft as your champions in NA. Recipients of $1,000 thanks to our friends at Intel. That was a pretty bloody decisive game.
Man, Goober's made me believe. I'm picking up the Viscous again. I'm gonna.
You guys thought I was joking when I said that they should ban out the Goo Man.
You're right. I was doubting. I was saying no way, but you can't give this man the goo.
Yeah, sorry.
I've watched a lot of NA. He may have the stickiest goo of all the goobers.
Honestly, MVP performance. That is wall-to-wall goo. I'm very, very impressed with what he was able to put out for us, man. Seriously, like some of these catches, that cube, of course, earlier on to save against that Ivy pressure was really sick. Just some really clutch moments. Also little things like stealing the farm with that splatter, you know, really sort of snowball, goo balling that lane in their advantage, I think is something well worth hanging your hat on. Bro had impact across the map.
I mean, against
Calico seemed to be a great character tonight as well. We had highlights from a whole bunch of people. Let's start with the melee creeps. Was it ever on their side tonight, Jake?
There were moments in game one, right? Genuinely, game one was quite close, but it ends not with a bang, but with a whimper, right? Like a couple of really nasty pickoffs, and then the game's just over. And melee creeps fall flat. They don't really get the fight they're looking for. Game two, blowout from start to finish. I mean, I thought the draft, you know, the vision, maybe I thought it could come together. There'd be some way to, you know, like get activated at a certain item threshold, but Sneaky Golem just gave them no opportunity to come online. They were just ending this game very early on. I mean, we said what, 30k soul lead at 19 minutes? That's basically GG.
Bro, Rocket,
plays
man.
like this, they do not fall. Mitch, I wanted to ask you. So Kelvin seems to be like your go-to, locked in, 100% win rate on the night.
Yep.
Why is Calico selected? Why was AVG so impactful in his games?
Dude, it's first of all, in lane, Calico is really powerful. Her ultimate is low cooldown. It makes her invulnerable and does damage around her. So it's pretty easy to combo people by like dashing forward. The leaping slash also procs any like melee effects. Like it assumes that you are meleeing, kind of like puddle punch, right? So that's also really powerful if you build into. I think like melee lifesteal is sick for the sustain. So you have a ton of burst on your dive in, and then you go into ultimate, making it impossible to target you. Lady Geist can't swap with you. Like there's a lot of effects that are just not useful. And AVG snowballed really heavily out of control. Look at the build, right? It's like nothing crazy. It's like Torment Pulse gets worked in there, right? Which is amazing if you can stay alive in these fights long. All those souls that AVG built, he just built to be a menace that was really hard to kill and was doing consistent damage with the potential to burst individuals down with some of those melee procs. So Calico is so back, dude. Seriously, her mobility is crazy. Veil Walker was also picked up by AVG. So that speed boost in Ava form means you can cross the map in a matter of seconds. You can be absolutely everywhere. And when you turn up, like, I mean, the guy has 28 assists. He's involved in like every fight that happens on this map. Like basically he's TPing constantly.
Jake, we're probably going to see these guys on Sunday. I have a feeling melee creeps might be in a match against Sneaky Golem with $10,000 on the line. Let's talk a little bit about the rematch. What did you learn in this loss if you're melee creeps? Because you're clearly going to go and study this VOD.
Look, don't disrespect the Kelvin, all right? That's what I've learned all day today, all right? Kelvin,
let the red beard go.
You might think you've got some counterplay, but in the end, man, it's just too sick. Like some of those, like Mirage teleporting in while Kelvin's already got you domed. Like some of these plays, so sick from Sneaky Golem. I don't know what you're supposed to do with it. I think at this level of play, Kelvin's ability to like isolate fights and just give you decisive numbers advantages for like 5-10 seconds plus a monstrous amount of heal in the lane. I just don't want to play against it. I want to see these teams take the Kelvin away. Sneaky Golem, it felt like you couldn't even play the game against them when they had that tool online.
Excellent stuff. We're going to have our MVP loaded up here in just a moment. Any predictions, chat? Who did you love watching the highlights? Excuse me. Rokane taking care of business anytime you saw the Mirage in action. League was on a 5 streak multiple times, it felt like, on the evening. And, of course, we highlighted what the Goober was bringing. Calico in AVG's hands looks dangerous. Hydration on the Kelvin may be the best support in NA at the moment, or at least the most dangerous. And this is a squad, the super squad, that everyone's arguing who is going to be the best. We gave it to Hydration. Production loved this guy. What did you see in his gameplay, Uber?
I mean, look, the guy is basically playing the strongest hero in the game. Like, it's at this level, like, you can't lose lane. It's not possible. You cannot lose lane.
They killed him off the rip. They got first blood on him. It didn't look like it.
I mean, bro, I'm sorry. Like, Kelvin is too good, too much sustain. Going up against, some situations where maybe you wouldn't expect him to sort of win out here. That should have been a kill there. It just sort of doesn't sort of pan out that way. Obviously, amazing healing. Like, Rokane's getting dove on here, and there's a shelter available, like a couple seconds. Look, hydration slows the game down. Rokane gets enough health to get away. He's just... this hero does too much right now, and hydration is squeezing the most out of that Kelvin. So I'm not surprised. I think that you know, you want him to have big impact. You demand your Kelvin K to essentially take over the game in the utility aspect. And he's done that now in both games in this series.
Yeah, really solid play across the board from Hydration. And I think you got to give credit to him. Like, not every team in NA can execute these team fights the way that Sneaky Golem do. And a lot of it is on Hydration, not only on the Kelvin play, but also on the comms, right? To be a player who's making some of these big callouts, like setting up the team fights, allowing the rest of Sneaky Golem to really play their games and just get to this ridiculous farm potential. And this fight was particularly beautiful, man. Kelvin comes in, thinks he can like get a cheeky contest off. You don't want to give up your sinners. It's just fresh on the 8 minutes. You got 2 players here, and then you just get team wiped. You got 3 players. You can't even defend your own sinners at 8 minutes. I mean, that's truly insane.
It's like Saya. I don't know what Saya's hoping for there, because obviously he spends a while looking from the outside of the frozen shelter, hoping to pick something up, and you don't want to let them take away your sinner so early in the game. As soon as the 8-minute mark came around, bro, Sneaky Golem just activated, man. So oppressive.
Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, like, it feels like I would do the same thing. There's no way I would allow somebody to take my center at 8 minutes in a lane that you're not losing that bad. Like, it's like an okay situation. You have roams coming in, and you just get absolutely deleted off the map, man. The Kelvin Dome, way too sick. The TPN from Rokane timed perfectly with that execution. Heads up moves from the whole squad there, and Sneaky Golem kind of cementing their place as top dogs in NA right now. They want the lion's share of that big cash prize for NA coming up in a couple weekends of that Trolly tournament.
They are the team to beat coming into the Trolly competition. Once again, we have just 2 hours. I think it's 2 hours left to sign up. If you have not done it yet, you get a chance to play against some of NA's best, including the Melee Creeps and Sneaky Golems, assuming you make it that far in the tournament. We have a feeling they'll be there on Championship Sunday, and we want you all to join us. For now, though, Uber, we got to hand out another $1,000 to Sneaky Golems, a well-deserved $1,000. Do you feel they made any mistakes showing their A game tonight, or do you think they have more comps up their sleeves for this tournament?
Bro, they like literally didn't reinvent the wheel. They just played good stuff, right? Viscous, they made sure they had a late gun carry. They got Kelvin when he was available. Like, what are you really showing? Like, this is just like page 1 and 2 of the How to Win a Deadlock book. Like, get Rokane on a freaking Mirage and you're golden. Yep. So they didn't have to show anything here, man. They're just playing some really solid Deadlock with like very reasonable drafts. Vegas called it genius. To me, it just looked kind of classic, and there's a reason why that stuff works, man.
Jake, thoughts on NA as we close things out here?
I think Goober's setting the stage, man. He's setting the standard on Viscous. I think other players got to follow his lead. Like, Viscous still works at this level of play. And if you're not going to contest the pick, like, first banning it, I just think it's crazy. I don't think you can do that. Like, that's just letting Kelvin and Victor, these like even bigger problems through. You have to be contesting the pick. They're getting it third every single draft because they know, okay, the second round of bans, you're going to ban the Viscous. So we're going to snap it up third every time. Goober does amazing on it every game, is a key factor for the team's success. It looks like a pick that deserves to go first 3. And I just think other teams, maybe they need to actually contest that. Maybe by learning to play it as well as Goober, which, I mean, far easier said than done. Then maybe you can take that tool away and put Sneaky Golem in a little bit less of a comfortable spot in the draft. But the viscosity out of control this game.
Yeah.
The Sticky Stickness is about to join us live. We've got the Viscous himself, the Gubru. Gubro? There he is. Goober, how we doing tonight?
I'm doing great, man. What's up, Bucket?
So I tried to get your favorite character banned, and they didn't do it, and then you punished them. Can you tell me about your pool, though? Because Megs is here every week. She's watching your streams. She's watching your teammates' streams, and she says that you've got like 7 other characters up your sleeves. Who else do you like to play?
I mean, shit, want me to list them out?
Yep.
Bebop, Paradox, Holiday, Viscous, Abrams, Hayes, Lash, Pocket.
Bro's reading the roster. He's just reading the character roster, bro.
As well.
Stop him!
Okay.
Stop him!
Just ban those. Just ban those.
And then finally,
ban them out.
All right.
Good luck banning those out, nerds. Goober, you've got a lot of footage out there, but tonight may be the most impressive. What was it in the matchup against Melee Creeps? You guys finished that game 2 in under 25 minutes.
I mean, honestly, part of I feel like we're really good at punishing people when we are ahead. So when they're playing from behind, they tend to get desperate and look for picks, and we're really, really good at punishing those plays. So just after they started getting desperate, we wrapped it up really quickly because we got a quick 2 picks and insta mid boss, and just games wrapped from there.
what do you think about like the high prio that they have on Victor, right? Because it's kind of, I feel like there's a part of what's allowed you guys to get Kelvin every game in this particular series. Like, what place do you think Victor has in the metagame right now? Do you think he's being overvalued in some cases, or like what do you feel when you sort of see him pick that up so early in the draft?
I think he's being valued perfectly fine. I think he's like S tier top 3 heroes in the game. I'd reckon, honestly.
Okay.
I'm curious about the Viscous build. You got that published on the guide. I'm trying to hop on. I'm trying to get back on the Viscous train. I'm a believer. I'm trying to build the Majestic Leap and just see what's cooking. Do you play it in rank though, or is Viscous still like the destroy your lane and you just can't carry when you're in rank?
No. I play pubs like solely on Viscous Bebop most of the time.
Okay.
Okay.
Respect. For me. Respect. Publish the build. We got to get it out there for the people. And by the people, I mean me. Okay, I'm gonna look it up.
I'll send you the.
You said it's published. Where can we find it? Let's help these nerds out, because it's not super easy to get into Deadlock. As someone coming over from the Call of Duty universe where there's countless TikToks, I don't have that content. So catch me up. If I'm a noob trying to learn from one of the best, where do I get the goober tips?
Well, you can come to my stream, first of all. As much as I can, answer as many questions as I can about, especially Viscous in particular. I also have my build posted under the name Goober Leap Viscous, because I run Leap in it, if you want to look at it. And that's about it.
Boom.
Yeah, easy to find. Just look it on up. We've obviously got the Trolly $10,000 invitational coming up this weekend. How are you feeling about that? Feels like it's a decent reason for everyone to up their game. You guys feeling pretty well positioned to snatch the lion's share of that prize money?
Yeah, I mean, we're the best team in North America, like, for sure. I'm fully confident in it, especially after today's performance. Also, fun fact, as like a good luck charm, I hadn't DoorDashed anything before, but I DoorDashed just some Trolly like a few days ago. That shit was fucking fire.
Let's go, baby.
This man didn't leave his house and got sour worms brought to him. Next level thinking. Learn from the Goober. He's live streaming once again. He's over on twitch.tv. Goober, hit me with the full address.
Goober70.
Goober70. It's easy stuff. He's in the chat right now. He's got a little diamond next to his name. Goober, we're going to be talking with your friend Hydration on the graveyard shift. Final thoughts from you, though. NA, we're catching up to EU. How far behind are we, or are we better?
I think we need more time, honestly. Like, EU is still like a decent amount ahead, but I think our team especially is starting to really catch up. Our goal now is to completely eliminate mistakes. We believe we learned how to play the game the way it's supposed to be played, and we just want to play it perfectly now. And I think today we played it perfectly.
You guys are working on perfection. That is a disgusting goal, and I clap for that. Goober, thanks for joining us here on night shift number 10, where we landed 1,000 subscribers on twitch.tv.
Could have been more.
Could have been more.
It will be more.
We're going to put
We're just getting started.
There will be
this
more.
Is number 10.
Yes, sir.
It's number 10. All right, Goober's going to go pay, or he's going to go take the money that Jake pays him and spend it somewhere that we can't mention on stream. We can mention, though, that you can earn some money coming your way soon. Uber, how do I participate? If I haven't signed up yet, how do I get involved for North American Deadlock competition? The game's still in alpha.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the registration's still open for the Trolly tournament, no?
Yeah,
still is.
Like pause right now.
I want 30 minutes? Get your team together right now.
Quick. Go.
I mean, we have an insane number of signups. You could also be back here, guys. The next 2 weekends, we're going to be having those big tournaments you can watch on this stream. It's a place to find the content, Twitch, YouTube, whatever. Also, we're back every Wednesday. We're just doing our thing here on the night shift.
Yes, thank you to all of the new members over on youtube.com/@Deadlock Night Shift, everyone on twitch.tv, and of course TikTok. If you're just watching this, you're too late. The show's over. Rewind to the start or catch us live on Saturday. Yeah, Saturday, 1 p.m. Eastern. We'll see you there. In the meantime, head on over to our Discord. It's the Graveyard Shift. I'm Chris Puckett. That's Uber. That's Jake. We got a bunch of people behind the scenes, and you saw some prettier faces earlier. We'll kind of catch them all. Yeah, on Saturday. I gotta go to bed. I love you guys. Bye.
Come to the Graveyard Shift.
This is even easier than I expected. I see Viscous.
Meet your end. I'm going out
Thanks for doing your part.
Thank you.